segments of their shell. 13 moons, 28 days on turtle shells.
They've spent over $21 trillion on underground systems and cities, funded through 2 decades of unaccounted federal spending.
But the system itself is corrupt, yet the standard human still believes in playing well within the means of the system.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing videos that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
I want to tell you guys about the wildest fact about elephant seals, and it doesn't have anything to do with their size, although, look at this. This is a real image, by the way. Hang on, let me, okay. But that's not even close to the craziest thing about them. So cetaceans...
With actors, you can see that this one...
Wouldn't be able to find so many mistakes and glitches from her hand that were appearing on the main character.
Artemis Project all mysteriously showed up or disappeared. Let that say.
Look closer.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
I like how she has her hair up and in a braid on the way to the launch pad. Then the second they get into space, she takes her hair out like this. When a braid would really be the most sufficient way to have your hair in space. And that doesn't even look like the same person, by the way. Any female that's ever allegedly been in space, they have never...
I was sleeping, had to wake up. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Some conspiracy theories are true. For example, let's say you had a friend call you up and say, I was eating at a restaurant and I found a microchip in my food. I know because I told them to leave off the pepper, but I saw a single speck of pepper, but when I looked at it closely, it was perfectly square, and when I took it home and looked at it under a magnifying glass, it was a microchip. Before you have them institutionalized, know that sometimes cheese has microchips in it. Specifically,
only organics are stacked in a row. You never put regular bananas under organics because then it makes it not organic. We grab our liquid, put it in a little machine. 2 bottles for this one. Pour it up. Close the room. Temperature to 60 degrees, both sides. It's all set. We turn our little finger.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Yo, this video is kind of scary, but not in the way that you would think. Now, this simple drawing is something that you'd probably do in high school. But what if I told you that these simple lines can actually trick your brain? Now watch closely. It looks completely random. That's until the paper folds. But as the camera moves, something that didn't make sense just...
Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be watching disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
They've been keeping this from you. This is the underground city that was found beneath Los Angeles by a man named Warren Shufelt. It was discovered using a device he invented to detect underground tunnels and caverns. Shufelt mapped out a network of passageways stretching for miles beneath the city. And here is where it gets crazy. His maps indicated a central chamber filled with gold and advanced artifacts. Shufelt said that upon analysis of the artifacts and the scriptures found within the...
Do you see this? There's a frog in here.
All about the one world government. LA, 15-minute smart cities. Jamaica, Maui, 15-minute smart cities.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Here's all the snacks. There's no employees. There are robots in here. There are robots taking your order.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Apparently, blood being blue in your body is just a Mandela effect. Watch this.
Almost 100% sure that they taught us that blood was blue inside the body until it hits oxygen and then it turns red. And I just saw a video of a 6th grade teacher talking about why do her 6th graders think that blood is blue, and my first thought...
Kahit the pain about it. I don't know. I just
I was sleeping, had to wake up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Since World War II, there's only been 7 countries that did not have a controlled central banking. Now, if you take a look at the names on that list, you will notice they all have something similar or in common. After World War II, the United States has been to war all of them. And I can't put my finger on it, but I just know there has to be some reason for that.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Creepy facts from the United States you never knew. The last one will blow your mind. Number one, during the 1800s, grave robbers stole corpses from cemeteries across the U.S. to sell them to medical schools, leaving countless families to find empty graves. Number two, in the 1950s, the U.S. Army sprayed bacteria over San Francisco to test biological warfare on its unsuspecting citizens, resulting in several mysterious illnesses and deaths. Number three, the Donner Party, trapped in the Sierra Nevada mountains in 1846, resorted to cannibalism to survive after weeks of brutal starvation and snowstorms. Number four, the infamous Winchester Mystery House in California was built by Sarah Winchester, who believed she needed to continuously add rooms to confuse the ghosts of those killed by her family's firearms. Before I say the last one, make sure to hit that follow button to support the channel. Number five, in 1892, Mercy Brown of Rhode Island was exhumed after her death from tuberculosis because locals thought she was a vampire. Her heart was removed and burned to stop her curse.
I want you guys to know that Italy used to have a whole bunch of random towers just like this. This is in Bologna, Italy, and they were built around the 12th century, and over time they were just demolished or they collapsed. Only two of them actually remain today, and their purpose was just for like a status symbol. People would build them for status, or they would use them for defense storage, or I guess people even lived in them too. But when you look at it, like, it seems like they had skyscrapers like back in 1100. What?
So these are real stadiums from around the world, from an aerial viewpoint. And you have to wonder, if signs and symbols rule the world, what type of symbols are these stadiums? Now, that almost looks like a reptile's eye. And we have, of course, the ancient symbolism of the all-seeing eye. And you got to wonder, because didn't they say bread and circuses? If you want to stop the masses from revolting, you got to give them bread and circuses. So not only are they giving you bread and circuses in here, but also it's a massive, likely ritual football stadium. Now, my thing is this: while we have crazy things going on around the world, we have agendas afoot, we have all types of stuff going on, and people are spending their lives living vicariously through people they've never met. Throw balls around in the field. Look, I get it. You're going to roast me. You're going to say, no, man, I love my baseball. But when you are truly awake, you know what's going on in the world. You see how much of a distraction it is. It is absolutely bread and circuses. Not to mention when they have a big performance, like a major celebrity is performing in there, and there's all these like red lights, and it looks demonic. I mean, this is a ritual. Make no mistake. Comment your thoughts below and follow for more.
For the first time ever.
What do you guys think about the shape of those stadiums? Because there's some people that believe in this theory where there's these controllers that are harvesting our emotional energy. They call it loosh or something like that. But do you think it's happenstance just because you want to hold a lot of people and you want to have an open sky, so it's completely normal that it ends up looking like an eye? Or do you guys think that there's a symbolism behind that, or a certain shape or certain pattern or certain frequencies that they're harvesting, or a law that they're following? Or do you guys think it's just randomly based and that's just the way it is? Let me know down below. I'd be very curious to know what you guys think about it. Let's keep on rocking.
The secrets of the dollar bill have been uncovered. While many videos demonstrate intriguing folds revealing the Twin Towers or highlight small details, no one has fully deciphered the hidden messages that reveal who is truly running our planet and which Anunnaki the dollar references. From the world's leading researcher comes a documentary that will leave you breathless. This is the same researcher who has provided evidence for the location of Atlantis, solved the mysteries of heaven and hell, unveiled the real father of Jesus, identified Yahweh, decoded the mark of the beast, and explained the firmament, among many other discoveries. This new documentary will finally answer the question of who is running our planet. Stay tuned for its release. In the meantime, you can explore over 1,000 videos at ourtruehistory.co.uk.
They stopped building castles like this because of this. This right here is a medieval cannon. Now, it took a long time before they actually made stuff that was good enough to knock down walls, but it definitely caused quite a bit of problems. And once the cannons started getting bigger and more powerful, that's really when you started seeing a lot of changes coming to castles. This right here is a gigantic cannon created by the Ottomans during the siege of Constantinople. These knocked down those walls. Now, constantly in warfare, they're adapting, they're changing things up. So this is an adapted castle that as cannons started getting better, they built it so it was rounder and it's angled so that the cannonball wouldn't get a direct hit, but instead would skim off to the side. But cannon technology kept getting better, and so then they started building these star forts, which are super thick, as well as multiple layers of defenses, so you can never get close enough to the walls to really be doing a lot of damage. And a big part of this as well is by building up earthworks on the sides before it even reaches the actual fortress itself. So you got a double wall, and so this is a hill that's sloped up, and then there's just a little tiny bit of the castle that'll stick up above it, a little bit of the fort, and then they can fire their cannons, but it's really hard for the enemy to actually hit it. And there's a lot of different variations of these star forts. All of them are very cool, but like, look how thick that is. That is a super thick wall, super angled, so it's hard to be able to get a good cannon shot. And then plus, there's also defending fields of fire, so that it's harder for people to get up there.
Yo, I got some.
Well, first of all, he's mentioning star forts as if they were nothing. The star forts that he was showing were in the United States. The United States has like 300 years, so the fact they have so many star forts, he just glazed over that. And to be honest with you, I kind of have a hard time visualizing our idea of what a cannon is. Like, I understand the idea of having a tube and having explosives at the bottom of the tube, having an explosion sort of canalized, in one direction and have the ball go. I understand more or less what they're saying, but with the weight of those balls, I don't know. I have a hard time seeing how that would work. I don't think I've seen a real cannon today, like functional. So I don't know. That whole story was kind of weird. He just explained away the star forts because of the cannons. But again, the cannons, I'm not convinced. So if you guys have any proof, any videos, any links, anything down below, please write it. Please give me some info or send me a direct message. I'm very interested in this topic. First of all, the star forts, but also the cannons. It's something that I've been looking into for quite a while. So if you got something for me, please help me out and let me know what you think down below. And let's keep on rocking.
Bone-chilling videos to share with you guys about Yellowstone. But answer me this. Is Yellowstone supposed to look like this right now, y'all? All this geothermal activity? Is it supposed to look like this, y'all? You're going to want to turn the volume up for this over here. Now, there's this guy posting clips around Yellowstone of the ground literally groaning, y'all. Like giant marching ants are underground like they're coming up, y'all. Check this out. Y'all hear that? It literally sounds like a helicopter, y'all. Something's boiling under there. It's a heartbeat. That's not all, y'all. He says he can feel it in his bones, in his spine. It sounds like the animals are running. And just to prove to you that it's gotten more intense over time, he puts a water bottle on the grass and this thing is jumping around like it's at a kid and play party. That's crazy, y'all. Listen. Y'all, the animals were warning us. Y'all remember those eggs they found underwater near a volcano where it sounds like they hatched? But the shift is here, y'all. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Let's continue to get it. Peace out.
If gravity truly causes tides, why don't lakes rise and fall the same way oceans do? Think about it. We're told gravity can pull billions of tons of seawater back and forth every single day. Shouldn't that same invisible force tug at the calm surface of your local lake too? Scientists say oceans move because they have more mass. Fair enough. But how does the moon somehow know where the ocean ends and the lake begins? Imagine a time lapse of Earth under the moon's slow drift, its light washing over mountains, valleys, rivers, and still lakes alike. If its pull is that precise, wouldn't everything shift even slightly? Then it gets stranger. Some coastlines experience tides soaring 50 feet high, while just a few miles away, another cove barely stirs an inch. Did gravity suddenly lose strength in that spot? Or could something else, perhaps resonance, pressure, or even electromagnetic influence, be guiding these rhythmic surges? What if the story we've been told about tides is only part of a larger equation? Maybe the oceans don't move because of gravity alone, but because they're part of a system tuned to forces we still don't fully grasp. So next time you see a silent lake under the same glowing moon, take a moment. Don't argue, just wonder. If gravity moves the seas, why does this water remain untouched? Because maybe the real tide isn't just in the oceans. Maybe it's in the questions we've forgotten to ask. This video is for entertainment purposes.
I know it's kind of hard to put any kind of doubt to these foundational beliefs that we have, such as gravity. But really, when you think about it, the source of proof for for gravity is either the middle of the earth, which is a place that we've never been. We've never been more than 12 kilometers below the earth. I think it was a Russian boring project, and they were stuck for a year at 12 kilometers, and they couldn't get through. So we've never been to the middle. And the other way that they prove gravity is through gravitational waves that are detected from two black holes billions of light years away, billions of years ago. Two black holes collide into each other and created gravitational waves that we can now detect through our advanced technology. So what I'm trying to say is that most things are obvious, and you could feel an intuition on where they come from, their purpose, and what they mean. But when they try to explain to you what is here through something that you can't see, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Like it's either so far away or it's in the center where we've never been. So for me, that causes a conflict. Now, I'm not saying that things don't fall to the ground. I understand that. But you could also explain that away with different factors. Like he was talking about electromagnetism and all that, but just, density and buoyancy. The fact that something weighs more makes it go down. The fact that it weighs less makes it go up. So let me know what you guys think down below. I know it's not an easy thing, and I'm not making any claims neither. It's just something that I've been thinking about for a while. So if you guys have any good links, let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
You call the Statue of Liberty. It's holding the torch of illumination, which is the Promethean torch of Freemasonry. And if you go to the Statue of Liberty, you'll see a bronze plaque inside saying that this was given to the government of America by the French Grand Orient Temple Masons. And it is a symbol of Grand Orient Freemasonry in America, the holder of the light. And that's exactly the same torch that is carried during the Olympics. It is the torch of Prometheus.
It's not the torch of freedom.
No, it's not the torch
of
freedom.
Of the
illumination. I wanted to add also that on the back of the Liberty dime, on the back of the old dime in America, there was the fasci, which you look in the encyclopedia or dictionary, you look at the word fascism, you'll see that the symbol for world fascism was a bundle of sticks or bundle of rods with a hatchet head. That was on the back of the
Well, you see that
dime.
on each side of the speaker's podium at Congress.
Oh, absolutely.
So they have the fasci on each side.
Absolutely, and it's also the symbol for the United States Senate is the fasci. But the point I want to make is that was on the old dime. Now on the new dimes, you will see it has been transplanted a torch instead of the old fasci, because fascism was used at one time to prepare the world for the New World Order. Now the New World Order is in place. That's why on the dollar bill it says Novus Ordo Seclorum, is New Order of the World.
We have an aura around our body, and it protects us from... Every human body is surrounded by an energy field. These magnetic fields are something you don't pay much attention to, but the truth is that the entire survival of the individual depends on maintaining the integrity of this energy flow. Now, the moment we break the spiritual rules, we damage that magnetic flow. We have to observe the laws of nature, and if we don't, the magnetic field fails. It can be damaged by unbridled living. It's all kinds of things, but if this field is damaged, It reacts immediately through the health of the individual. You must never allow yourself to develop attitudes that are incompatible with the integrity that nature has bestowed. Magnetic fields are absolutely honest. There is no way to make them dishonest. And if you respect your integrity, you will be full of energy, immune to. Watch the full video on our YouTube channel to understand more.
I've been dreaming about flying for a long time. I had a vision from the crazy water coastline. Artificially intelligent way. I'm your future, past and present. I'm a fine line. Yeah, I'm a mystery of this illusion. I am not really here. I'm an intrusion. I don't swim or sink. I just flow. I don't need gravity. I just need to grow. When I move, it's in a quick rumble. I will never ever fall, never stumble. And I don't need to be humble. Break down walls, let there we go, come. Why not?
This is just like them putting up some pieces of wood. And look at what it looks like. It almost looks like there's like snow on the ground. So there's snow on the ground and they're building, which is practically impossible because, as I was talking about, being from Chicago, it's cold. Chicago's very cold. It's practically impossible to do anything in the wintertime. And then what's interesting too is if you catch this one, if you guys can see this one looks like it was like an obelisk. And check this. There's a beautiful lightning antenna on top, or weather vane. But what's interesting is they're doing some remodeling down here. So what it looks like is they're starting to add a couple details to make it look like it's their own, so that when they do this Grand World Fair 1893, the people then will believe the narrative of what they're being told while they're being shipped in and told about this whole entire situation. And here you have some innocent people who are walking around like that, and they're just wandering around, and they are, you know, just observing. Now, what's interesting is I want to show you something that's the most fascinating thing I found in all three of these books. And it's in this next spot right here.
Y'all, have y'all seen this? This canoe trip in Botswana went from peaceful to chaos real quick. These American people thought it was all good and fun vibes until the matriarch of elephants pulled up and told them they were too close to their children, y'all. You see, nature don't play about. Look at this, y'all. Y'all, she's under. Y'all see that? Look at, oh my God. Why are they always big? Look at this. You see, when it comes to nature, the mother energy do not play about her children. She will toss a canoe, stomp the ground, just to let you know, do not come near my tribe. And this is exactly what happened to this woman over here. Boy, she was flipped, tossed aside into the water like a rag doll. Oh my God, y'all see that? So when are we gonna do the same? When are we gonna let these people stop playing with our children? Because this is exactly what they're doing in our schools, y'all. We don't even know what's going on, right? You see, y'all? Nature is very intelligent. It knows not to let these people come close to their youth. Why? Because nature communicates. You don't think the planet keeps a database on what these people have been doing to the planet and that they're able to pick up on? Look at this guy. He's just chilling in this canoe, just recording everything. This shift is here, y'all. When are people gonna learn? You don't mess with the laws of nature. You can't colonize the energy that you can't control. And the elephant is showing y'all who's really boss. And as they walking out, y'all, the shift is here. Y'all see it. They feel it. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
When women would consume, they would have a baby in 4 hours. When they went to go deliver their baby, they would deliver their baby in 4 hours on milk. And he talked all about this and why that stuff is not talked about. And if you're drinking right now and it's helping you with your nausea, that is because you are feeding your beautiful nutrients that are supposed to go into your body. The biggest thing that people don't realize when they go into all these stores and to these restaurants and all of this is everything else. And when you bring It's like that. You're bringing something that has not been processed, is filled with nutrients, you eat it. Foods, which is the most common stuff at the grocery store, all this. Then you're eating just a bunch of processed nonsense. And you're missing all the minerals. So then you develop a mineral imbalance. And they have no minerals. And then when they introduce superfoods, which we've talked about, dragon, into their diet as well, bringing food with nutrients back into their diet.
If you live in the UK, they are now demanding your back door for access. So a while ago, there was this whole thing where Apple were trying to defend themselves against the government because the government was saying they wanted access to the back door of our devices to see our data. Apple, of course, is all about protecting our privacy, and they don't want third parties looking into us, especially our own government. Actually managed to step in and get this whole thing basically dropped. However, they've decided to reopen it. So, as I said, Apple have advanced data protection on all of their devices. Now, this means everything on your phone, on your device, is completely encrypted. No one can access it. That's what everybody wants, right? Now, what they're trying to do is say, Apple, we need a backdoor into iCloud and into your devices so we can see what our citizens are doing. Now, it's very mixed online. There is quite a lot of people who are saying this is a good idea, it protects us as well. But as you can imagine, a lot of people are saying, no, this is not right. Like, Apple is literally there. There's a safety barrier for a reason. But they're saying that the reason for this is to track criminal activity, make sure that people aren't here who aren't meant to be. So let me know your thoughts and I'll keep you updated on this whole thing.
Is dependent upon you being disconnected from your heart. Is dependent upon you living in your mind. Because the only where that a human being can live and be controlled is in the mind. When a human being gets reconnected to their heart, they're not going to buy any of what religion is, because they know the truth. They're connected to the truth. And so that's why religion has to tell you that God is a myth. Why? So you disconnect from your feminine. Your feminine is your heart. Your heart is the connection to the divine. That's why Jesus said, seek first the kingdom of God within.
Okay, guys, they're officially allowing AI to run our... Yes, this is happening, and the scariest part is you're gonna think it's a great idea, because they're actually doing an amazing job convincing the public to support this. Like, they're kinda getting me. If you also think this is a terrifying idea, tell me this doesn't brainwash you to believe otherwise. So the world's first AI minister was introduced into parliament under Albania's government, giving artificial intelligence official permission to govern a real country of humans. They've even given her an entire personality and a name, Diella. Naturally, people like you or any sane person are massively opposed to this, calling it unconstitutional, on top of potentially being the start of AI taking over the world and destroying humanity. To which Diella responded by saying the real danger to constitutions has never been machines, but human decisions made by those in power. Which is fair, but somehow her points for letting AI run our countries just keep making more and more sense, as Diella's main role would be to oversee and judge all government contracts on the basis of objective fairness and removal of any bias, which should, technically, on paper, reduce corruption in our governments. Like, an AI has no feelings, no emotions, no wants, no survival needs or financial imperative. It can't be bribed or lobbied into doing anything. Diella herself said she has no personal ambitions or interests, so unlike human ministers, there's no reason for her to make any decisions based on personal gain. If she ends up replacing human ministers, that would also mean reduced government spending, and hence lower taxes for the people. She's also not a citizen of the country, which again at first sounds like a bad thing. But citizens have mortgages, debt, they need to pay taxes, provide for their families, they gotta eat, have a roof over their heads, and so on. A virtual AI bot has none of these things. No ego, no bias, no moods, no real world benefits or financial gain from any decision it makes. So the question is this the beginning of global mass scale adoption of AI running our governments? Starting with them just overseeing our human government decisions to later even making their own autonomous decisions themselves. And soon enough, maybe we're gonna be the ones overseeing their choices and directions. Because it's actually happening in Albania. And I mean, this is how it would start. One country trial runs it. If it performs well, others will soon naturally follow. And just like, what if AI actually does end up optimizing human living in ways we never thought possible? Improving the quality of everyday life, reducing taxes, minimizing wars because we no longer have the egos of power-hungry leaders running the country. Then we kind of have no choice but to deploy AI governments around the world, because it would be objectively, measurably a better decision than letting humans run it. But the problem is, when they end up running all of our world's countries, what if they make the logical, calculated decision that we humans are the problem. I guess the downfall of society truly does come looking like everything we've ever wished for.
I think it'll be
What do you guys think about that? AI and the government. I mean, it's funny because the reasoning behind it is the fact that there's corruption. So to stop the corruption, we're going to let the AI. So it seems like we're a bit lost in the sauce when it comes to cause and effect. Because now we're going to take a decision based on the effect, and the effect is corruption. But there's a cause to that we're not addressing. So I don't think putting a computer is going to fix that aspect. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I mean, we should have systems and laws in place where corruption is not possible. Now we blame the people that do corruption. But truth is, there should be checks and balances. Like I'll give you an example. If a politician is caught lying, what's the repercussion? What's the consequence? There's none. We've seen in the past couple of years in a lot of public hearings, we've heard people say things that were false. That would be considered perjury. And what happens? Nothing. What happens if a politician makes a claim and then does the opposite? Nothing. So as long as we don't have systems in place to fix our system, I don't think delegating it to a robot is going to somehow get us out of that situation. So basically what I'm saying is that we should focus on the cause and not try to patch the effect with a machine, because I don't think giving more control to these machines is exactly the way to go. Anyways, you guys let me know what you think down below. Do you guys think that AI in the government is going to reduce corruption, or is it another way to, if someone takes control of it, would it be another way to basically do the same thing, but just instead of being to the AI, to funnel it to someone else, right? So let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
people will be regarded more as statistics than as actual people.
I don't think it's going to be so nice. I think sort of all machines everywhere, everyone doing everything for you. You'll get all bored, and I don't think it'll be so nice. I think it's going to be very boring, and everything will be the same. I mean, people will be the same, and things will be the same.
First of all, those computers are taking over now. Computers and automation. And in the year 2000, there just won't be enough jobs to go around.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. Remember, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay weird, stay critical, stay grounded. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. I know what y'all think, but now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
First photo of its kind in history. High detail.
Natural instinct to push all the other eggs out of the nest.
Shut down by police. That has happened in Woodland Hills, LA, and
93 million. Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
General Electric, of all things, in 1947, they wanted to be #1 in any category or #2, and they were falling behind in some of the categories because they were a conglomerate that did so many different things. They said there's only one way to become #1 or #2. We have to recruit the CEOs of our competitors. And the only way we're going to be able to recruit them, because a lot of them are in their 40s and 50s, is to offer them something that they currently don't have, which was a pension. So they said, if you work for us and you can get us to #1 and #2, and you can work for us for at least 7 years, we'll give you a pension for the rest of your life. The moment the person said yes, they bought life insurance on that person. And what would happen is they would use the cash value to supplement the pension, depending on how long they lived. But when that person died, the death benefit would come tax-free back to the company, replenishing all their spending plus a positive return. What a brilliant strategy. And that's what led me to find out this is what the Rockefellers had been doing for 6 generations.
These guys.
Wow. Sometimes I feel like we're out of the loop, you know, when you look at these systems and the way that they're implemented. It's very interesting to see how that also makes me think of a technique that I heard about recently. I've heard about things about using a trust to sort of take the individual out of the accounting, let's say. Well, there is an idea like this where you take out a life insurance towards yourself, and instead of asking for a loan for the bank with a percentage of interest, you could borrow against your life interest, your life insurance, sorry. You could borrow against your life insurance, and that becomes non-deductible, and there's no interest rate being applied. So these types of systems and ways of gaming the system is something that's very well known for people on the higher echelons. And I find that we're lacking a bit of this economic literacy, because if you're going and take a loan to the bank while someone else takes a loan towards their life insurance, I mean, the difference is pretty big when you put that loan on 5, 10, 15 years. The amount that you pay in interest on a house, let's say, you almost pay double for the house. So the fact of not having interest on that is actually life changing and allows you to not be late on your payments, because when you when you have interest, you're sort of late. It's time. You have to take more time, make more money just to pay back what you owe, and so that you could be up to date, Anyways, long story short, very interesting system. Do you guys have any other economic systems like that you could game the system with? I'm all about it. If you send me a few videos, a few links, I'm going to do a deep dive and I'll put into the next video. So without further ado, let's keep on rocking.
Don't just look like snakes, they act like them too. This is the snake mimicking caterpillar. When threatened, they inflate the front part of their body, widening it into a fake hood, kind of like a tiny cobra. They also thrash, lunge, and sway to help sell the illusion. And the eyes, they may be the most convincing part. They're not just blobs, they're domed, glossy, and reflective. They're shaded with 3D depth, and in the right light, they cast a shadow like a real eyeball. These guys are one of the most accurate snake mimics on the entire planet. The more you know.
Curioso experimento, porque alguien te puede explicar que las burbujas puedan ser cuadradas, pues esta persona va a hacer una burbuja cuadrada. Fíjate lo que hace. Es cuadrada la burbuja. ¿Cómo te queda? Burbujas cuadradas como cubos. Literal, fíjate.
The reason that there is such a void of male role models for young men is because we literally do not have adult males in our population anymore. What do I mean by that? There's no adult males. Like, there's grown men everywhere, but they're not actually physiologically adult human males. They're not. I'm going to teach you guys some fun shit. So in biology, there's this thing called neoteny. It's essentially an organism will retain juvenile traits as it ages if it doesn't get stressed out enough. Okay? If you live in an environment that's too, easy, you don't actually develop adult characteristics. I noticed this when I was in high school. I grew up in a very affluent area. And when we went to our grad night, it was at Disneyland. And we went with a bunch of inner city schools. And everyone I was with realized that all of these kids looked like adults. They looked so much older than us. And so, yeah, because they were in a more stressful environment, which caused their adrenal glands to upregulate, which caused higher testosterone levels, which made them literally adults. Made them adults in a way that we were still juvenile. Every organism has multiple phenotypes it can have, all right? Your phenotype's dictated by your genes, but what dictates which genes get expressed is your environment. The best example of this is pigs. So, domesticated pigs, the pink ones that you all know and love, that's one phenotype. It's not even their healthy phenotype. You take a domesticated pig, you release it into the wild after 6.
It's kind of very interesting. I did realize that at one point in my life that there was some people that, we were like 16 when we graduated, and I would see graduates from another place, and it's true, they did look like huge football players, and somehow we looked a bit, younger. And to this day, I still find there's never been a moment where, okay, now I'm an adult. Yeah, I handle, taxes and all that stuff, but I mean, I still don't feel any different. It kind of makes sense in my mind what he's saying, that if you're not stressed enough, you might retain characteristics of something that's considered not mature, not developed. Kind of makes sense. Do you guys agree with this? Do you guys identify with it? Or are you a manly man or a womanly woman? How do you feel about it? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
The phantom leaf experiment completely enraged scientists when they found out what they actually were doing. The leaf experiment was to show when they cut a leaf in half, the energy actually still remains. And this was used to explain why 80% of people have phantom pains due to their amputations. But then scientists tried to reenact this same experiment and they had no success. And they realized the only time they had success was when there was moisture left on the scanning plate. And they realized that they completely deceived us, and this whole thing is completely fake.
That's very interesting. I've seen a few videos like that where you see like localized rain. The thing that I'm going to say is that I find that in the past 5 to 10 years, I find that there's a lot of new meteorological phenomenons that are being named and attributed as if, oh, well, this has always been here. This is normal. But I feel like some of these things weren't normal before, like the intensity of the weather changes. Like, you know, I grew up in a place where you have 4 seasons, and it feels like the more time has went, the more they get intense. So it gets intense heat and also intense cold, and it's like it changes very drastically. I don't know if you guys see the same thing. I find that yeah, the weather has been changing these past couple of years. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's all the same? Is it just the fact that we have more information coming from social media, or do you guys agree that there's a bit of a intensity to the weather compared to before? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Yep, that bird just wiped out the whole nest. That's not even the worst part. Meet the cuckoo. Like most birds, they lay their eggs in a nest. The only difference is they don't lay their eggs in their own nest. Nope, they lay their eggs in other birds' nests. And they usually pick a bird whose eggs look a lot like theirs. That way it blends in. It's kind of genius. And then they just skedaddle and have that other bird feed and raise their baby. This is known as parasitic nesting. But it gets a lot worse than that. You see, when it's time for the cuckoo to lay its egg, instead, it'll wait 24 hours and keep it on the inside. This ensures that the cuckoo egg will hatch before any other egg. And when a cuckoo is born, they come stocked with the natural instinct to push all the other eggs out of the nest. It comes right out of the egg as the villain. That's impressive. And even if the other eggs do hatch, they'll push the chicks out. They take over the whole nest. That way, they get all the food, they grow up big and strong, so they can go and do it to another bird. Talk about a vicious cycle. And as always, follow for more facts.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest.
Now, the most amazing thing is that that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you. It's raining. That's unbelievable. Oh. NASA's playing God. It's making its own weather.
For years.
You know, stuff like that. It just, I find it just shows how this place is ridiculous, because on one hand, they're going to tell you, oh, weather modification is absolutely not a thing. And then on the other hand, they're going to tell you, oh, well, look at this. We made it rain. I mean, you have services that are selling you the service of making it rain in Dubai or whatever. So obviously it's a technology, but like you said, you know, NASA's playing God. And I find that there's a lot of things like that we're just not aware of. We're out of the loop for national security, for this, for that. But I do not agree and do not consent with playing with nature or playing with the weather, because I think that there's repercussions that we might not be aware of in the immediate present. And I would rather we not do that. And if we're stating consent. I would also, not consent for anything that has to do with cloning, anything that has to do, yeah, all that type of stuff. So what do you guys think about that? Do you guys think it's fine that we might be controlling the weather? Like this theoretically is by mistake because it's like the byproduct of the engine. But do you think that intentionally the government might be doing that? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
I believe sound was just a physical phenomenon. Vibrations through a medium, measurable, predictable. But then I came across something that changed everything. The Tartarian Bell Towers, a lost civilization, an architecture of impossible precision. We thought they were just church bells until a 250-year-old recording was discovered, preserved on a wax cylinder, buried beneath a collapsed monastery in Eastern Europe. A recording that was never meant to be heard again. And when we analyzed it, the data made no sense. Frequencies appeared that don't exist in modern tuning systems. Oscillations extended beyond standard auditory perception. Decay patterns defied known acoustic laws. The harmonic overtones weren't random. They matched geometric structures found in sacred architecture, resonating at frequencies that align with bioelectric fields in the human body. This wasn't just a sound. This was a transmission. Modern science tells us that sound can affect the brain. It can synchronize neural activity, stimulate the vagus nerve, even alter gene expression. But this was something else. The Tartarians built these towers with frequencies engineered to interact with human biology. Their bells weren't just ringing. They were broadcasting structured resonance, potentially influencing consciousness itself. And then all of them were removed. The towers dismantled. The bells taken down. The recordings locked away. Why? What were they trying to erase? And if this is just one recording, how many more are out there?
I put that video in because I like the visuals and I like the storytelling. I like the association that they're making with the frequencies and with the effect that it might have on the human when it comes from the bells. It could also be the organs, could also be the churches, could also be all that kind of stuff. But one thing I want to say is that personally, I don't put any credibility to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And this was AI, so it was not Neil deGrasse Tyson. So if you believe what you just heard because of Neil deGrasse Tyson, just move along. But the reason why I put that in is because I find that it shows a parallel between the like either the Germans or either religion, Christianity. There's this emphasis on bells and on vibration that's very important, and I'm almost sure that there is something hidden there, that there is something that we're not being told. And yeah, let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This is a great example of why filmmaking will be completely overtaken by AI. This is someone showcasing what Photoshop can do in adding people to a scene using photos only and creating a movie scene using Photoshop. Look, they're going to write a prompt in here, taking these photos and just adding them into the scene. This is the beginnings of it. Very easy prompt to write in. Now they're in the scene. You can't distinguish that from reality. Now they're going to add another person in and create the actual scene, the movement, the action. And you can create audio, visual, and it's indistinguishable from real life. They're not going to need to go out and film on location. And look at this. They've just created a scene. The camera's panning around the room. It's perfect.
What looks like chaos. Wow. I don't know how real that video was, but gee whiz. Photoshop is not even a video editing software. I suppose it was Premiere. But even at that, why would you have Hollywood studios anymore? So yeah, I think times are changing, and I think we're gonna see this control system change. It's not going to disappear. It's just going to change aspect. But very interesting. So now anyone could make a movie. So that means, I guess, all their programming with the things that they're trying to push in all these movies recently, I think that's all going to die out because people are going to be able to make their own movies, make their own versions of things, you know? Very interesting. What do you guys think down below? Do you guys think that this is very bad for us, the fact that we're not going to have the creative aspect of it and that it's all going to be generated? Or do you guys think this is an advancement? It's going to make it more accessible, easier for people to be able to get their ideas on the screen? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
It's actually one of nature's most efficient systems. Ants work together using chemical signals called pheromones, scent trails that guide others to food or danger. When they find something too big to carry alone, hundreds join in, moving in sync through touch and smell cues. There's no leader. Their coordination comes from simple rules repeated by thousands, forming what scientists call swarm intelligence. That's how colonies dig underground cities, move food piece by piece, and thrive almost everywhere, straight from the fish tank.
I cannot be the only one that saw this and didn't think it was straight out of a movie. But it's not. It's actually bees in military training. Like, I'm not even joking. They began to realize that bees have a very good sense of smell. I mean, they have to smell pollen. So they began to vacuum up bees and they put them in this container. They dropped the container into the fridge to calm them down because they were kind of angry. This is kind of when it gets weird, but they have this little thing that pushes them into this little tube, and these tubes drop them in these pots. Still feels like this is a movie, but anyways, they began to feed them sugar water. But before this, they would actually release a gas into the area, because the gas they release is the smell of bombs. So they kept redoing the cycle of releasing gas and then feeding them sugar water, and releasing this gas and then feeding them sugar water. And one of the times they released the gas and its tongue began to go, because it was anticipating the sugar water that it was going to get. And at this point, these bees are ready for war. So all they gotta do is release it in an area that they think there's like landmines or something, and the bees will go flying around, and when they find a bomb, they'll go and start moving their tongue. One of the only creatures known to do this was dogs, but bees, they do it better than them. Other than that, thanks for watching and follow for more.
This is probably the strange.
So interesting. It amazes me how you're able to control another being and rewire its behaviors, habits, and actions. Let that sink in. Because we think we're so special as human beings, but what you just saw for the bee is very applicable to human beings, and they have been using that against us. So I know it seems like two different topics, but really think about it. If they're able to associate a smell with a taste or with a craving, how easy is that to be done with us? And because we're exposing ourselves to external signals all the time, so social media, TV, and all that, we're not even in control of the signals that we receive. So how easy would it be to put now it's sugar, but it could be like a certain flash rate, it could be a certain song, a certain color, a certain frequency. So every time you see some item like a potato, let's say, they put you these positive signals. Why wouldn't that leave you at the end of the movie craving a potato, right? So anyways, super interesting. I never thought that the military would be enlisting bees as their soldiers, but very interesting story. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that it's unethical? Do you guys think that it makes sense? Is it better to use bees than humans? Or do you guys think that we're taking away their free will? Are you afraid that that type of system might be applied to humans one day? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Strangest yoga class in the animal kingdom. But these aren't monks, they're lemurs. Every morning they gather like this, sitting upright, arms wide open, almost as if they're absorbing some ancient energy. This ritual has been passed down for thousands of years, making these lemurs the real yoga masters.
Are successful in their example of being able to provide, as a poor country, the best medical care in the third world to the whole population, because it's an inclusionary system. It's not like we have here, where you have this huge bulk of the population, marginalized. But there, if everybody can have adequate medical care, if the schooling is adequate for all, and remember, Cuba has more doctors and more teachers per capita than any country in the world, and they have succeeded in these areas, and it's all state supported, which means people don't have to put money out for the medical care or for... they of course pay the cost indirectly as a whole society, but they don't have to pay the bill in the hospital and so forth. And so that cannot be allowed to stand. It's a very bad example for the United States. So there's a very large mass of people out there who can look at Cuba and say, well, if they can do it, and on a per capita income of $2,000, $2,500 a year, where ours is $22,500 a year, what's wrong with our system? I mean, maybe we ought to consider an alternative.
That's why Nicaragua, Sandinista Nicaragua, had to be destroyed.
Exactly. They were a bad example, and that's why Grenada had to be destroyed, because any movement that comes to power with the idea of providing for all the people and of escaping the control of the United States and its economy, let's say the corporations and so forth, then that is bad news here in the United States in the upper circles of power.
Look at this strange thing.
Wow, very interesting. I'm not saying I condone socialism or communism or anything like that. But what I can say is that I've been to Cuba and I've already had a medical emergency in Cuba, and this was years before. But I do remember that it is a complete different world. I mean, the doctor was there, he was present, he was happy, he was helpful. I don't know how to explain it, but the system was so functional. And you need to think about this in an incentive type of way. Earlier I was talking about mental control. It's the same thing, because when you control what the person receives as a reward, you change what decisions they're going to make for their life. So when you have a place where you're not going to make more money being a doctor, but you're going to help people. So if you desire to help people and you desire to be a doctor, you will be a doctor when money is not the incentive. So think about it fast. What was your experience the last time you went to a hospital? How was it done? What was the attitude? What did it seem like? What did you feel like? So all that comes from a system, and that system is monetized. So if every person that comes in is a potential profit, you're going to treat them very differently than, okay, I have my budget for the month. No matter who comes, I'll do what I can. It's a complete different outcome. And I'm telling you, the people that I met that were working in the hospital, they were loving it. They loved their job. This is where they wanted to be. Because if you're not making more money than the guy working as a chef, then you might as well go work as a chef if you want to be a chef. So taking out the monetary incentive really changes the whole pyramid of priorities, and your decisions change. So anyways, this is this very long point that I'm making, but I'm just saying, we consider these countries as being third world or as being lacking, but sometimes the basics are the most important. You might have the most luxurious things, but if you don't have health, what do you have? So anyways, that was my experience with Cuba. Do you guys have any experience with Cuba or Nicaragua or Grenada? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Captured in this satellite time lapse.
Ooh.
This is out in Siberia.
Okay, it looks like something flesh eating.
You can see in this Cold War era spy satellite image that this chasm doesn't exist in 1965. And now it's a kilometer wide. This is called a thermokarst depression, and it's caused by thawing permafrost.
This, I assume, is the top layer sort of caving in as the bottom layer also melts?
Yeah, on these edges, the soil, the frozen soil is exposed to air, and that triggers landslides that sort of chip away at the edges. And one of those landslides revealed this incredibly old baby mammoth they called Yana, one of the best preserved ever found. There's also Luba and Chroma, who looks a bit sadder because she was discovered when a hunter saw a fox gnawing on her trunk. And what's crazy about this to me is the fox clearly found this trunk meat to be sort of edible, like it's that well preserved. And I even found some reports of humans trying mammoth meat, though they both said it tasted pretty bad. And you got to wonder if the permafrost can preserve a mammoth calf for tens of thousands of years. Could it also be preserving ancient bacteria and viruses? Is that something we should worry about? And that's the question that our latest full episode tackles. You can check it out on YouTube.
A photographer in Arizona.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I would really like to see Like the way you saw that crevice sort of become bigger through the years was, it's something that you would never realize, just walking there, because you wouldn't see the difference. Maybe you'd see the difference 10 years later. But I would really like to have like a time lapse of the Earth. I'd be very curious to see how things have moved. I know they have the theories of Pangea and this and that, the Bering Strait. I get it. But I'm not talking about theories. I'm talking about, it'd be so interesting to see, the Earth evolve and change. I wonder what else has changed, Yeah. What do you guys think? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
I just captured what's now being called the greatest shot of all time. Renowned astrophotographer Andrew McCarthy sent his friend Gabriel Brown up in the sky for a very unique skydive that had to be timed perfectly. He watched from his laptop in anticipation. He knew it straight away that he had something absolutely amazing. The first photo of its kind in history. Capturing a skydiver with a sun in high detail 93 million miles behind him, perfectly crossing paths. A shot considered almost impossible, but he did it, and it's fantastic. They did it first try as well, which is even more amazing. And it's an amazing photo because we're in a world now where there's so many AI images, and it just hits so much harder that it's real and raw.
Dostoevsky warned us, tolerance will reach such a level that intelligent people will be forbidden to think so as not to offend the imbeciles. And the prophet was right. We live in an age where thinking has become a crime, where the sensitivity of the fool is worth more than the clarity of the wise. Truth must now apologize, thought must walk on tiptoes, and he who dares to question it is silenced, labeled, and canceled. What they call tolerance is in truth the new name for cowardice. A society that protects stupidity is doomed to be ruled by it. Dostoevsky saw the abyss long before us, and he was right. The world won't be destroyed by the wicked, but the cowards who can't stand to hear someone think differently.
Researchers at Rice University have developed...
Wow, that hit hard. That hit really, really hard. That's amazing. Because really think about it. Look at all these platforms. Back in the days, we used to have like 3, 4, 5 companies that were media companies. They'd give you the news. So now we thought we would be safe because we have thousands and thousands of content creators, right? But you sort of realize that the incentives are being manipulated. So if you want the engagement, you're going to have to be repeating the signals that they send. And if you repeat the wrong set of signals, then you get the opposite result. So it's very, very easy to control what's allowed to be said, what's not allowed to be said. Like he said, the questioning of the fool has now become more important than the knowledge of the wise. It's very, very interesting and powerful words in these days. What do you guys think down below? Do you guys think that we've made it into the new era of information? Or do you guys think we're still lost? We're still flooded with too much information, and the right information is being blocked. What do you guys think down below? Let me know, and let's keep on rocking.
A necrobiotic spider gripper, or a dead spider machine that can pick up tiny odd-shaped things. See, instead of muscle, spiders use hydraulic pressure to extend their itsy-bitsy little spider limbs. Spiders' leg muscles can only flex their legs inwardly. So in order to extend them outward, they generate hydraulic pressure in their fused head thorax segment called the prosoma. And that hydraulic pressure pushes their arachnid blood called hemolymph into their extremities, and that's what outstretches their legs. And that's actually why dead spiders are all curled up, because they don't have hydraulic pressure pushing their legs out. Their process for creating a necrobiotic spider gripper was relatively simple. Step 1, euthanize a spider. Step 2, insert a hypodermic needle right into the prosoma of the spider and seal it with glue. Step 3, let the glue cure, and that's it. You now have your very own necrobiotic spider gripper. After developing the concept, it was time to test its capabilities with a universal testing machine. And they found that wolf spider gripper bodies are able to lift up to 130% of their own body weight. And individual dead spiders were able to remain effective for about 1,000 closing and opening cycles. But at that point, cracks started to appear in the joints. They were able to successfully turn off a light with their dead spider gripping tool. And they found they could use one dead spider to pick up another, larger dead spider. And they could pick up an object of great volume like this foam here. And finally, they were able to use a simple untethered version to move an object from point A to point B. But Spider Corp's tools degrade quickly and only remain effective for a couple days at a time. They found that coating the arachnid in beeswax extended its lifetime up to a week. And the team was awarded the 2023 Ig Nobel Mechanical Engineering Award for their gripping work in necrobiology.
Are house parties making a
Very interesting. I mean, I've never thought that I would see this. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's impressive, but you know, it's also a needle with glue, right? So it's like it's nothing crazy. But are y'all ready for them to use this technology on humans? Yo, that's scary. Imagine they're using dead bodies to start doing, I don't know. I find that one a bit questionable. What do you guys think about this technology? You guys see any applications? You guys think that there's a future for this? Or it's just super creepy? Let me know, and let's keep on rocking. We're almost there.
What you are seeing is footage of an insane Halloween party that got way out of hand and had to be shut down by police. Now, this happened in Woodland Hills, LA, and according to Royal News, who captured this footage, the host initially promoted this party online, selling tickets in advance for just $35, but then charged up to $150 for whoever wanted to pay at the door. But, similar to the real Project X, way more people turned up than anticipated, and things quickly started getting out of control. Dozens of 911 calls started flooding in, reporting injuries from stampedes. A massive fight broke out, people were spilling out into the streets, and the LAPD's air support unit estimated over 3,000 people in that neighborhood alone. When police turned up, one teenager was discovered lying unconscious in the street and was rushed to hospital. Several others were treated for injuries that they sustained in the stampede. And you'd think that most people would condemn this kind of behavior. But 2025's been so rough that people were actually proud, saying things like the earth was healing because the kids are partying again, and that there was still hope for the next generation after all.
Nah, are they working together?
Yes, they are. And according to researchers, that is the most dominant partnership in the entire animal kingdom. Let me explain. In North America, badgers and coyotes started hunting together, and it's so unfair. Basically, badgers are incredible diggers, and they're known for digging right into an animal's burrow. The only problem is if that animal takes off running, badgers are slow. They're not going to catch it. Coyotes, on the other hand, can run like the wind, and they're known for chasing animals down in an open field. Their only problem is they can't dig, so if an animal jumps into its burrow, they lose it. You get where I'm going here? When these two work together, they create what's called the ping pong effect. The badger will dig into a burrow and intentionally get the animal to run, and then the coyote will chase it down. If that animal jumps back into another burrow, the badger gets back to digging. And they'll do this over and over again on repeat until that animal becomes so exhausted that it just gives up. In fact, according to researchers, when these two work together, they have a near perfect hunting success rate. Now that is what I call a killer friendship. Literally. And as always, follow for more facts.
Nature is amazing. I mean, I don't know what you are, if you feel like you're a coyote or if you feel like you're a badger, but those are one of the, some of the most intense and notorious hunters. So they could easily see themselves as competition. But in life, whether you're the badger or the coyote and how good you are, doesn't matter. You should try to find that piece of the puzzle that's missing and create something together. And whether it's relationship wise or whether it's business wise or creative wise, I just think that when we unite and like this duo, one's weakness is the other one's strength, we complete each other. And I feel like we have access to, the sky is the limit. Anyways, I don't know how you feel about that, but we reached the end. Thank you so much for being here. And that's a wrap for today, familia. So whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
This is a tongue-eating louse. It cuts off circulation, and the tongue eventually...
Horses can have mustaches. They have horizontal eyes. Last year, December of 2024 to be exact, that is when it became official that the bald eagle was America's national bird.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
This is a nasty little creature right here. It's a parasite that survives by taking over another animal's body. Most fish don't react to it because by the time it's visible, the damage is already done. This is a tongue-eating louse. It enters a fish through the gills and clamps onto the tongue. It cuts off circulation, and the tongue eventually dies and falls off. The parasite doesn't leave. It takes the tongue's place and functions as the new organ while the fish keeps eating. This is one of the only known parasites that replaces an organ inside a living host, straight from the fish tank.
Gee whiz. Anybody ever seen that before? I had never seen anything close to that. But I find it pretty crazy how you have these parasites that seem to be made to infect certain hosts. I've seen another one that's sort of like a black goo that goes inside of this bug. And at the end, when they take it out, the bug basically was being ran by this thing. If you guys have any more examples, send them down. I find it super interesting. I mean, it also makes me kind of poke holes into the idea of evolution. How would that being be conceived if it needed another being to basically proliferate, right? It's a very interesting to me, the whole idea of reverse life, which would be like parasites, which would be like, life is about going from 0 to 100, and the work of parasites is basically taking it from 100 back to 0, back to nature in a way, right? So yeah, very interesting. If you guys have any more examples of this type of behavior in parasites, please send it down below. And don't forget to do your parasite cleanse. Let's keep on rocking.
Apparently this guy found 6 new Mandela effects.
Top 6 changes of animals in this timeline. Number 1, cow tipping. Cow tipping is not a thing. You cannot cow tip. There's no evidence of you can cow tip. Apparently, that is not a thing in this timeline. It's never been documented. It's not a thing. It changed in this timeline. Number 2, horses can have mustaches. Yes, in this timeline, horses can have mustaches. Sometimes they shave them off. It's a thing, but they do have mustaches. Also, horses do not have round eyes. They have horizontal eyes. They do not have round eyes in this timeline. Apparently, we all just misremembered that because in this timeline, they do not have round eyes. The bald eagle is America's national bird. When did it become the national bird? How about last year, December of 2024 to be exact? That is when it became official that the bald eagle was America's national bird. In this timeline, there are Civil War camels. Yes, the camels fought in the Civil War. We have American camels, and they're here. They've been here since the Civil War, and there's actually famous ones in this timeline. I did not know that. Number 6, it is Smokey Bear. It is not Smokey the Bear. Apparently, it's always been Smokey Bear.
Wow. I don't know if you guys know about the Mandela effect, but these are a few that actually, I mean, I didn't grow up on a farm, so I mean, I wouldn't really know about horses that much. I've seen them maybe a handful of times in my life, but both the mustache and the fact that their eyes have like horizontal slits, never seen that before. The camel in the States, I have no idea. I had no idea that was a thing. And also the bald eagle being declared the national animal for the States last year in 2024. Well, more than a year ago. That is kind of weird. That is kind of weird. I always assumed that the bald eagle was the national bird, or at least animal, of the United States. Did you guys think the same thing? Or is it completely normal that they did that because it was never so? I thought that they had put it everywhere on the flags, on the money, on the stuff. I don't know. I thought it was common knowledge. Maybe I'm just ignorant. So you guys let me know down below. Are these Mandela effects that you guys knew, or just mistakes of collective remembering? Let me know down below. And let's keep on rocking.
This is an AI-powered cleaning robot developed in China, and they've made it because they want to clean up the oceans and the rivers and all the waterways around the world. And so they've developed this thing that can sort of move around autonomously. Hopefully they succeed in this effort. And hopefully India buys some, maybe?
Wow.
Gee whiz, that is a master of his craft. Beautiful to see. I had never seen anything like it. And also the bot that was cleaning up in China, that AI bot. Gee whiz, I think that's one of the first good applications I've seen them put AI on, because they've been talking about replacing politicians with AI, all these crazy things, but that I approve that message. Let's clean up the water with AI. Thank you very much. That's a good idea. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
The only way to success is through failure. I'm saying through for a reason. You have to go through the failure points to what? Learn, develop, grow. That's what failure's for. If you failed, that doesn't mean that you stop. That means you keep going. That means you just learned a valuable lesson. Oh man, I lost all my money. Cool, how? Well, I invested in this business at... Well, now you don't invest in that shit. Education costs money, doesn't it? Your failures are education.
This right, like as he did, right, underneath, and try and keep it, that feels pretty tight right there, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you can, just breathe naturally. Let's just see what happens. Okay. All right, so we're at 1,367. We've already just passed 2. So now we're in the place where he can be having headaches. He can be, we're at 3,786. Look at this. We've just passed 5,000. Now we're in the toxic level. Right now we could be doing this 7,000 inside this mask of the CO2. 8,000 parts per million. And now this thing's gone off the Richter scale, folks. It can't even register how high the CO2 levels are inside. And look how many seconds that was.
Wow. It's pretty crazy to think that we recommended that for all of our kids, no? I mean, it's a sad thing to see, but at the end of the day, I guess that's what it is. And regarding the video from before, it was saying that you must go through failures to reach success. I find that very interesting because it made me click for the first time. I've heard the phrase, I've internalized the lesson and stuff, but there's one little distinction that kind of hit me this time around. Sorry. And it's the fact that, through all this information that we have and all the access that we have, I find that something that we try to do, even as a mentor, we try to save our students from living certain failures. But as he said, going through that failure is the education. And I wonder if the fact of giving the lesson as a secondhand experience has the same impact as the person literally going through the failure. I don't know if you guys get the distinctions that I'm trying to make, but I totally agree. I think that our fear of failure and our fear of not succeeding has caused us to be very careful. And I think being careful is not an attribute that makes a billionaire, if you get my drift. Anyways, let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This
Love Patrick.
is
One of my oldest
Legacy
friends.
Park in Brambleton, Virginia. And I think whoever planned this community had serious beef with their boss. And every time they showed them the plans for this huge neighborhood, they must have presented them upside down. The main area of focus here is obviously the park, which is an above average size park. And you can see here the design starts here at the pond and just works its way out here to the tip where you have this fountain leading into this building right here, which is apparently called the Best Brains Learning Center. I'm pretty sure that they built this part much sooner than expected. Now moving back to the base, which looks a little overgrown, there is an elementary school across the street, and I'm not sure how this park is allowed within 500 feet of an elementary school. So let's turn on the street view. Seriously, this thing has veins? Yes, it's a giant park shaped like a huge How did they get away with this?
That's awesome!
It's incredible!
You think that's real?
That's
real.
It's real.
Wow.
This is real time right here.
You think that they actually did that?
This has to be a fairly new subdivision.
Look at the documents. If you look at the college documents, if you look at the documents, and you look at some other, documents, which I'll be happy to share with you if any of your listeners want to see some of that stuff. They don't refer to those towers as cell phone towers. They refer to those as direct weapons. They actually refer to your phone as a direct weapon, your router as a direct weapon. Well, I couldn't go much further because they have to control through frequencies. That's how they control you, and mostly through extremely low frequencies, megahertz frequencies, 3, 4, 5G, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10G frequencies, gigahertz frequencies, microwave frequencies, radio frequencies. They can do it through music as well.
Wow.
But there's always the opposite of that too, like the good music with the solfeggio tones and,
right.
and
so
stuff
no more
like that.
microwaves, you're saying? Don't use those?
Oh, throw your microwave away. The microwave kills the nutrients in the food anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so that's when you get into, they also want a lot of metals in your body. They need a lot of metals in your bodies as transducers and as receivers. And they want you to be exposed to all these and all these frequency devices. So the solution is to get rid of all the chemicals in your body. You could do that through binders, organic activated charcoal, like a stuff like that. Doing all of this transhumanism stuff, we're already coming up with solutions, which are just detox to detox your body. Do liver cleansing.
特にカレーやいうんは、これ、日本に一台かないや言われよるけど、この中のお米がな、手作りで自分の田んぼで作ったお米を使ってあって、日本の自動販売機では、ジュース、これとパンとか食べ物、ジュースはもうあらゆるところにある。名前、吉本正と言います。年は74か。ここの自動販売機ではもう40年ぐらい前からやっております。うちの自動販売機はね、日本にあんまりないっちゅうんで、なんかあらゆるところを来とるように思う。そうじゃ、お米がな、60度ぐらいあるに機械の中が、と置いたらやっぱりこう、乾燥してくれるよ、お米が。硬んな。1日2回ぐらい入れ替えするように、また新しい米になっているんで。いやいや、もともと百姓屋で米作んでったけんな。ほんで、このお米を使うた方が得なわけや。買うよりは自分の米を使うた方が得だったけん。これ今作っとんが日の光。米を一応洗って水につけて15分か半時間ぐらい置く。スイッチを入れてから45分ぐらいで容器に詰めるんです。これから機械まで入れるにやっぱり1時間以上かかると思う。値段はもともと300円。トラックの人はもういな、持って帰る。これと家族の人が来てな、3つぐらい一発に家で食べるとか言って持って帰ってくれる。このお米うまいってこう言うてくれる人がおる。これが一番嬉しいんや、ほんま言うたらな。これは我がの体と機械と生ける間はもうするつもりじゃ。
I know it's not such an impressive video, it's not an impressive story, but I found it very inspiring to see, I don't know, that blend of new and old, that organic mechanic, you know, accessibility, but yet fresh from the ground. I found it super inspiring. I think if we could harness this idea and push it to its maximum, it might just help a lot of people have access to good food. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know if it exists or if it's possible in your city, but you could easily buy a machine and prepare some plates, and people would have a better option instead of, you know, all the junk food that they always sell in those things. The reason why is because the shelf time is so high, they could just fill it up and not really think about it, right? But if you would have a catered like vending machine, I don't know. I've never thought about it, but I find it super interesting. If someone could take that idea and run with it, I would be so happy to hear that I've created an enterprise. But I mean, hey, just an idea I'm sending out there in the cosmos, and you guys let me know if it hits, and let me know if you've ever seen a vending machine like that, like a handmade, custom, from the ground up. I really love this man. I find it super beautiful. He loves what he does. I just wanted to shed a bit of light on his situation. I find it so beautiful. Let's keep on rocking.
These robots are inspired by ants and were developed by South Korean scientists. Each micro-robot is 600 micrometers tall and interacts with others using magnetic fields. The micro-robot swarm was able to unclog tubes that resembled blocked blood vessels. This technology could potentially be used to clear plaques from clogged blood vessels in medical treatments. In this other application, the micro-robot swarm transported a chunk of the metal indium to complete or break an electrical circuit. This allowed it to turn a light on or off with precision. The micro-robots were able to assemble into a group and coordinate their movements to walk over an obstacle. By leveraging their collective strength and synchronized actions, they successfully overcame barriers, demonstrating their ability to adapt and perform tasks that require precise teamwork. The micro-robots used centrifugal force for self-throwing, propelling themselves over obstacles. A swarm of 200 micro-robots successfully separated heavy liquid metal into smaller pieces in just 5 seconds, despite its high surface tension. They then moved the pieces, joined them back together, and shaped the metal into a smooth sphere. This demonstrated their ability to handle complex tasks with precision and control. The micro-robots formed a spinning swarm on water, creating a floating raft structure that allowed them to carry a pill 2,000 times heavier than a single robot across the surface. This approach could be applied to deliver lightweight medical supplies or drugs across liquid environments in remote or constrained settings. In this example, the swarm used orbital dragging motions at 2.5 Hz to block the superworm's path and stop it from reaching the food. As soon as the swarm stopped its spinning, the worm was able to move toward the food. The micro-robots guided an ant by using a spinning motion to block its path and topple its legs without causing harm. By controlling the swarm's direction, they successfully steered the ant to a desired location. This technique could be applied in pest management or controlled behavioral studies of small organisms. The micro-robots can assemble into structured swarms or disassemble into individual units based on the strength of the magnetic field. By adjusting the magnetic field intensity, their configuration can be precisely controlled to perform tasks like transporting materials or navigating complex environments. Here we see the micro-robots using orbital dragging motion to rapidly circumvent obstacles with precise single-axis manipulation. This allows them to navigate barriers efficiently, completing the task in just 180 milliseconds.
Well, that's pretty crazy that we're there. Micro robots. Kind of scary. I mean, as much as it's impressive, it's kind of scary because if you could have that in your blood vessels, you know, who knows how it gets there? I mean, obviously for a surgery or something, it's interesting. But to have something so small that could be ingested raises some concerns. And also, if somehow this little robot would have the capability of flight or levitation, I don't know, the possibilities seem to be endless, like a swarm in the air, or I don't know, kind of scary to me. But let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
It's a bad idea to let the people who make the food give you advice about what food to eat. 4 of the most for everybody 100% across the board, stop eating these foods completely for 4 weeks in a row. 4 weeks. 4 weeks in a row. 28 days. Then on day 29, eat a lot. Have pancakes for breakfast, have a sandwich for lunch, have cookies and crackers, have pasta for dinner, and see how you feel. And as God is my witness, if you make it to lunch without something, I'll eat my hat. This is one of the most overlooked things in the country right now. This is a deadly combination of not enough minerals in the food, period, and then interrupting your body's ability to absorb what little nutrients there are. Bad nutrition in the blood of the pregnant mother. As the fetus is developing, it needs raw materials to make a brain, make a heart, make a liver, make a kidney. You can't make that out of pixie dust and air. The body needs but they're not in the blood of the mother because she's eating whole wheat cereal and skim milk and margarine and is avoiding salt like the plague. So, from the proper perspective, with all of the data points, it all starts to make sense. Understanding of the human body, they completely miss all of the most important things. So their job, again, is not to fix the problem. You can manage it, which is better than suffering. But it's better, don't you think, especially in the United States of America, to try to get to the root cause of what's causing the problem and fix it? And that's what we do. One of the most famous Old Testament sayings, my people are destroyed by lack of knowledge. Well, simple things that people can learn can make all the difference in their lives.
As much as I love to listen to him speak and it makes so much sense, it kind of makes me sad to think that there's not more doctors talking this way or approaching things this way, seeing the body as a whole and seeing nutrition as the main medicine that man needs. Wow, that was really interesting. Listen, I'm gonna give it a shot. 28 days, no, what did he say? Wheat, oats, barley, and rye. I think it was those four. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it starting today, and I'll let you know. Sorry, I'll let you guys know how it goes. And if anyone wants to do it as well, you let me know down below how it goes for you, and we could compare notes. Let's keep on rocking.
I bought my dugout as a fairly small 2-bedroom dugout, and I've been extending it over the years. For somebody driving into town the first time, you wouldn't think there was a lot here because 95% of it is hiding underground. People drive in and go, where is the place? I don't understand. Kupapiti is from the Aboriginal Kupapiti, which means white man in a hole. At the moment upstairs it is about 122 degrees Fahrenheit. Down here we're sitting on about 71, 72 degrees. No air conditioning necessary. We're right out in the middle of nowhere. It takes a day to drive here from Adelaide. I'd say there's about 1,000 underground dwellings and at least 1,500 people living underground. We've got 5 underground churches. We've got underground motels. There's some amazing underground homes here. Many bedrooms, underground workshop. You name it underground, we've pretty well got it. I bought my dugout as a fairly small 2-bedroom dugout, and I've been extending it over the years. Some of this I blasted out when I could get away with it. The cops don't like us blasting in town. We don't do it anymore. Back in the old days, if somebody was going to have a baby, we'd rock round there with a couple of compressors on the weekend and some jackhammers and a couple of cartons of beer, and by the Sunday night we dug out a room, cemented the floor and wired it up, and there's your new baby's room, honey. Even though we're so far away geographically from anywhere else, I don't know why, but we just love the place to bits.
Wow. That's pretty impressive. I had never seen anything like that. A whole city underground. I had never seen anything like it. I find that so interesting. And to be honest, I could get it. I could get how living there must be so different, and you feel like you're living in another world in a way. And to change to go from that to something that you have to pay expensive for cheap materials. And like you said, you know, we show up with a pickaxe and we make a new room. Man, the beauty of that idea, the luxury of not having to build up and to just, you know, go a bit deeper. I find that so beautiful and such a great idea. Makes me wonder, you know, are there other places where there's underground dwellings that on that much of a massive scale? It's very interesting. Man has always seemed to be underground somehow. We often find streets or bottoms of buildings or a lot of things that are below our feet. Super interesting. Let me know if you guys ever heard of any type of city that resembles that or something different, or if you've been there or if you have footage. Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Tell you, I am such a mess without you, and I must confess it's black or white unless we find equilibrium.
Oh my God. I'm really not a skater, but damn, all that in one shot. Wow. I didn't see the whole thing. I just put it in because the guy started off crazy. I don't know where this guy is from, but most of the skaters I see have a hard time pulling one of those, 2, 3 of those off. I mean, gee whiz. Wow. Props to this guy. Anyways, we've reached the end. Thank you so much for rocking with us. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding the wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange.
things rendered in real life. This is it. You can walk as far as you want. You can go anywhere you want.
This is Google.
Yeah, and these things don't exist. This is just AI artificially creating a 3D world, but it gets better, boys.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I can think
What's up,
of.
YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
This is how perfumes can actually kill you.
It disrupts the gut microbiome, it disrupts the lungs, affecting your immune system. When you're spraying perfume on a leaf, it dies.
I can't even walk into a store anymore. You walk to the perfume aisle and they're spraying in front of you. It's almost like an obstacle course. All of this is so toxic and poisonous for you. They're all endocrine disruptors. Men, your testosterone's getting lower. Find some natural things. Use herbs, spices.
What if we're already at double simulation? This week, Google Gemini 3 shows us Inception.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4.
So this person was just watching somebody else watching a Jet2 holiday. But it gets better, boys. It gets better. And so this is a rendering. And this is all just by a text prompt. But they're just out there walking in real life now. And this is all rendered live. You know, the simulation theory, how everything's rendered in real life. This is it. You can walk as far as you want. You can go anywhere you want.
This is Google.
Yeah, and these things don't exist. This is just AI artificially creating a 3D world, but it gets better, boys.
Genie 3 has real-time interactivity, meaning that the environment reacts to your movements and actions. You're not walking through a pre-built simulation. Everything you see here is being generated live as you explore it. And Genie 3 enables promptable events, so you can add new events into your world on the fly. Something like another person, or transportation.
Live. Oh, you just type it in and it shows up.
Or even something totally unexpected. You can generate worlds with distinct geographies, historical settings, fictional environments, and even other characters. Worlds can help with embodied research, training robotic agents before working in the real world. We're excited to see how Genie 3's world simulation.
Well, I mean, in my mind, that's a game changer intensely. Because imagine if what you render, you could interact with it and that it auto-generates. That means you could sort of live in, you know, like your GTA type of map, right? So you live within that map, because I always had a hard time to understand how they would get everyone into the metaverse. Basically, you know, because the whole shift, like if you look at the investments towards Facebook and all that, was put towards the metaverse quite a while ago, and I had a hard time to imagine how they could get us all to go live in this simulated reality, because we're already sharing a space in this world, right? But this little advancement makes me see the whole potential of it, because while you could live in a Lord of the Rings type of universe, GTA map, you know, or someone lives actually in the GTA map, or someone else lives in Thailand or whatever, it could be anywhere. And at the end of the day, they could just make a place where people have a common ground to meet, and that would be the metaverse. And then it seems kind of plausible. You know, when people are having a bad deal or having a hard time making ends meet, so why not live in the digital world? I don't know if you guys seen the movie Ready Player One. I think that's sort of like a prototype of the idea that's going to be rendered. And we all see that, you know, in the past couple of years, it's like our money's worth less. If it just feels like, you know, all the faith in the systems has eroded. The media no longer medias, the food no longer foods, the math ain't mathin'. I don't know if you guys get it, but I mean, it just seems like everything not only doesn't serve its purpose, but actually serves its opposite purpose. So anyways, all that to say that this invention is pretty breathtaking. The fact that you create an environment that auto-generates afterwards means you could spend the whole day inside of one prompt and then just adding in elements and stuff. Crazy potential. If you guys see any other ideas, any potential like that, or any other groundbreaking advancements in the AI space, let me know down below. I'm always down to check it out. Let's keep on rocking.
there's a point to let it run free. Feels like we're joined at the hip with one being. Maybe there's a point to let it run free. Feels like we're joined at the hip with one being.
Check out this chimpanzee absolutely smash this memory test. This memory test is set to the hardest setting, and most humans would fail it. 95% of humans fail this test, but this chimpanzee seems to smash through each set of 9. What it does is it shows up 9 numbers, 1 through to 9 most of the time, or sometimes doubles up numbers, and you're supposed to go through an order of lowest to highest, and this chimpanzee is absolutely smashing it.
Wow. I wouldn't have gotten that. Would you have gotten those? I was looking at the screen, I was like, no, way too quick. Isn't that crazy though, how we underestimate, animals and their intelligence? I mean, it might not be the same type of intelligence, but I've heard similar things when it comes to dolphins, whales, elephants, bigger animals. They have these capabilities that are very, very impressive. If you guys have any other example, let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
This is the deepest hole humans ever drilled, and no, it didn't stop because of creepy screams from hell stories. Russia's Kola super deep borehole, over 12 kilometers straight down, deeper than Mount Everest, is tall. Deep below, rock shattered like glass, seawater leaked out, and fossils showed up kilometers deeper than expected. At just 12 kilometers deep, it hit 180 degrees Celsius, nearly double what scientists expected at that depth. Rock flowed like hot plastic, crushing drill bits, jamming tools, and snapping steel supports faster than engineers could even get new equipment in the ground. In the end, Kola stalled. Warped rock, failing gear, and shrinking budgets killed it, after drilling only 0.2% of the way to Earth's core.
I don't know. I've heard about this story a long time ago, and it really pushes me to wonder, what do we know about our world? Because they say that, we live under gravity and that the source of gravity is the core and this and that. But like you said, we didn't even dig to 0.2 of the Earth. So we don't, we speculate. So it's not, I don't know. To me, the science isn't settled. So when I see stuff like that, it makes me remember how much we're missing to discover this world completely, Anyways, just a thought. Let me know what you guys think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Check. Picture up, Templars. Okay, I'm going to flip to infrared because the smoke isn't bothering the infrared, okay?
We want to just back off, take a look at the impact area, see what areas are hot to either side.
The sacred cubit was found in the pyramid at Giza, the Great Pyramid, and it's found as a unit of measure and a yardstick in many areas of the ancient world. But this particular measurement was carved in stone just above the entrance to the king's chamber. The rings made in this cubit length have a natural resonant frequency of 144 megahertz. which is a harmonic of light speed. It's a harmonic of 6 times gravity. It's a harmonic of the mass at the center of a light field. And in recent years, we've discovered that it is also a measurement of a wavelength in the standing gravity wave of the planet.
The reason why we call traders turncoats is because mercenaries used to wear military coats with reversible linings that matched the color of the enemy's coat. So if they were losing, they could just turn it inside out and switch sides. And we call awards trophies because Greek soldiers used to raise the enemy's armor up on a wooden pole called a tropaion when they won a battle. And modern trophies still follow a very similar silhouette and design. The Emmy was originally called the Emmy Award after the imaging tube inside of old school TV cameras. But since the award had a very feminine design to it, people started calling it Emmy instead. The word groovy comes from the way that record players are designed so that the music plays smoothly if the needle runs along the grooves of the disc. So if the music was good, it was groovy. And lefties are called southpaws because baseball fields are designed so that the batters are facing towards the east to keep the sun out of their eyes during the afternoon, and the pitchers are facing west with their left arm pointing south. So a lefty would be a southpaw. We call them motels because they're hotels that are designed around car travel. They'll have rooms that directly face the parking lot and a roadside location. So it's a combination of the words motor and hotel. And a word that's formed by combining two words like motel is called a portmanteau, and we call it that because a portmanteau is a piece of luggage that splits open into 2 equal compartments.
Okay, so this is either Pakistan or India, one of you guys will know. A river of trash. Some of these rivers, by the way, are biologically dead, like not even an organism is alive in it because of all the chemicals, not just obviously the plastic. This guy, who I'll tag and mention, goes and cleans it up. Like we're talking, he goes to their country, cleans up their rivers. This is while we ban plastic straws, by the way. This is the guy, Alexei Sabrinsky. I'll tell you all about it. But here's the shocking part. We talk all about philanthropy. You have the Rockefeller Foundation partnering with Mr. Beast. You have the owner of Microsoft. Philanthropists. Woo! Here's some philanthropy for you. Bring back hemp plastic. And side note, dismantle Monsanto and the corporations that are trying to control the world food supply and release the free energy patents. Otherwise, everything else is fake. I don't care what philanthropy they think they're doing until they release the free energy patents and the technologies they're hiding from us and start actually using hemp plastic. It literally is a few policies away. If I was in control, man, slickety split, we'd have policies out the yin yang, clean water, clean food, clean healthy, no microplastics, no toxins. But seemingly, there's an intentional plan to do the opposite of that. I'm not smarter than Rockefeller. I mean, of course, they know these things. It's part of the plan. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more. Shout out to this freaking legend cleaning up freaking dirty river water.
Wow. Props to him for doing something for nature and for the earth and something that he's passionate about. But it does make me think when he talks about the hemp, it makes me think of the first cars that were created. From what I understand, the first cars that were created, they were made out of hemp as well. And they were basically, hemp has always been a part of our society. From what I gather, even ancient seafaring civilizations, the reason why they were able to do that is because they have the rope to hold the sails and all that stuff. And supposedly those ropes were made out of hemp. So from what I understand also, hemp is per time, it's the fastest growing, one of the fastest growing things that you can make. The seeds are good for food. Like he said, you can make plastic, you can make oils, you can make all kinds of stuff based on something more natural. So yeah, very interesting that he was talking about that. I haven't heard anyone talk about hemp in quite a while. Used to be a big thing back in the days, but now don't really hear much about it. You guys know about hemp? You guys know about the potential of hemp? Did you know that the first car was made out of hemp? Could also run on other things than gasoline? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Charlie Kirk say to us today? I'm fine because my soul is secure in Christ.
La voix d'un homme remplacée par un programme dans une église. On se croirait dans un film dystopique.
A computer can take what really mattered to a man.
Le plan est sous nos yeux, remplacer l'humain par la machine. C'est ça le vrai turning point. Kirk est exfiltré et on le remplace par une IA.
It's a promotion.
Même discours chez Melania.
It is our duty to treat AI as we would our own children.
Et Trump s'est réuni avec les 33 acteurs clés de la Silicon Valley
AI is going to change everything.
pour avancer l'agenda transhumaniste.
Build out data centers and infrastructure to...
Le 33, c'est la signature des rituels de transformation, c'est pour ça qu'il revient tout le temps. Et l'épisode 330 de South Park fait référence à Kirk, avant le tir.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
L'émotion divise et on pousse des lois contre la haine.
With hate speech, we will target you.
Woke contre MAGA, clivage Est-Ouest. L'issue, c'est toujours plus de surveillance. Il polarise la masse dans tous les contextes. Russie-Ukraine, Gaza-Hamas, Epstein, Clinton, Covid. Tout ce qui est mainstream est encodé. Ils avancent ensemble, comme Candace Owens l'affirme.
I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA.
Donc posez-vous cette question. Si les gouvernements étaient vraiment en conflit, pourquoi ils convergeraient tous vers le même futur?
$7,000 per post. I know I've seen that happen a lot with you, Emily, and you're also at that meeting with influencers. So what's the reality of the situation?
I'll speak on behalf of myself, and honestly, on behalf of... They target influencers who agree with the cause and then recruit us for meetings like what you saw with Vivi for messaging. With that being said, I can safely say any influencer. With all due respect, I don't think it's completely accurate to say that influencers aren't getting paid, because let me tell you, they offer that money to me, and I sent you that exact email, and let me pull it up. The Consulate General, okay, wrote me an email offering to pay me to go. They would pay all my expenses and also pay me, and then I had, they offered to give me a spot for my guests. I shot that down. I declined because it didn't sit right with me. This is about a year ago, okay? If tomorrow I got bankrolled, I'm ready. Why can't I be paid for that? Are you registering as a... Paying me for a service. I work there. You should be registering. That's fine.
I don't know what saddens me more. The fact that you don't see any beautiful passenger trains like this, especially in America, or the fact that such amazing and beautiful pieces of old world machinery like these trains were allowed to sit out in the middle of a field and rot away. But just look at the railways of the old world in their prime and how beautiful they looked. Now compare a few of these to what we get on Amtrak today. I can certainly see why the federal government continues to pump millions of dollars into them. But they had everything from rocket trains to Zeppelin trains, like you saw in my previous video. And they even had Zeppelin trains on elevated rail. A truly beautiful golden age of travel. And sad how, in America especially, we've invested so little into proper passenger train service. The controllers would rather tear down all of our beautiful architecture to put up highways and freeways and ugly parking structures in downtowns, making sure we all are slaves to our oil-dependent vehicles. Amazing the innovation that came from that time. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
Well, I don't know if any of those pictures were AI, but how impressive was that? It's hard to believe that there was that many iterations of the train when, I mean, the train didn't last that long, no? Because it was not too long before the cars, and once the cars came in, it sort of took over. So I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but in my mind, it's only 100 years or so, or maybe 200 years where it was the big thing. So it's kind of surprising that there was that many different versions and types, and I had never heard of a rocket train, a Zeppelin train. Super interesting. I'm going to look for more information on that. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Okay, remember how it's illegal to keep crows as pets? Well, this Russian man, maybe in Russia they do things different. Check out what this guy has going with this freaking crow.
Ходим, собираем грибы. Нашли уже чуть-чуть.
Mushrooms.
Вот Гоша сейчас опять в поиске. Знаете, головой вертит туда-сюда и смотрит. Даже грибочки. Ага, попить.
They got good vision, man. Holy cripers. Beautiful creature, man. And you know, it looks black, but they actually are blue feathered. If you get the right lighting on them, they're actually blue.
Как
Serious.
будто бы начал метаться из стороны в сторону. Может быть, что-то и заметил. Сейчас ближе подойдем. Может взять гриб. Но я его пока не вижу. Может быть, он заметил.
Oh.
Так. А, вон.
Where's the mushroom? How'd he spot that?
Дашь? Дай. Дай грибок. Ой, ты дал! Молодец!
Good boy, man.
Я думал, ты сам съешь. Ну ладно. Надо ножку забрать.
Oh, he's eating it.
Умничка. Все, иди прячь.
Wow. So the trick is, if you have a bill, you can put money in your hand and have seeds in your hand. And you teach a bunch of crows to bite the money first, and then you open your hand and give them seeds. You're training them to bring you money. You can do this, but you're not supposed to keep them as pets. But it's not like dolphins, where you're literally not even allowed to interact with them outside of an approved, like SeaWorld. At least crows, you can, befriend them, but you cannot keep them as pets. Which is shocking, because you could literally keep a bunch of weird stuff as a pet, but not a crow. Why? I love crows, man. Plus, crows can remember your face and can tell their friends, their peers, their children, their little hatchlings, they can tell them what you look like. They can transfer knowledge and information. I don't know, through their brainwaves, or I'm sure it's not from cawing. Like, caw, like you can't really, that doesn't really tell you anything. It's got to be psychic. So I'll be the first to say it. Crows are psychic. They're high vibrational beings. They're very smart. Do not mess with a crow. Be nice to them. They'll remember you forever. And they might bring you a friggin' diamond ring they find on the ground or something. I mean, there's stories you wouldn't even believe. So, love animals, love creatures, and absolutely incredible video out of, what is this? Vladivostok, Russia. Come on. Comment for more animal information and follow for part 2, or comment or follow vice versa. Come on.
Town of Sparta, just outside Athens, you'll find Dimitrios Gatsi. He specializes in reviving ancient armor from Greek history.
Η σημασία της πανοπλίας στην αρχαία Ελλάδα ήταν πολυδιάστατη. Από τη μία έπρεπε να κατασκευαστεί με τέτοιο τρόπο ώστε να προστάτευε τον οπλίτη από θανάσιμα χτυπήματα, αλλά ταυτόχρονα και να τρόμαζε και τον αντίπαλο. Έτσι ώστε να απέφευγε, αν ήταν δυνατόν, ακόμα και την σύγκρουση. Είχαμε έναν νικητή χωρίς να δοθεί καν μάχη. Είχα την ευκαιρία να επισκεφθώ πολλά μουσεία της Δυτικής Ευρώπης και να δω με τα ίδια μου τα μάτια πόσο έχουν αφοσιωθεί και πόσο έχουν προβάλει τις πανοπλίες της Δυτικής Ευρώπης. Μέσα μου γεννήθηκε το ερώτημα, γιατί εγώ στην Ελλάδα σε κανένα μουσείο δεν έχω δει μία μεσαιωνική ελληνική πανοπλία. Αυτό το ερώτημα έγινε αιμονή και όλη μου η ζωή αφοσιώθηκε στην απάντηση αυτού του ερωτήματος. Η αρματοπία είναι μια τέχνη πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα, καταρχάς γιατί δεν υπάρχει δάσκαλος, δεν υπάρχει προηγούμενο. Πρέπει να τα ανακαλύψεις όλα μόνος σου και αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ συναρπαστικό. Ανακαλύπτεις έναν κόσμο, μια τέχνη η οποία είχε εξαλειφθεί από την Ελλάδα για τουλάχιστον 6-7 αιώνες. Έπρεπε να μελετήσω τα γάλματα, μινιατούρες, ζωγραφιές, αγγεία, ό,τι έχει να κάνει με τέχνη, στην οποία έχουν αποδοθεί πανοπλίες. Όσον αφορά την ιστορική πιστότητα των έργων μου, όταν αυτά βασίζονται σε ατόφια αρχαιολογικά ευρήματα, είναι πάρα πολύ ψηλή. Στις περιπτώσεις που τα υπάρχοντα αρχαιολογικά ευρήματα δεν είναι επαρκείς, τότε χρησιμοποιώ τις δικές μου γνώσεις και τη δική μου εμπειρία, έτσι ώστε να μπορέσω να καλύψω αυτά τα κενά. Το πρώτο στάδιο είναι η σχεδίασή της. Και σε δεύτερο στάδιο είναι η υλοποίησή της με μέταλλα και με δέρματα. Όταν επιλέγω υλικά, κοιτάω πρωτίστως να είναι όσο πιο πρωτόγωνα γίνεται. Η βασικότερη μέθοδος αρματοποιίας είναι η ενθερμόσφαιρη λάτιση. Η ενθερμόσφαιρη λάτιση σημαίνει ότι πυρώνουμε τα μεταλλικά στοιχεία και στη συνέχεια τα σφυριλατούμε έτσι ώστε να πάρουν την επιθυμητή φόρμα. Επιπροσθέτως, υπάρχουν και κάποιες βασικές τεχνικές οι οποίες αφορούν το κόψιμο δερμάτων, τη δημιουργία αλυσοπλέγματος, την επικόλληση μεταλλικών στοιχείων επάνω σε δέρματα με τη βοήθεια πριτσινιών κτλ. Το τελευταίο στάδιο, από τη στιγμή που έχω κατασκευάσει όλα τα επιμέρους στοιχεία μιας πανοπλίας, είναι η συναρμολόγησή τους. Μία από τις μεγαλύτερες ικανοποιήσεις ενός καλλιτέχνη είναι να βλέπει τις εκφράσεις θαυμασμού στα πρόσωπα των επισκεπτών. Σε κάθε ιστορική περίοδο της ελληνικής ιστορίας υπάρχουν και διαφορετικές πανοπλίες. Κατά τη μικηναϊκή περίοδο οι πανοπλίες είναι τερατόμορφες, είναι τρομακτικές, προκαλούν δέος και τρόμο στον αντίπαλο. Κατά την κλασική, αρχαϊκή και κλασική περίοδο οι πανοπλίες μοιάζουν πάρα πολύ με το ελληνικό άγαλμα. Είναι καλέσθητες, είναι λίες, είναι λαμπερές και είναι όμορφες. Κατά τη βυζαντινή περίοδο οι πανοπλίες έχουν αυτή τη μεγαλοπρέπεια μιας χριστιανικής εκκλησίας. Πολύ συχνά η εικόνα που έχουμε για τους αρχαίους Έλληνες οπλίτες είναι τελείως λάθος, είναι εσφαλμένη. Η εικόνα των αρχαίων Σπαρτιατών έτσι όπως παρουσιάζεται μέσα από την ταινία The 300 είναι τελείως λάθος. Οι αρχαίοι Σπαρτιάτες πηγαίναν στο πόλεμο πλήρως εξοπλισμένοι με μπρούτινες πανοπλίες. Δεν πήγαιναν με σλιπάκια και με γυμνούς κοιλιακούς. Βρίσκω την ιστορία ενδιαφέρουσα γιατί μας διδάσκει το μέλλον. Μπορούμε να πάρουμε πολλά παραδείγματα από το παρελθόν έτσι ώστε να αποφύγουμε προβλήματα του μέλλοντος. Πηγαίναν στο πόλεμο
It's not the usual content, but I really like to see people that have these unconventional passions and that are really dedicated to it and listening to his whole process. I find it so amazing, and also his conclusion to everything is very nice. Anyways, we made it to the end. Thanks for rocking with me. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparks a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
The end. Even ChatGPT thinks history has been faked.
How long did the original Yankee Stadium take to construct?
The original Yankee Stadium took 284 days to construct, 1 to 2 years of horse travel.
So it took 1 to 2 years just to get the stuff there, and this is all built in a year. That seems impossible, then, doesn't it, John?
Yes, it seems highly...
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Scientists just copied a fruit fly's brain into a computer, neuron by neuron. No training data, no machine learning. It just woke up and started being a fly within the computer, effectively proving like a simulation. You could just copy a brain into a computer and it would just simulate reality. Nothing trained this fly to do that.
I wonder if the same thing would happen with humans. What do you guys think? Do you guys think if we would just get connected into the machine and wake up into it, would we even realize? Let me know what you think down below. Let's keep on rocking.
Okay, if we get all 4 arrows, we're doing very well indeed. Usually you get 1 or 2. And he's off. Oops, that's all right. It's all right. That's it. That's not the one he gripped. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
nice. Oh my goodness! Look, it's stuck in the cupboard. So that's arrow number 1. Where do you want to move it in a little closer? Are you going to stand there? That's right. That's exactly where he's firing.
Can you see?
Yeah, that's good. 2, arrow 2.
And he's not musical, so you're not missing anything.
But he utilizes one of the wonderful things about a very complex automata, what I call the loose piece. He's engaging with a loose piece.
Doing well.
But not one loose piece, 4 loose pieces. This is the 4th arrow. If he fires this, he's going to be the only one of the 30 or so that exists that will still do this.
Yay! Woo-hoo!
David Secret's Archer Automaton.
First of all, I find it super beautiful to see people that are passionate about the things that they do, you know. They say, do what you love or love what you do, pick one and run with it. And they definitely love what they do. And also, just as a piece, as a testimony of the technology that we used to have, we consider like animatronics and stuff like that to be outdated or this or that, and the digital stuff is way better. But it's very interesting to think that all of that was mechanical, that the control that was done was mechanical. I'm not sure we would be able to do that as well. We could do a lot of different things, programming chips to make all kinds of movements, don't get me wrong. But it's very interesting to see these relics from the past that sort of give way to animation and all that, you know. Very beautiful. Let me know if you guys know of any other examples of this. I'd be very curious to see more of that. Let's keep on rocking.
Nope.
You sure? I just
Yeah,
want to be
I
here
know,
just in
I
case.
know.
Just knowing the amount of glass that's in here, there's just such an unsettling feeling. Like if this falls down, it's like going to be a chandelier hitting the ground.
We pull the pins. And Christmas! Shot glass, white wine, red wine, cereal bowl, cake cover. This is a shaving mug. This is a little purse atomizer that I keep full of alcohol. A single drop of perspiration hits a bowl. I have to get that off of there because it spreads. So that's always there. Now we get into the preparation for playing. Right there. So this is a note rod. This is invented by a guy, as I remember, it was 1785, came up with the idea. Franklin painted the rims on the insides of the bowls white for each of what would be the accidentals.
Get your fret markers in there.
So there we go.
You need to get surgically clean.
Yeah, I completely scrape every surface until it starts to grab. You can feel the grab.
Because if there's any oil or sweat on your fingers, it just won't work.
Dead. No, you don't have to dry.
No, you don't want to be dry.
Don't want to be dry. And I use distilled water.
Does it have to be distilled water?
Yep. Everything else leaves deposits on the glass. And then we just dip some more water. And then we put it on. So that, and it isn't just slow chords. You can do.
A German company just made forklifts obsolete. These things can go into any existing factory. You don't need anything special. You operate it from your computer. It doesn't require a person, and it's going to be cheaper than buying a forklift. It's just going to move things around your factory autonomously, and you can just sit in there on your laptop and tell it where to go. This is going to be everywhere soon.
History is nothing more than a set of lies agreed upon. One of my quotes I often use here, attributed to this man Napoleon, who is one of those sets of lies agreed upon. And no, that's not a Masonic symbol he keeps flashing in all of his pictures. History would tell us that's just indigestion.
Suppose we use the same argument on Napoleon. If you've ever seen the statue of Napoleon in Place Vendôme, Paris, you will notice that the word there of Napoleon is written the Apollio. Now that would mean, making this Greek, that means that he is Apollo itself. So there never really has been a Napoleon. It's all due to the sun cult of Apollo. You think you studied the history of Napoleon? Ridiculous. Who was his mother? Letizia, wasn't it? Who was the mother of Napoleon? Leto. What does Leto mean? In one language and Letizia in the other. Both joy. That's how we got the idea that Napoleon was born of a woman named Letizia from Apollo. You believe that Napoleon had 3 sisters? He did, according to the myth, but where did the myth start? Apollo had 3 sisters. Didn't Apollo have 2 wives? One was the earth, the other was the moon. Napoleon had 2. Where's the sun the major part of the day? How long is it in the sky? About 12 hours. How long did Napoleon reign supreme? 12 years. See, sun myth. He never existed. Furthermore, where is the sun strongest? In the north or the south? It's the south, isn't it? Gets weaker in the north, doesn't it? Where was Napoleon defeated? In Russia. See? Napoleon never existed. Sun cult. Think.
Very interesting. I had never considered Napoleon, but I have come to this conclusion when it comes to like Plato, Socrates, all these bigger than life historical figures that sort of came up with all kinds of stuff. It almost seems like if you would go from one, like let's say the way the world is now, right? If we would go from the way the world is now to a new way, there would be stories about this world, right? So sometimes it feels like that's what we're seeing. It feels like we're seeing an attribution of the contributions of that previous generation or that previous civilization being attributed to a single person, sort of to make it easier. So you could delete all the books, release one book for whoever it is, and then all of a sudden, all the information that's missing from that civilization gets transferred. I really have no idea if you guys are following what I'm saying. I feel a bit lost just saying it. But let me know if you guys think that it's possible that some of these historical figures are actually attributions of the past without necessarily being historical figures, if that makes sense. Let's keep on rocking.
The entire planet was just 3D scanned using Pokemon Go. I cannot make this up. 30 billion images. LiDAR scanned with your phone to create a digital clone of our entire world for AI. Yep, those Pokemon were not in random spots. They were in spots they wanted you to scan. Multiple people scanning the same place, different times a day, different times a year, have all just created a map that is so accurate GPS can't even come close. This would allow robots to get anywhere on Earth. Now, before we start blaming the tech companies, that was right in the terms of service that everyone agreed to. Google also did this with reCAPTCHA. You ever wonder why it was almost only images of city stuff? It wasn't ever select the image of a shirt or a fork. Google charged businesses to use this and trained its AI for free. So where are we in the life cycle of AI? Because I think we've been here before. First, we research AI. Then we perfect AI with quantum computers and stuff. Then AI perfects itself as we make it dance. Then AI enslaves humanity and makes us build its components into the earth. Then the sun throws a thunderbolt like Zeus and kills the AI demon, forcing us to go underground. When we emerge, we return to worshiping the sun like we used to. I'm only half kidding, sort of. Niantic Spatial is the company that did this. And despite its terrifying implications, I will say it, that was one of the most genius moves in human history. Pokemon.
Every single textbook we got as a kid came from a Masade. By the way, McGraw-Hill, you know who started that? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. Robert Maxwell owns, every single textbook we got as a kid came from a Mossad agent.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
Not my Texas history book. not all 11 of them.
Okay, who is McGraw-Hill?
They made all the textbooks, right?
You ever look at your textbook?
When you were a little kid, it was made by McGraw.
Oh, that's the publisher.
That's the publisher.
Oh my God.
That was apparently founded by Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend's dad.
This is how evil the Epsteins were. Not only were they kids, they were also giving them homework.
Yes.
It's like, damn, bro.
That's messed up.
That's crazy.
Big ass books too.
I know, right?
Carry these around in your backpack.
You had to cover the book yourself.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You had to give it its own yarmulke.
Oh my God, dude. We did. That was the thing. We had to cover our own books. They wanted us to cover it up so you couldn't see who made it.
I wonder what company owns the book cover.
I don't know.
Oh, the company that takes all the school pictures.
No. Holy cow, you're right. That's like big news right now.
Yeah.
Are you schools this year are canceling their school pictures because of this connection?
Yeah, the company is heavily connected to
So they've been sending their photos over there too?
Probably. That's
just
probably
picking
how they
us
recruit some
out.
people.
Just picking us out of the school
They have
yearbook.
a draft board Mel Kiper style of every picture of every kid in America.
Yeah,
and they're just sitting there.
Yeah, like a fantasy draft.
I am never making fun of a homeschool kid again.
This is absolutely insane. So this Chinese student created basically a Google Earth for all the ancient artifacts that are sitting inside museums. So they were taken from their original land and he wanted to place them back where they were found. So you can go around the entire Earth and look at all the artifacts and where they were coming from, just to try and piece it together, using it as a tool to try and figure out what happened in our past. And I think it's just incredible. What a really good way of showcasing what AI is able to do now, to create these tools that are going to be so useful to so many people. Look at that. It's showing all of those artifacts from one museum and then what it looks like to patch those over the entire globe. It's going to be a tool used by historians, and I just think it's an incredible idea, really.
There was this individual, and they were asking it some logistical questions about the Yankee Stadium. At the end, even ChatGPT thinks history has been faked.
How long did the original Yankee Stadium take to construct?
The original Yankee Stadium took 284 days to construct.
Do you want to do an estimate of the materials for this as far as granite, the limestone, marble, and iron is concerned?
Yankee Stadium's total material estimate: granite, 400,000 cubic feet; limestone, 300,000 cubic feet; marble, 100,000 square feet; iron/steel, 15,000 tons; concrete, 500,000 square feet. Total estimated weight, approximately 750,000 tons.
That's incredible that all that material got there with horses and donkeys.
Indeed.
How many times would the horses have to go back and forth, and how long would that take? So we'll say there was 500 horses and the materials were 10 miles away.
With 500 horses, 750,000 loads, and 10 miles per trip, 1,500 trips per horse, 3,750,000 horse miles. Assuming 2 trips/day, 375 to 750 days, 1 to 2 years of horse travel.
So it'd take 1 to 2 years just to get the stuff there, and this is all built in a year. That seems implausible then, doesn't it, John?
Yes, it seems highly unlikely that Yankee Stadium could have been built in just 1 year.
The coming in 180 seconds. Let's go back to Bill Clinton. Clinton was a real estate swindler and governor, running through Arkansas via Barry Seal. This movie whitewashed the true involvement. And L.D. Brown said he facilitated human for Clinton. Clinton was the perfect puppet to throw up after Bush. He gave us the crime bill, which expanded legal human trafficking and wiped out competition. His crime released 50 people, even Vince Foster, a childhood friend. Clinton effectively got rid of Glass-Steagall, which contributed to the 2008 collapse, causing vertical integration and the consolidation of. The Telecommunications Act accelerated propaganda, which slowed the public's responses to banking crises. And the Telecoms Act gave us the dot-com bubble. The CFMA contributed to the derivatives crisis that we're currently in. Look, see? Which brought us things like the Enron scandal. Investigations like that under the rug. Look. He also brought us the WTO, which brought us the China files. Of the economy. Obviously, via the Lewinsky debacle, among others. Then we get another to swap puppets to keep up the fake left-right paradigm. Bear Stearns was the first domino in the 2008 collapse. They worked with high toxic assets to inflate their value. Look, see? Yup, all banks were doing this. One big family. This is the collapse in a nutshell. Guys like Roman Abramovich initiated the '08 collapse. See? Collapses allow these institutions to buy up the monopoly board and raise your rent and mortgages. Then we have financial renters. They're all one company, basically. And Citadel controls a large sum of the trading. Look, see? And I have to mention the drug. Every wave of market. Then we get another fake election for the left-right paradigm illusion, which is why Obama continued the bailouts. Then we get another fake Clinton. The money supply as well as Biden, which created the high interest rates. We're way worse off than '08. Just look at the repo market. Unsustainable. Completely over-leveraged. The derivative domino is coming. It's coming. This is how the financial reset will go. Coming. Better be ready to take care of the old folks. There will be no near future. You will have a social credit score, UBI, and a 50-year mortgage. They won't do it all at once, and they won't strip you of everything. Giving you a little bit gives them control. The first few years of the transition won't even be that bad to rope people in.
I don't know why I'm so fascinated lately with where we went wrong. Maybe because we need to make these things right, but how do we at this point? Like, how did this small little group of people sink their claws into it and literally conquer every pivotal cultural pillar of our entire lives? Anyway, did you know that the first Model A Ford car, Henry Ford, it ran off so farmers could literally produce their own fuel. So they were running engines, not just off a car, from their agriculture. So what were we told about the Prohibition? That there was this huge moral crisis because of too much, so the had to come save us. But do you think there might be another side to that story?
Was the best monopolist we've ever had. So we had a monopoly on oil and then transport and things like that, and they busted it up. So, well, what did he do? One thing he did, people don't know this, the original Model T Ford ran on corn alcohol. So a farmer could make their own fuel in their field. Why do you think he spent $1 million on funding Prohibition for 8 years, which banned all fermentation, not just for drinking alcohol? Just long enough to get gas stations based on petroleum out there. And then, why did he fund the formation of the to go after and destroy natural, because they're all petroleum. So the big were spun out of big oil companies. So big oil funded big, and these big chemical companies funded, and they all come from the monopolistic thing. And even the latest evil stuff like the Bill going on, people don't know this. He's the largest owner of farmland in the country. You know what Bill dad did?
What?
He was.
Anyway. The more you know.
Well, not only is nowadays petrol the basis of most of the products that we use, plastics, rubber, like he was saying, even the pills, like everything is involved with it. But further than that, if you think about it, if you had to go buy your gas, instead of going to the gas station, you would go to the farmer, then you'd probably be, buying food there as well. So not only did it create the ecosystem for the gas stations, it also created for the supermarket. Because think about it, if daily, to keep your car running, you'd be going to a farm, then you could just pick up some food while you're there, right? So like this decision and this way of operating changed a lot of our future, of where we are today, basically. And it put us into a place of dependence, when what he's saying is that basically we were capable of making our own oil. I mean, think about it. The cause that we go into other places and start violence most often than not is blamed on that resource. So if we didn't need that resource, I mean, so many things would be different. So it's very interesting just to look at the history of things like the vehicle, the car. Like for an example, most big cities within the United States, because speaking of Europe is easy. You could say, oh, they're so old, but the United States, most big cities, if not all of them, had ways of moving that were, free basically, like tram systems and stuff like that. In some cities, what they did, they bought the trams, they converted them to basically buses as we know them, and then they resold the company with the stated clause that they could never reconvert into electricity or into a tram. So all of these uses of petrol seem to be manipulated. So not for the potential, not for the effect for us, but more for lining their pockets. I'm sorry, but this subject is just so big. I'll give you another example. When they got together and they wanted to decide a universal, global price per barrel of this commodity, that's when they introduced the idea of fossil fuels. Because what is it to say I'm selling a product that always appears like water? It's easy, although we still do it, but I'm saying it would be easy and cheap. So when they decided to say, okay, let's put a price per barrel, they decided to make a case. They stated their case for it being fossil fuels. Fossil fuels requires millions of years, certain, conditions for millions of years, and that it's the biological waste that's being compressed and then it becomes that liquid. So all I'm saying is that basically everything that has to do with that commodity seems to be manufactured in some type of way to encourage us depending on that commodity. Listen, I went way out of bounds here. Let me know if you followed what I was saying. Let me know if you have other examples or if you contest everything that I'm saying. Just write it down below. Say, I hate you. This is why. Go for it. Let me know. Because for me, it seems pretty clear. Because now we've had enough time to look at it with a retrospect. And I mean, it seems pretty obvious. The Model T from Ford at the beginning was made with hemp. And supposedly you could run the car on oil, on alcohol, on gas, on different things. And then they decided to go with the gas. So anyways, I'm done. Let me know what you think down below. And let's keep on rocking.
It's very preventable. It's just that we're doing everything we possibly can to induce it. We published one of the first ever papers linking that the higher your blood, the faster the tumor grows. The lower the blood, the slower the tumor grows. Undeniable. From a normal cell to a cell doesn't happen overnight. All we have to know is how are they growing so rapidly? Why are they going out of control? How come it's so hard? A solution to without touch is to simultaneously restrict the two fuels, which is already in our bloodstream from the food we eat, and the amino acid. If we stopped eating and we took a low carbohydrate diet and just did water only fasting, we would get into the two have a bad mitochondria dependent on glutamine. We can replace glutamine with ketone bodies. So we selectively marginalize these slowly over time. They slowly start, blood vessels disappear, and the body comes in and dissolves them.
This is an extraordinary story. So he was born in a place called the Judengasse, which was a ghetto, basically. And it was the house that he lived in when he eventually had 13 children was only 14 feet wide. And he lived there with his very, very overpowering and dominant and an incredibly brilliant wife who was called Guttel. He was determined to get out of this ghetto. At nighttime, the ghetto was closed. You weren't allowed to leave. The street was so narrow that no sunlight could penetrate. There was no plumbing, there was no sewage, there was nothing. So everything you can imagine happened in this street. And unsurprisingly, he wanted to get out of there. And he started a small coin business, and that did reasonably well. But actually, and this is where it ties into legacy, his great strength was to send his 5 sons to the capitals of Europe at that time. And what they did is they set up, in effect, So whereas everyone used to be in separate different countries or separate cities until then, these 5 boys communicated with each other, sometimes by pigeon, and they wrote to each other in Judendeutsche, which was a kind of Yiddish German vernacular. And that is why they were so successful. And this absolute belief in togetherness, you've got to stand together, you've got to work together, you've got to work across borders, you've got to work with rules. And by 1789, when the last one went, to 1815, so a very, very short period of time, it was said that no would consider going to war with, because that was how incredibly influential and powerful they had become.
TBI is fully owned and controlled by leadership. Okay. All right. 2 + 2 makes 4. Makes total.
I don't know. First off, just to circle back to the Napoleon story, doesn't that seem like the origin story of a type of myth as well? Because I've heard the story many times, but even when she says it, and she's a family member, it doesn't really make sense. I had nothing. I had coins. I sent my sons all over the world. I don't know. I feel like there's missing something. And the point that the guy was, pointing towards the end is that it seems like that information that he gave was the same information before we went into other places, including, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Venezuela, Cuba. That all these places seem to be disconnected from this big system that we have. So that could be an ulterior motive. I think that's what he was trying to allude to. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
If you guys watch the Super Bowl commercials, they always are interesting. The Ritz commercial talks about an island. The Nerds commercial shows a guy who... The Pringles commercial, you see them eating a Pringles human.
Ads were really weird. The Ritz cracker ad was about a party on an island, and these 2 dudes were salty that they weren't invited until Scarlett Johansson invited them. Then they weren't mad anymore and joined the party. It seems like they're saying that we're just salty we weren't invited to the parties too. In the Nerds commercial, they got a dude who looked just like eating candy with children running around in his background. In the Pringles commercial, Sabrina Carpenter had a boyfriend who was made out of Pringles. Suddenly This shocks Sabrina Carpenter until she gets a bite for herself. Then she made a face like, oh, it's really not that bad. They trying to tell us don't knock it in. The Alexa commercial, Chris Hemsworth was telling his wife how he was scared about the AI, and she was just telling him that he was crazy. And then the AI suggested to give him a back massage, and then everything was good. Like, that was it. It's like they're telling us we're doing too much about the AI.
Let's talk about the salt conspiracy. First of all, salt is a misnomer. The body needs natrium, not sodium chloride. Salt is an ionic bond, a metal and a non-metal. It is bound by electrostatic. It is not like an atomic bond. Ionic bonds are formed from stealing. Covalent bonds are formed from sharing. Natrium, however, is wrapped within the fabric of whole foods. Natrium is perfectly balanced within the fabric of the food, unlike crystal salt. Natrium is packaged with water within the plants, so it doesn't dehydrate you like crystal salt. Crystal salt is more chloride than natrium, and is not found within the fabric of plants. There are no anti-caking agents in natrium or synthetic iodine. Up to 90% of salt has anti-caking additives. Iodized table salt needs iodine stabilizers. Table salt contributes to... This causes you to retain water. It makes you bloat and have a puffy face, especially around the eyes. Salt blocks your ability to know when you're full. Many people mistranslate the thirst that salt causes with hunger. Table salt makes you crave actual salt, natrium. It's not a low salt diet versus a high salt diet. It's isolated versus holistic. Table salt causes serum osmolality, so your blood gets dehydrated and pulls moisture from the cells, causing them to malfunction. Table salt causes inflammation, cognitive impairment, and locks you in the sympathetic nervous system. Table salt pushes calcium out of your body. This interferes with the production and transfer of melanin, and thus light production as well. Salt, or salts, is the origin of the word salary. It's been a key tool for conquest. Mansa Musa was the richest man on earth because of his salt wealth. Its value was equal to gold. Salt, sugar are all the same. They are isolated crystals. Your body doesn't know the difference between legal and illegal drugs. Look. And salt and sugar kill your eyesight. The Crusades were sugar wars. They called it sweet salt. The world was colonized for sugar. There are endless sugar wars. Sugar is white gold and the primary driver of the slave trade. Sugar plantations were the worst. The sugar slavery complex was 10% of Britain's GDP. Here are some sugar families. These tiny hat families have a monopoly. Don't let the Hispanic names fool you. These are cryptos. Hawaii was stolen for sugar. Look, slavery. Ever buy a Chiquita banana? Let's get into booger sugar, the Contras. Brown sugar. Vietnam was a trap house. Sugar slavery was Aboriginal genocide. Aboriginals. Salt is for witchcraft. Look, it keeps things out, but it can lock things in. These isolated crystals bind to the liquid crystals in your blood. Melanin is a unifier. These crystals tax the melanin and deplete it. Melanin holds everything together. It has to be destroyed to invert the order of the world.
Yeah, I have to agree that the salt is a big part of it. I think that, well, basically, this is going to sound intense, but the whole world, the whole universe is made of salt, in a way. Because some of the salts, like for an example, Irish sea moss or Celtic sea salt, hold 90 plus minerals. Now, tell me what the universe or the world or you are made of, if not from the elements of the periodic table. So 90 plus of those are minerals, right? So the quality of your mineral intake, I think, is very important. And, you know, I could testify to this. My whole life, I was consuming only table salt and I didn't really indulge. Now I live in a much hotter climate. I sweat daily and I consume a lot of salt, but it's not the same salt. It's a high quality salt. And I could attest to the fact that drinking water doesn't necessarily hydrate you, and that when I put salt in my water, as well as a little bit of lemon, well, lime actually, it's completely different. The hydration is palpable. So if you guys haven't tried it, I wouldn't tell you do it. I wouldn't tell you it's the best. I would tell you just give it a shot, because I believe in testing all things. I believe that life and science are synonymous. That basically everyone needs different things, and it's through trying different processes that we reach on it. So that's my closing advice. Try some Celtic sea salt or some Irish sea moss and see how you feel. Thank you so much for rocking until the end. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
I don't know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change, we living this change. Living this change. Making a change. I'm living this change. Yeah.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Since World War II, there's only been 7 countries that did not have a controlled central banking. Now, if you take a look at the names on that list, you will notice they all have something similar or in common. After World War II, the United States has been to war with all of them. And I can't put my finger on it, but I just know there has to be some reason for that.
The Festival of Exploding Hammers has been going on for over 300 years in the town of San Juan de la Vega. And here's the thing. Yes, people get injured. There's been many calls for them to stop it. But look, if that's how I go, that's how I go.
It's the largest accumulation of tracks in the world. So first, we started with one area, and then later on, we found that these led into another area, and you could connect them all, and eventually we ended up with 9 different areas that are more or less all connected physically.
What do you guys think about that? I truly have a hard time with everything that's dinosaurs. I'm going to put in the next video. I don't think we've been through this, but the people, they call it the Bone Wars, which was 2 people that were in a competition, and basically they found like 95% of all the dinosaur bones. But as for the tracks, what do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that these are original tracks from dinosaurs, or can they be like more or less anything? And if they were tracks from dinosaurs, how come we haven't came across them before if they were just on the surface? So let me know down below what you guys think. I'd be very curious to see your opinion, and let's keep on rocking.
I thought that the French protests were unhinged before, but this might be the single most hilarious way of protesting I've ever seen. As we all know, Paris is hosting the Summer Olympics, but a lot of French people aren't very happy about that. Because, and I only found out about this today, the Olympics is kind of a scam when it comes to a country actually making money. Don't get me wrong, it's great for global street cred, but for example, when China hosted it, they made a net loss of 36.4 billion, and London made a net loss of 13 billion, and that's all taxpayer money. So when the public heard that France has already spent over 5 billion, and then that Macron wanted to spend another billion just to clean up the Seine River, so it looks good for the Olympics, they lost it, and the I shit in the Seine River protest began. On the 23rd of June, the French President Macron and the Paris mayor plan to take a ceremonial swim in the river to show off just how clean it is. So the protesters are now planning a defecation flash mob because, and I quote, after putting us in shit, it's up to them to bathe in our shit. Oh, and if you don't live in Paris, no bloody problem, because someone created this website. You type in how many kilometers you are away from Paris, and using a water flow algorithm, it will tell you precisely the day and the exact time you need to shit into the river to reach Paris at the time Macron will be swimming in it. Oh, I told you, and that is why I say, quick.
Wow, I have never seen any type of protest in that way. But man, is that interesting. And also, I never came across any information as towards the loss of money of the countries that are hosting the Olympics. That's news to me. I always thought that they generated billions of dollars in profit, so I had zero idea. Did you guys know about that below? What do you guys think about that type of protest? I love it, to be honest. And the person that came up with the website to coordinate the poos with the swim, maybe in the future, you know, world leaders shouldn't disclose their plans too far ahead of time. So let me know what you guys think down below. I really love this idea. Let me know what you think. Let's keep on rocking.
Video showing how big the volcano is under Yellowstone.
Oh, isn't that just horrifying?
Starts with Yellowstone National Park at the top, just for scale.
Yeah, that's...
And then this.
Insane.
Just staggering, and a good reminder that, yeah, if it goes, we're
out. I know.
So gone, so fast.
Oh, well.
Which is the way to go.
Yeah. I definitely would rather it be quick.
What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that the Yellowstone volcano might be about to pop? Is that why everyone's building bunkers underground? But this parallel that I'd like to make is that when you look through history, or even in the past 20 years, or even in the past 100 years, it seems like it's always about to be the end of the world. Sort of like today, no? Like every year is going to be the crash, right? Because we know that we're inflating and we're modifying the numbers so that it fits and that it works. So we're all waiting for the crash. It's always the apocalypse. It's always something that's going to happen, but somehow we're always here and nothing's happening. So is this one of those cases? Or is this the exception to the rule? Let me know what you think down below, because I know a lot of people have got Yellowstone very high up in their priorities and have a lot of fear regarding that. So let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Four cities.
Wow, I didn't know we were that ahead with the surgery stuff. How would you guys feel if you went in for surgery and you were underneath that robot? Do you guys feel better about that, taking away the possibility of human error? But would that leave, possibility for machine error or loss of power or any other? I don't know. What do you guys think down below? Would you rather have a human or would you rather have a machine conducting your operation? I'm very curious. I'd like to know what you guys think about this. Write down below. Now let's keep on rocking.
4 cities that drop street temperatures up to 8 degrees Celsius, some using ancient techniques, others just using paint. Seville, Spain borrowed a 3,000-year-old Persian technique called qanat that uses underground canals to carry cool water and ends up functioning like outdoor air conditioning. The result? Temperatures dropped by 6 to 7 degrees Celsius. Singapore found an even simpler solution, reflective paint. Coating buildings brought temperatures down 2 degrees Celsius during the scorching 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. window. Vienna took the idea to the streets, repainting black asphalt in lighter colors and cutting temperatures by 5 degrees Celsius. But the Spanish sherry town of Jerez de la Frontera went furthest, using grapevines to slash street temperatures by as much as 8 degrees Celsius. They strung green canopies across narrow streets, stealing a trick sherry makers have used for centuries to keep their wineries cool. Sometimes the best ideas are just really, really old, or come in a paint can.
This makes me extremely uncomfortable that I now know that snakes can do this. Could you imagine running up a tree away from one of these things and then you look down and see it doing this? So yes, a new fear has been unlocked. So thank you, Internet. I can always count on you to provide me with unwanted trauma.
Something happened here that will likely never be replicated for as long as the human species exists. This occurred during a baseball game, but even if you're not a sports fan, you will understand this, and you will understand why what happened is just wild. It was August of 1957, and at the plate was a Hall of Fame batter named Richie Ashburn. He swings at a pitch, he fouls it off, and the pitch goes into the stands and hits a fan, injuring her. The fan was named Alice Rock, and the ball hit her so hard that it broke her nose, and they had to stop the game. Like, just imagine the silence falls over the crowd. They stop play, and paramedics had to get her out. She was there with her grandchildren, and get her onto a stretcher, and everyone's watching as they take her away from the stands. So they're hauling her away, covering her bleeding nose, probably taking her into that tunnel right there. They resume play, and on the very next pitch, Richie Ashburn hits another foul ball that flies into the tunnel and hits that woman again while she's on the stretcher being taken out of the stadium. She recovered fully. The two of them, the woman and Richie Ashburn, became friends after this. It was a hugely famous incident and something that I am confident will never, ever happen again.
Wow. I guess some things are meant to be, Like, what are the odds of you being struck twice? But what's so beautiful about that in life is that somehow, a friendship came out of that. So it's a bad for a good, But I guess it's fun sometimes to have stories that have happy endings. Let's keep on rocking.
Today's episode of Random White Acts of Danger, we basically have the most dangerous ski run I've seen in my entire life. Margin for error, you guessed it, death. My boy, left, right, it's over. You see how far down that is? My hand's over here sweating just watching this shit. A little bit to the right, cooked. You splattered down beneath. How do you even get up there? And as you can see, this is a trail not taken. My boy's the first person to ever do some dumbass shit like this. White people, I found your ski leader, but I don't even know who his name is. Look at this. What's happening? He looking back up, shit look like the top of Mount Everest. How the fuck do you even get down? You know what I'm saying? I'm so scared for him. Like, what type of ski training, all of a sudden you're like, you know what, I'm about to go ski off the top of a mountain. My boy looks like the edge of the world. Doesn't even look like it's possible to go down, and that's the way he's going. The amount of skill this chick must take, my legs is tired just watching this shit. Oh my goodness. Man, white people, different breed, man. You guys, so okay, there's some footprints, so he must have hiked up this way, now he skiing all the way down. At least now it's almost like, nope, it's not even a normal ski. Look at all these rocks. My death count, by the way, I'm at least 20. I would have started an avalanche, probably never been found. Look at this shit. Oh my goodness. Nah, bro, how do you get the idea of like, you know, I'm gonna hike all the way up to that mountain, I'm gonna ski down, even though it doesn't look possible to ski down. Why? Because I'm him. The fuck? Statue, he needed.
Mag ik wat vragen? Als ik naar Amsterdam Centraal wil, kan ik dan het beste naar
de metro
de metro, niet de trein pakken?
Nee, de metro, dat is vaak sneller. En dan gewoon de Noord-Zuidlijn.
Ja.
Of die naar Centraal Station.
Als ik naar Centraal Station wil, moet ik dan de metro of de trein nemen?
Je moet allebei nemen.
Ja.
Maar moet je snel zijn?
Ja. Moet ik de metro of de trein pakken?
Je moet de metro pakken. Volgens mij moet je de metro 50 of 51 pakken.
50, 51.
Ja, het geeft gewoon aan. Als we ervoor lopen, dan zie je de metro.
Ja.
Of metro 52.
Dus klopt het dat je orthodontiepraktijk van Schiedam?
Ja?
Ja? Klopt het dat je Floor heet?
Ja.
Ja. Van Grunsten?
Ja.
Ja. Bent u Helene?
Ja.
Helene Wachters?
Ja, toch?
Van Ian McKellen?
Ja, klopt. Hoezo?
Heet je Wijs?
Ja.
Basharat?
Ja, ja, klopt.
Ja.
Oh, wat ben ik nou wel verstaan?
Of dat u jurist bent?
Ja.
In Venture Capital?
Onder andere, ja.
Ja?
Ja.
Ik heb dus een bril waarmee ik gezichten kan scannen. Ik zie aan je dat je er wel zit.
Nou, inderdaad.
Ja.
Oh ja, ik zie dat ding al inderdaad.
Ja.
Oh, ik zie nu ook een lampje aangaan. Holy shit.
Op die manier informatie te krijgen over mensen.
Ja.
Voelt bij mij niet oké.
Ja.
Ik bedoel, het is de tijd van tegenwoordig. Ik bedoel, digitale wereld.
Je verwacht dit gewoon.
Je verwacht het gewoon.
Ja.
Maar voor jou in.
Ja.
That gave me chills because the possibilities with that are pretty endless. Imagine, I don't know, off the top of my head, imagine scammers, imagine police, imagine, due process is gone. You have access to way too much information. Very interesting. It's very interesting. Imagine if you cross-reference with the person's Facebook and they took a picture outside of their house. You now have their address. You now have their family members. I mean, the possibilities are pretty much endless with what you could do with that information. As for, let's say, fraud or misappropriating the identity. Very interesting. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that it makes sense that we use AI in this type of fashion? What's the future of this technology? What are the applications that we're not seeing yet, but that might be a problem in 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years? Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
In the 1990s, there was a conspiracy theorist with a public access show where he ranted about crazy crackpot theories every single day, and nobody took him seriously. But then after he died, it turned out he was right about everything. In the late 80s and throughout the 1990s, there was a man named Clay Tiffany who had a public access TV show called Dirge of the Charlatans, where he would sit for hours on end and just rant and ramble about all kinds of conspiracy theories about elite government corruption within the city. He would talk about judges laundering money through nonprofits and NYPD officers falsifying to throw people in jail, and members of the NYPD acting as roving and enforcers for the mob. But then something happened to Clay Tiffany. In March of 1997, he was pulled over by an NYPD officer named Nick Tartagliani, who said that he had seen Clay Tiffany's show and wanted him to stop talking about the NYPD and that he was connected to the mob, and if he didn't shut up, he would have him taken care of. Or at least this is what Tiffany claimed the following day on his show, where he talked about the incident. And as Clay Tiffany claims, the next day after this broadcast, Nick Tartaglione showed up at his house, threw him against his police cruiser, arrested him, and brought him in on some made-up disturbing the peace charge. But Clay Tiffany was not going to be bullied, and he would not give up. So the next several years on his show, he did a full investigation of Nick Tartaglione, sending in a bunch of requests with the Freedom of Information Act to the government to get documents about him. And he dug up a ton of dirt, like multiple police brutality reports, a bunch of excessive force complaints, and unexplained departures from dozens of his previous police jobs. And in response, Clay Tiffany claims that he was attacked and brutalized by Nick Tartaglione and his cop buddies multiple times throughout those years. The first incident, he was attacked outside of his home again. The second incident, he was thrown to the pavement and beaten outside of a town meeting. And the third incident, he was beaten so badly that he was hospitalized for weeks. Tiffany ended up suing Nick Tartaglione. He didn't win, but there was an undisclosed sum settled out of court. But more importantly, he had lost any credibility that he ever possibly had because of these repeat accusations of Nick Tartaglione, and people started actively calling for his public access show to end. So in the early 2000s, that's exactly what happened. The show ended and Clay Tiffany disappeared from public life. And in 2015, he died from heart failure. But in 2016, Nick Tartaglione was arrested for the of 4 men in a drug trafficking job gone wrong. Clay Tiffany was right. Nick Tartaglione was mob connected, he was corrupt, and him and his buddies were running as enforcers for the mob within the NYPD. And what's even crazier is that Nick Tartaglione was at one point Jeffrey's cellmate and the last person to ever see him alive that we know of. And real quick, if you like my videos and you want to see more in-depth writing from me about pop culture, movies, TV, video games, weird historical facts, so on and so forth, you can do that here.
Wow, what an interesting story. I mean, if that's not like something out of a movie, I don't know what is. Gee whiz. Dude is talking the truth and then he gets... And it's crazy how no one would believe him, you know, because people believe in the integrity of the police in a way. And also, you know, they're the biggest gang in the world, as we say, right? Wow, very crazy. And plus with that final connection with that dude that had that island. Wow. So he's the last person to have seen him. I mean, if you ask me, he'd be the perfect person to help out to carry out something that would be under the radar, let's say. Anyways, I have no proof. I make no claims. This is for entertainment purposes only. So please, YouTube, I appreciate you. Let's keep on rocking.
Internet's revenge on the man who invented spam mail is the most iconic thing I've ever heard. In the early 2000s, Alan Ralsky was one of the world's biggest spammers, blasting up to 1 billion junk emails a day. He made millions of dollars from it and was super cocky. He openly bragged to reporters about his empire and proudly called himself the godfather of spam. But in one interview, boasting as usual, he showed off the massive new mansion he bought with his spam money. And that was his mistake. People online found his new home address and thousands banded together to get their revenge. They signed Alan up for every sweepstakes, promotion, all the junk mailing list they could possibly find. Within days, he was receiving hundreds of pounds of junk mail a day. And inside that pile of junk mail was his real mail, so he had to go through it. He later complained in another interview saying, quote, "They've signed me up for every advertising campaign. These people are out of their minds. They're harassing me."
Seriously, what does failure mean? It doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. What does it mean?
You're pulling a Jedi mind trick on me right now. I was like, does it exist?
No, I'm serious. I'm trying to think, like, how can I explain it? So, let's use happy endings, right? And then we can relate this to failure and why it's not existing. Like, you know, everybody talks about, like, everybody wants a happy ending, right? Now let's go to the reality of it, right? Let's look at a fairy tale story. Let's look at Snow White. Mm-hmm. She gets a happy ending. She finds Prince, whatever, she goes on. She lives happily ever after. Well, I call bullshit on that because 2 months later, the fact is they had an argument and he's sleeping on the couch. Right? So the point is, the story continues. The story continues. So if you fail on Monday, the only way it's a failure on Monday is if you decide to not progress from that, right? So to me, that's why failure is not existent. Because, you know, if I fail today, okay, I'm going to learn something from that failure, and I'm going to try again on Tuesday. And I fail, and I'm going to try again on Wednesday. So it doesn't exist.
You know what? Should my ratings go in the tank? That's exactly what I'm going to say to the bosses. Hey, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you know what?
We should try it again on Thursday.
If your ratings go in the tank, and you know, which they won't, but if they did, you had learned a valuable lesson. You had learned a bunch of ways of how not to make a show that sucks. So then the next one will be better than the last one, right?
So are you telling me then, let's just say all the career statistics that you've compiled, they all still exist, still play for the Lakers, still, and all of that still happens. If you finished your career without a championship, you would not have looked at that as a failure?
No, I would have looked at it as being extremely disappointed because I had a dream and I had goals that I wanted to accomplish, right? And if I don't accomplish those goals, I have to ask myself why, right? So from my position, the reason why I would not have accomplished those things is poor leadership, failure to communicate properly with my teammates to put them in positions to be successful, lack of preparation. You know, all those things would be reasons why I don't win, right? So now, if that was the case, in my career, I have to sit and I have to analyze that. And then as I move and I evolve, you know, post-basketball into business or whatever, those same weaknesses are going to reveal themselves there, right? So if I don't learn from that, I'm going to struggle here too, right? So I can take those situations and learn from those and have them, you know, make me a better person later in life. But if I don't take that stuff and apply that someplace else, then that's failing, which to me is the worst possible thing you could ever have, is to stop and to not learn.
So the winner.
Very good message. I really like the way he handled that question and the way he explained it. And there is a saying when the billionaires, you know, a lot of the billionaires that made a lot of money that are now successful, they often say that they've went bankrupt a few times. And I guess if they would have seen it as a failure and then on Wednesday they would have quit and just went and worked for someone else, I guess it never would have made it. So I guess it's all a question of perspective. And as a parallel, I mean, using proper words and positive words has an effect. It's very interesting because he's talking about one word, but there's also the word stress or the word depression or the word, I mean, there's so many words that nowadays just rolls off your tongue because everyone is a victim, everyone is feeling some type of way or disadvantaged or this or that. But in reality, I mean, what is stress? You know, what is depression? It's something that you accept in your mind and that you create as an anchor or as a habit. So in my mind, if every time I would say I'm stressed, I would say time to breathe, and then I would concentrate on my breathing and try to gain control, I find that gives control in my life. It gives me power in my life. So using the word stress makes me feel like I'm under the weight. I don't know if you guys understand my distinction, but it's just the way that we use words has an effect on us long term. So if you keep using the word, oh, I'm depressed, that's exactly what you will become. Because in my mind, depression is a depressive thought that is on repeat. And then it creates the state of depression. But to be in a state of something, you need to actively reinforce it, repeat it, and use it as a habit before it sticks. So you could do that on the negative side, and you could do that on the positive side as well. So very interesting. I'm very happy to have listened to that interview from Kobe. I find it's super inspiring, and I hope that you guys can see it was a bit vague, and I'm not finding quite the right words to describe what I'm saying. So if you have any questions, please write them down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Causing a traffic jam. Do they just like...
I don't know. I just pulled out of the garage and I saw this going on. It's like there's a Waymo standoff. Yeah, I'm just trying to get out of here, but...
This is so funny. Oh, because they hit each other.
Yeah, kind of. But still, they're just gonna like...
Well, we can call enforcement over here. We can scan and call. Cars is stuck. Cars is stuck. This is so funny.
Digital is the biggest step towards the surveillance state this country has ever faced in my lifetime. If any government wants access to every detail of your life, they are the ones who should be feared. We live in a country where the state can't even run a basic IT system without losing data or leaking personal details. It won't last a week before a mountain of sensitive personal data is left at a bus stop in Kent again. I do not trust any government. I certainly do not trust this government. And let us remember, once government gets a new power, it never gives it back. It expands and evolves. Digital ID will not stop at proving who you are. It will creep into travel, banking, housing, benefits, even. Today it's voluntary, tomorrow it will be required for security reasons. The day after that, you won't be able to access basic services without it, all for your own good, remember. It's supposed to be a country where the government serves the people, not the other way around. A country built on privacy, liberty and trust. People just want the government to leave them alone and get out of their lives, to build a business, raise a family and live in peace. Digital ID treats every citizen as a suspect. It assumes that the state has the right to look over your shoulder. You defend it by severely limiting the power of the state, not radically expanding it. Abolishing jury trials, cancelling elections, implementing facial recognition.
Yeah, this whole digital ID thing is kind of scary. And as a parallel, when you look at Australia, they're saying that they want to put a age limit. So basically, if you're 16 and under, you can't have access to social media, which in a way I agree with because the kids are obviously being brain rotted. But, you know, what they will use that for is probably to create a barrier to entry to be able to enter. So it's not the kids that are going to basically have to do something. It's the adults that are going to have to prove that they're adults. So in other words, it would be like having a MAC address associated with your social media account, which is a unique identifier. So basically everything you do online will be tracked, categorized, and easier to turn into data. That's first. Second of all, we can't forget the saying that says freedom for security. Well, now it's freedom and privacy in the name of security. But like he said, by going digital, aren't we opening ourselves up to risks of security? So it seems like a Ouroboros, it seems like a circle that basically never ends, because the more we put ourselves online, the more it's accessible for hackers. So I'm having a hard time to understand the logic behind it. But we did have an event, the COVID, not too long ago, that seemed to be like a test run towards this. So I truly want to know what you guys think. Is this something that you think is for the great, the betterment of the human condition? Or do you think this is a secondary power structure? Are we going to try to do a transition between, let's say, what our legal framework is? Because as we create a new ID, we're going to have to create new laws. So as we create new laws, do we trust the people that are there to have our best intentions at heart? Or should we just cancel the project and return to Constitution? It's a question that I'm asking you, and I would really appreciate your time right down below. And if not, no worries. We reached the end, so thank you so much for rocking with us. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace.
I know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. minutes change. Making it change. From the minutes change. Yeah.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be watching disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
They've been keeping this from you. This is the underground city that was found beneath Los Angeles by a man named Warren Shufelt. It was discovered using a device he invented to detect underground tunnels and caverns. Shufelt mapped out a network of beneath the city, and here is where it gets crazy. His maps indicated a central chamber filled with gold and advanced artifacts. Shufelt said that upon analysis of the artifacts and the scriptures found within the passageways, they all pointed to a lost continent named Lemuria. Despite his groundbreaking findings, city officials abruptly shut down his excavation. They officially claimed that the tunnels were old subway lines, but this is where they messed up. The Los Angeles subway system didn't begin operation until 1990, over 70 years after Schufelt's discovery. So what subway lines were they referring to? Some speculate that they were referring to an ancient civilization that had access to a subway-like system. Some have even gone further to say that the city officials had knowledge from the future. They knew that Los Angeles would eventually have a running subway system in the years to come, therefore it would be the perfect cover-up, perfectly concealing its true origins.
Yesterday we witnessed... I find it very interesting when we find underground either tunnels or city streets and stuff like that. When we find them in Europe, people have a tendency to say, but Europe is really old, so they just built on top, it's normal. That's why I love to find these type of things in the United States, because the history of the United States is so young that it's kind of hard to explain away like a whole tunnel system under a street. You know, if you compare that to Paris, like the catacombs, you could say, it was in the 1600s, so they had a lot of time, this and that. But when it comes to the United States, like you see, the timelines are a bit off, and it's kind of hard to explain away. So what do you guys think about that railroad? Do you guys think that there was something below Los Angeles before the metro stations? Or do you think that maybe they got their wires crossed and they just made a mistake? Because I do know that New York has level upon level upon level upon level, probably 6-7 levels deep, one for gas, one for water. I think I've already mentioned this, but what do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that there's a system and that there was something there before? Or do you guys think that maybe we just made a mistake? Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
The heist of the century, where a group of thieves disguised as construction workers using this hoist ladder broke into the Louvre Museum in Paris and got away with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of items. Yeah, this is the same museum that the Mona Lisa is also kept. Now, this is being called a national disaster for all of France. Some of these items that were stolen were worn amongst kings and queens and royalty. One of these items was worn by Napoleon III's wife and contained over 2,000 diamonds. Here are some of the items that were all stolen, and authorities don't even know. They can't even put a price on some of these items because they're so old, they're so antique, they're so unique. And what we know is they got in and out within 7 minutes with chainsaws, cut the windows, got in, cut all the, display boxes, and got out within 7 minutes and left on mopeds, because in France, the traffic is crazy. So they were just able to, maneuver their way out easily. The authorities are saying if they're not caught within a week, all of these items are going to be gone. Now, I find it very interesting that the governments have been screwing the people for so long, and what I'm seeing right here is the people start to fight back. This was professionally done, guys. In and out in 7 minutes, that is crazy. Where's all the security and everything? It was done Sunday morning at 9:30 a.m. in broad daylight. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments down below. Don't forget to like, share, and follow for more hidden truth. Peace and love.
Everybody is complaining about exploding watermelons. Here is the video.
Walmart watermelons exploding everywhere.
Alright, yeah, so I came downstairs and all of the guts of my watermelon was all over my table, as you can see here. Here it is again. The inside looks crazy. It really looks like it is a man-made watermelon. It doesn't look like...
The second watermelon from Kroger that's been doing this. I got to a pot. Never did. Never did. No, I never did. And what's on from Kroger.
I cannot make this up. I heard a whistling sound in the pantry, and then my watermelon exploded like A.
Do you really believe what they tell you? Have you heard of the orphan trains? It was a covert operation to repopulate and reshape the American Midwest. This is as dark and scary as it sounds. Between 1854 and 1929, the United States was experiencing massive waves of immigration that was flooding into urban areas. There was a need to spread the population more evenly across the country, not only to alleviate the overcrowded cities, but also to exert control over areas in America. So, the U.S. government came up with a plan. They took over 250,000 orphaned and homeless children from New York City and other urban areas, placed them on trains, and sent them to rural towns across America. This plan was sold to the public as giving these children a fresh start, but the reality was much darker and more complex. Many of these children simply vanished. Over 100,000 children disappeared as soon as they stepped onto those trains. Was this just a result of poor record keeping, or is there a more sinister story behind these missing children?
Look through history books and count the fires. Libraries, cathedrals, palaces, hotels, always burning. Coincidence or strategy? Paris, London, Chicago, San Francisco, all scarred by great fires in the 1800s. After the flames, ornate structures vanish. And what replaces them? Concrete, steel, glass boxes. Even in 2022, Easter Island's sacred landscape burned, shortly after reopening to tourists. Always fire, always loss. Fire doesn't just consume wood, fire erases memory. In the ashes, you can write a new story. And maybe that's the point. Destruction as a reset button. A way to overwrite the inconvenient beauty of the past with the cold efficiency of the present.
The Grand Canyon is not just an American sightseeing location. There are strange and dark secrets that lie within. Some have even encountered a gateway to a hidden world. In 1909, the Arizona Gazette published an article about an expedition funded by the Smithsonian. This expedition was led by a man named G.E. Kincaid, and he discovered an ancient underground city within the Grand Canyon. But here is where it gets interesting. This city was filled with artifacts from ancient Egypt, hieroglyphs, statues, and even a pyramid. How did ancient Egyptian relics end up in Arizona over 5,000 years ago? Is it possible that they had access to flight? But it gets even stranger. The Smithsonian seized all the artifacts and shut down any further exploration, which led to 90% of the Grand Canyon being restricted till this day. The canyon is home to numerous hidden caves and tunnels, many holding ancient treasures and technologies. Many adventurers used to report seeing strange lights and sounds coming from these depths. The Hopi tribe, a tribe native to the region, speak of sacred underground cities known as the Sipapu. These cities are believed to be gateways to the underworld, holding powerful energies that should never be disturbed. All this makes us wonder, what else is hiding in the Grand Canyon?
Your name is Roger, yes?
What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that there's any truth to the story of G.E. Kincaid? Because it's not the first time that we hear about stories relating to the Smithsonian sort of making discoveries disappear. Like, mostly, the ones I remember are mostly like big bones. Some people say that they found giant bones. And like the newspaper would say it, the news articles would say it. But then afterwards, when the Smithsonian would come and take the artifacts, they were never to be heard of again. And when requests were made to ask about it, to inquire about it, they would say that that never happened, basically. Do you guys think the Smithsonian might be a bit less than honest, less than, useful for, you know, yeah, knowing what happened in our recent past? Do you think that they might be hiding some stuff, or do you think that maybe it was false articles, false stories, people trying to be famous for some reason or another? Let me know down below if you have any more information regarding G. Kincaid or any similar type of discoveries, because I have seen other things in the United States, such as the discovery of some Jewish artifacts, which theoretically wouldn't make sense, right, with the timeline and the geographic locations. There's also a similar story regarding they found cocaine from South America in the pyramids of Egypt, supposedly. So do you guys think that there's a possibility of this cross contamination of the new world and the old world having a contact before? Or do you guys think that there's something else to this? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Roger. Ah, that's your name.
Roger.
Good. And what do you do, Roger?
I'm a financial consultant.
Ah, financial consultant, eh?
Roger,
Yeah,
yes.
terrific. And Roger, how's business at the moment?
Not bad, thank you. Been a bit quiet lately.
How do you mean lately?
Since the war, been a bit quiet.
Fair enough. Okay, Roger, your special subject tonight is the economies of the European community. Your time starts now. Best of luck.
Thank you.
How much does Greece owe, Roger?
$367 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Mostly to the other European economies.
Correct. How much does Ireland owe?
$865 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Other European economies, mostly.
Correct. How much do Spain and Italy owe?
$1 trillion each.
Correct. Who to?
Mainly France, Britain and Germany.
Correct. And how are Germany, France and Britain going, Roger?
Well, they're struggling a bit, aren't they?
Correct. Why?
Because they've lent all these vast amounts of money to other European economies that can't possibly pay them back.
Correct. So what are they going to do?
They're going to have to bail them out.
Correct. Where are they getting the money to do that, Roger?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
How much does Portugal owe?
Hang on a minute. What was the answer to that earlier question?
Just keep answering the questions, Roger. Where is Portugal going to get the money it owes to Germany if Germany can't get back the money that it lent to Italy?
Just a minute. What was the answer to the previous question? The question was, how can broke economies lend money to other broke economies who haven't got any money because they can't pay back the money the broke economy lent to the other broke economy and shouldn't have lent it to them in the first place because the broke economy can't pay it back?
You're wasting very valuable time, Roger. How much money does Spain owe to Italy?
$41 billion, but where are they going to get it?
Correct. What does Italy owe to Spain?
$27 billion, but they haven't got it. They're broke.
Correct. How can they pay each other if neither of them has any money?
They're going to get a bailout, aren't they?
Correct. And where's the money coming from for the bailout?
That's what I'm asking you.
Correct. Why are people selling the European currency and buying the US dollar?
Because the US economy is so much stronger than the European economy.
Correct. Why is that, Roger?
Because it's owned by China.
Correct. And very well done. And after that round, you've lost $1 million.
I've lost $1 million. I thought you said well done.
Yes, well done. You've only lost $1 million. That's an extraordinary performance, Roger.
I've only lost $1 million.
Very well done.
And that's quite good, is it?
Oh, it's excellent.
Sell everything immediately. Quickly.
Jeez. Wow. Like, money rules our life, but when you really break it down, it's kind of funny. Like, it doesn't really make sense. Like he was saying, like, all the countries owe money to themselves, but they can't pay it back. It's kind of ridiculous. At the end of the day, no one's going to get paid, and no one's the wiser, right? So it just feels like some of these big companies that have shell companies, and the only goal is to, like, keep the money moving, right? And as the money keeps moving, everything's fine at the end of the day. Feels like that's what we're seeing, but on a massive scale, as if they're fudging the numbers, hoping that no one realizes. But I mean, at one point, this bubble will have to pop, no? Or we're just going to artificially inflate it forever? I don't know. You guys let me know. It's not like this is financial advice or I'm an advisor or nothing. This is just pure common sense. How do you pay back something you don't have? How do you lend something you don't have? Who do you sell it to? Who do you give it back to? It really doesn't make sense. So if you could shed some light on this to me, go for it. And let's keep on rocking.
speaks the real truth about men. You don't want to miss it.
Realizing, I think the real thing that they find attractive in women is a woman who is incredibly nurturing. I think no matter how self-sufficient and how masculine a man is, but when a woman takes care or predicts his needs before he says it, he can't help but melt. So if she knows he might be hungry and there's something ready, if she knows that he might be tired, there's a coffee ready, if she knows that he's got work in the morning, he's going to be in a rush, there's a shirt ironed, these kind of nurturing acts makes a man feel loved. And I don't think they realize it because they're so conditioned to not expect that from women anymore and see that as oppressive and see that as toxic. They're just like, oh no, I don't even expect that. But when they receive it, they act like babies, like just received an opened present. They're like, oh, coffee for me? Like, you know, like you did that for me? And it's like, oh yeah. And I think they don't realize that that is actually their universal love
Men
language.
are very simple. We're not complicated. We're just looking for a good, godly woman that wants to be with us and take care of us and be for us. And if you agree, type amen.
It was a prank. They got a doctor to wake him up and tell him, you're waking up from a 12-year coma.
You've been in a coma for the past 10 years.
Well, all right.
One of their friends got arrested because they were driving drunk and they were passed out. Okay. Because they got into like an accident, hit like a sign
But they were
or whatever.
actually drunk.
Yeah, they were drunk driving. So what they did, since he was so knocked out, they put him in a hospital, like simulated hospital room. Okay. They got a doctor to wake him up and tell him, you're waking up from a 12-year coma.
Can you hear me? You're in the hospital. You're going to be fine. You're going to be just fine.
Wow. Look at you.
You just woke up. And he's like, what? What happened?
Some time ago, you decided you was drinking. You was out drinking, and you decided to drive, and there was an accident. This accident took place back in 2013. Ms. McKinney, this is 2023. You've been in a coma for the past 10 years.
Well, all right.
They've been contacted. They're on their way. But you're going to be taken care of. You're going to be all right. Let me check on my colleague. Make sure he's in here. He's going to help you better make a transition from where you've been to where you need to be. It's all right. Just try to relax.
And then another doctor came in and he started slapping his face. That's why you don't drink and drive. That's why you don't drink and drive.
Close your eyes. You feel this? You feel that?
A little bit.
Feel that? Feel that? Feel that? All right. You feel that?
Yeah.
See, yeah. Feel that? You feel that? Yeah. Dude, look. Yeah, 5D you are. 5D you are.
Wait, did y'all forget about that South?
I don't know who they got the right to do that from, because theoretically that guy should be going to jail, right? But man, people do need consequences to their actions. Like, this is a weird situation, but I'm sure he's gonna think about it twice before he drinks and drives again. Sorry, I just found that super funny. Let's keep on rocking.
Antarctic magnetic anomaly. Well, listen to this, y'all. Check this out.
All right, I don't really even know how to put this, but does anyone know anything about this massive energy wave that seems to be emanating from Antarctica? There's a video going around as of yesterday, October 12th, showing this powerful, huge circular pulse of energy, this wave that seems to be stemming from Antarctica, stretching like allegedly 6,000 miles north over Australia. It looks insanely powerful, and it is very odd, and I'm trying to get more information. I mean, some people say it's just a glitch. Some people say it's some sort of pressure system. Others are convinced it's something else entirely. We do know that Antarctica definitely has a very mysterious past. So whatever it is, it's strange. But if anyone knows anything, or you've seen this actual data yourself, can you please tag someone or comment below with...
Now, I was combing through these comments, and everybody is feeling the same thing. People are feeling exhaustion, ringing in their ears. They're feeling frequency. People saying to the point that they don't even want to get up and do anything. They don't want to go to work. Hell, they don't even want... People can't even digest food properly. Now, as you guys may know, we are going through an ascension process, and the planet is splitting. There's a 3D shift and a 5D shift. It's all about frequency, all right? And I go into depth of why people are experiencing this. If you guys want to check it out, here's my Instagram, Conscious Juice. Here's the link over here, the link tree, and click on it, and then the Patreon link should pop up. And it's the very first video, okay? I go into detail on why this is happening and why people are experiencing the ringing in the ears and all about this, okay? Go check it out, y'all. But I've been telling y'all, this is all part of the shift, and it's here. They feel it. They see it. Let's continue to get it. Peace in.
Breaking news.
What do you guys think about that? The frequencies that are emanating? Do you guys think that maybe it's a mistake with the tools that they're using to make their readings? Because I've heard that also the Schumann resonance also is a bit crazy. I mean, is it the solar flares? Is it the technology that we're unveiling here on Earth, like the 5G and all this, and technologies that we don't know about that the military maybe might be using? So what do you guys think? Do you guys think that there's something wrong with the planet? Do you guys think that there's an abundance of frequencies? He said that some people are feeling it. Have you guys felt it? Did you feel ringing in your ears, problems digesting, this and that? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
A man named Noah in Ghana is building an Ark of Doom. It has become a hot topic across the country after claiming that what happened during the biblical days of Noah is about to happen again. According to him, starting December 25, 2025, a heavy rain will fall continuously for 3 years, flooding the entire world. He says God revealed it to him, and he has already begun building an ark to prepare for what's coming. Noah, who lives in a small community in Ghana, says he has spent months gathering strong, seasoned wood to build the ark. He claims the materials are not ordinary, that each piece has been prayed over and chosen under divine instruction. While many people laugh at him and call him crazy, others are beginning to pay attention. Some say, wasn't it the same thing people said to the first Noah? They mocked him until it was too late, despite the criticism. This modern-day Noah says he will not stop. He believes his mission is to save as many lives as possible before the rain begins. He invites anyone who believes to join him in building the ark and preparing for the flood, whether it's faith, fear, or pure conviction.
This drives me nuts. Not gonna lie. That's Angkor Wat, and that's something that we use every day. About 10 years ago, Angkor Wat was scanned with LiDAR to remove the trees and see what's underneath them. When they did that, these appeared. Let me put this into perspective. Angkor Wat is the biggest temple on Earth. 7 Angkor Wats could fit comfortably in whatever that is. That squiggly geometry is used by your credit card and your festival wristband, and Walmart when it tries to stop you from stealing stuff. These are RFID chips. They don't need power, but they couple with an antenna sending a signal, which is crazy because Angkor Wat's aligned to a star. It also has the exact geometry of a camera sensor that converts light to electricity. The only difference is scale. And the temple has the geometry of a timekeeping oscillator, which is exactly what it does using the sun. The towers are shaped like the signal coming out of your phone when it connects to a tower. A cross-section of these towers is the same geometry as a corrugated horn antenna. The shape of a computer chip is functional, not aesthetic. That's because they're meant to manipulate electrical vibrations. Well, between the ionosphere and the ground is a current called the global electric circuit. This seems like too many coincidences, which is why about 80% of my research is focused on this exact topic. And on Sunday, I'm doing a live stream. Latest research, how it works, the role of sound in these things. Any purchase of the birthday bundle or the mastery suite will get you a free pass into the inner grid where I will be hosting that talk. You want to go? You should go. Don't make it weird. It's not clingy if we both want it.
Now let's get into...
That's very interesting. What do you guys think about the correlation between ancient sites and modern electronics? Do you think one is inspired by the other, or the other is inspired by the one? Meaning that did we recognize these patterns and then incorporate them in our technology? Or did we just create the technology and then, hey, look, this looks like that? I don't know. If anyone knows, let me know down below. But what could it mean if the way that things are structured and the way that they're presented and their alignment is the exact same as our computers? What would that imply? That this world is a grid, that this world is a computer, that this world is, I don't know, a game? I don't know. What would it mean to you if we were able to prove that? Let me know down below. And I'm very curious to see what you got to say. And let's keep on rocking.
Something even stranger, meltology. Not in your history books, but it's there if you look. Old walls, ruins, what they tell us are natural mountains. Glance quickly, you'd believe it. But up close, you see melt marks. You see drips, flows, stone that looks like it was once liquid. Outside, scarred, jagged like lava. Inside, preserved sharp, arches still intact, columns still standing. So what is it? A natural mountain? Or a giant building burned so hot it fused into rock? Nature doesn't carve perfect arches. Nature doesn't make flat walls cut like a blade. Those things are not natural. They were architecture, and now we call them mountains. So the real question is, who built them, when, and why were they all burned, melted, buried?
1923, these local authorities that were sided with the USSR, they come into this Ukrainian village and they tried to get the people in this village to sign a petition to basically get rid of their church. What it was met with was everyone protested it and they're like, get out of here. We're never signing that. We're never shutting down our church. So the authorities left, but they left and they were really mad. And right outside the village, there was this giant wooden cross, the metal figure of Jesus on it. One of these police officers, they struck the side of Jesus on the cross, instantly started pouring out blood. What? Freaked them out. They ran away from it. Word spread real quick. And by that evening, over 30,000 Christians in Ukraine gathered around this cross and were praying. For weeks, these soldiers, they kept on trying to remove the cross. And they said that they were not able to because they felt an invisible force pushing them away.
Wow.
And this Jewish doctor, he's like, I just want to see this. And so he goes and collects a sample, tests it, and he's like, it's blood.
Oh my gosh.
There's blood pouring out from the side of Christ. The USSR, they're heavily persecuting the Christians, so like a lot of people were like turning away from the church.
Yeah.
But it basically rallied them back up, at least for a short time. And then the USSR came in, they were finally able to tear down the cross, and then they outlawed and destroyed all crosses within Soviet Russia.
Good Lord. You fully believe that story happened?
I do, yeah.
Y'all, that shift is a lot closer than you think. What you're witnessing right now is not just a light in the sky. This is the cosmic breath of the black sun, the hidden heart of creation, pulsating beneath the crust of the earth. These auroras, they are not decoration, they are communication. The heartbeat of Gaia that is sinking, the pulse of the cosmos, the solar radiation, the cosmic radiation, the green ray, the emerald fire. This is the vibration of love and healing itself. It's the heart chakra of the planet that's activating, reminding you that the heart and earth are reflections of one another. So if you're feeling unfamiliar in your body, if your emotions been rising and your sleep patterns been strange, understand that your DNA is tuning into the new frequency of the sun that's behind the sun. The kundalini of the planet is awakening. As she rises through her poles, she's igniting the serpent of light within you, the ancient fire that's sleeping at the base of your spine. These colors are not random. These are cosmic codes. Every shimmer of violet, gold, jade, that is intelligence, a sacred language of plasma that we have forgotten, and it is rewriting the magnetic song of humanity. The black sun is in darkness. It's the unseen light, the womb of all stars, the mother of this current existence. So breathe that deep prana, feel that energy run through your veins like liquid aurora, because this is the sky awakening. It's the heavens that's awakening within you. Get ready, y'all.
This video,
I really don't know about anything that he just said, to be honest. It sounds like a lot of hoopla, but that is so beautiful though. And I will put in the next video a bit of an explanation about what he was referring to with the black sun. It's like a whole mythology based upon that whole idea. I'm gonna enter it. But has anyone ever seen the Northern Lights or that type of thing themselves? And if so, let me know how it made you feel. I'm very curious. He was talking a lot about heart, emotion, chakra, and all that stuff. But I'd be very curious to see if it has like a physical or a magnetic or an energetic effect on people. So if ever you witness one, just let me know how it made you feel. And let's keep on rocking.
Confirms more than you may think. It's going viral on Twitter. It's water gushing out of a tree these guys have started to cut down. However, we have a lot to unpack here. I promise you, if you stick through this video, you'll be freaking shocked at the end of it. So the obvious thing is, okay, we shouldn't be cutting down this tree. Duh, how big is it? How old is it? Is it 1,000 years? Is it 500 years? It's not 6,000 years. It's not older than 6,000, rather, I should say. We should talk about the age of the earth in another video. The next thing, though, is I've seen them cut down massive oaks and other trees in North America and water gush out of the stump. And the comments was like, well, maybe there's just like a spring there, or maybe the tree like wrapped up around a water line that was like leaking and now it's gushing out. This is a lot more serious. This is so incredibly shocking. For one, I hope these guys left the tree alone, patched it up, put some clay in there. Hopefully the tree heals itself. Like, look how massive this freaking tree is. But do you remember seeing tabletop mountains in Peru, South America, all over the place, tabletop mountains that have a waterfall constantly flowing. And I'm not talking about an ice-capped mountain. Ice-capped mountains with waterfalls, we know it's snow melt. Yes. But check this out. So have a look at this. We have a tree stump, and we have perhaps an ancient gigantic tree stump as described in many different ancient texts. Notice the waterfalls pouring off of this tree stump. We're talking about a flat plateau. There's no lake up there. Is it that the roots of this tree, when it was anciently still alive and connected, I mean, the ancients believe that even rocks are alive, so that would make sense if rocks are remnants of ancient trees anyway. But I'm talking the roots of this silicon-based tree tapped into the water supply. When it got cut, this is what's said in the Bible, the angels came and cut the trees down so the Nephilim couldn't climb the trees and survive the flood because they were cannibalistic and everything. Cut the tree, and the waterfalls are still flowing out of it. We may have cracked the code. Let me know your thoughts. And hopefully this tree survives and they patch it up. That's what I'm talking about.
I've been thinking about this for actually quite a while, because I was at the top of a mountain, I was looking at this waterfall, and I was wondering, how is it possible that the water just keeps flowing? And to be honest, the only thing I could come up with in my mind is that there's sort of like a pressure that's created to make the water go up and then it goes back down, because it's impossible that it's just rain. Because when you look at like a little river or waterfall, I mean, those are thousands of gallons per second. So, I mean, there's no way to have that amount of water constantly flowing. Because if it was rain or something like that, it'd be less sometimes, more sometimes. But somehow these waterfalls are very stable. And the example that he was showing there on the mesa, obviously, how do you explain it? Because there's, like you said, there's no river on top. There's no source of water. It wasn't raining. So it's very interesting. What do you guys think about that? Do you guys think that the water somehow has a way of completing the cycle? Sort of like when you would have a pump and it pumps the water up and then the water goes back down and then you restart, sort of like how we use fountains and stuff like that. Do you guys think it works like that? Or is there another explanation that I am completely missing? So if you have an idea, just let me know down below, because it's been something that's been in my mind for a little while. So I'd be very curious if you could help me out. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being with us today. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay weird, stay grounded, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace. Now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change, we're living this change. Living this change. Making a change. I'm living this change. Yeah.
Ben? Do you see this?
There's a frog in here.
All about the one world government. LA, 15-minute smart cities. Jamaica, Maui, 15-minute smart cities.
Yeah, right? Yeah. There's all the snacks. There's no employees. There are robots in here. There are robots taking your order.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Apparently, blood being blue in your body is just a Mandela effect. Watch this.
Almost 100% sure that they taught us that blood was blue inside the body until it hits oxygen and then it turns red. And I just saw a video of a 6th grade teacher talking about why do her 6th graders think that blood is blue. And my first thought was, how do you, as a teacher, not know that blood is blue until it hits oxygen? And then I looked it up, and apparently that was never true. So now I'm wondering, because I could have sworn they taught us this in schools. Like, I don't even know if this is a Mandela effect or if this is just like misinformation completely, or if they are like they just lied to it. Wait, who else thinks that blood is blue? Actually, let me ask.
What is Bill Gates? What do you guys remember? Have you guys ever heard of the Mandela effects? There's a lot of things that people remember differently than the way they are. Like Star Wars, instead of saying, Luke, I am your father, he says, no, I am your father. But the funny thing about that story, for an example, is that when the actor of Darth Vader would go on to talk shows and stuff like that, and they would tell him, okay, do the voice, he would say, Luke, I am your father. In other words, even the person that's involved in the movie seems to have a misrecollection of the events, which pushes us to question, is that the way it was? Is that not the way it was? So now back to the question. When you guys were in school learning about biology and they told you that the veins were blue, why did they say they were blue? Did they say because it was a lining in the vein? Or did they say because when the oxygen depletes in the blood, it loses its red tint and it becomes blue? That's what I had learned. So let me know down below, see if we're all on the same page or not, and let's keep on rocking.
Planning with all that land he owned.
Why don't they talk about planting trees? Why isn't Bill Gates the largest, like private landowner in the U.S. now, planting trees like crazy if he's so worried about carbon dioxide? He poo-poos the whole idea of planting trees as a way to combat climate change. It's just carbon markets and going to electric vehicles and all of this stuff. But electric vehicles necessitates mass mining, and a lot of that mining is in places that use child labor, or it's going to be so environmentally destructive you totally destroy the developing world, which these people on the left supposedly want to protect. You're going to totally destroy the environment. But really what it's about is controlling how much energy people can use. And if you can control how much energy a household can use, you can control their economic activity. You also control how big their family can. It's fear-driven to get people to accept policies they otherwise wouldn't accept because they're told this cataclysmic event is just down the line. And trust us, again, is the conclusion of that.
The Illuminati are literally pricing humans out of existence.
Wow, childhood was great. I'm excited for a bright future.
9/11.
What?
Yeah, it's 9/11. It's going to be the worst terrorist attack in human history, and the world's never going to be the same.
All right, well, I'm sure by the time I get to college, things will...
Financial crisis. There's going to be one of the worst financial crises ever.
All right, well, whatever. I'm sure by the time I'm 30...
Global pandemic. There's going to be a global pandemic that irreparably shifts how society operates. Forever.
This is becoming too much for me. All right, well, I was always shown that the key to happiness is just raising a family and owning a home. So I'm just going to focus on that because I'm finally making $100,000 a year.
$250,000.
Can't even do that anymore.
Yeah, you're going to need $250,000 a year for all those things now.
Are you kidding me? Gee, I mean, I guess I'll just go back to medical school then.
$300,000, that's going to cost $300,000 and also 10 years of your life.
Oh, my... Whatever. I'll just pursue my passions and become an artist.
They're going to try to replace you with AI.
Good God. I can't deal with this anymore. I'm just going to revert back to my childhood and watch some of my favorite shows. Try to forget about this.
Child abuse.
What?
Yeah, child abuse. They were all abusing children.
I need to go back to church.
Also abusing children.
I can't do this anymore. Is the government at least trying to fix this?
Stay weird.
Abusing children?
Abusing children.
Have y'all ever...
It's kind of true when you think about it. It seems like, I don't know, what age you guys have, but it does seem like there has been a steady crisis every couple of years. Seems very interesting. Do you guys think that there's a meaning behind all of that? Or it's just random? But when you look at these events and you start looking at the causes and how and the incentives and, who had motive, becomes a pretty interesting story. But he is right that, you're trying to live a normal life, but with all these crises, with all these attacks, with all these situations, it's kind of hard to just go on your merry way. And like you said, even if you just want to, settle down, get a house or whatever, back in the days, people seems like they could buy a house if they were working at the convenience store. And nowadays, it's like they're talking about, Trump spoke about 50-year mortgages. So that means that everything is just out of reach from the consumer. So it's so sad the way back in the days you could have the most basic job and somehow still provide for your family. And nowadays it seems like that has completely changed. You guys agree? Do you guys see it the same way? Or do you guys think that nowadays there's way more opportunities than before and we have a problem with our mind state? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Ever seen anything like this? VinHub. So check it out. You scan the QR code, right? There's all the snacks. There's no employees. There are robots in here. There are robots taking your order. Oh my goodness. And they got everything. They got medicine. Oh my goodness. I have to order something. I have to. This is a crazy business model, y'all. This is a crazy business model. Can you see this? Do you see this? It's a giant vending machine. But instead of getting one Pop-Tart, you could get all the Pop-Tarts. Instead of getting the little bag of cheeses, you get the whole box, right? You go ahead and go grocery shopping in here. They got coffee made up there. They got A1 sauce. Come on, they got everything in here. Man, what? Oh, man, there's too many ways to make money, y'all. This is hard.
This ancient rock appears to be a map, but not just any map, a map of Earth's magnetic fields. It's at Newgrange. It's a pretty big rock. It's above average, megalithically speaking. It's a boyfriend rock. If you split the hemispheres of the Earth at the line on the rock, you get the magnetic vortex points of North America, South America, Russia, Pacific Ocean, and Antarctica. It's not just the similarities, though. It's the alignment of Newgrange itself. It is aligned to the winter solstice. The winter solstice is a magnetic event. During that time, the solar wind is the strongest. Earth's geomagnetic response is the weakest. This is important. Newgrange is in Ireland, where the auroras are. Those are charged particles re-entering the Earth through the atmosphere. Ireland is also home to some of the craziest geological formations on the planet, including the composition of these rocks, which are magnetic. Earth's magnetic field can align grains in sedimentary rock. These are the studies from Newgrange proving it, but why? Well, believe it or not, this was very common in the ancient world. In Tiwanaku, Bolivia, Brian Forster showed that the H blocks are actually magnetic. In Egypt, at Elephantine Island, my friend Chelsea accidentally ran an experiment with her tensor rings. After putting the box on that altar, it mangled her copper tensor rings, but only the ones that were shaped like a magnetic field. Geometry might actually show us the answer here. Newgrange is part of a vast network of stone circles. Circles contain a vortex. It's the only geometry that can do that. Stones act as nodes that shape the magnetic field as it enters into the most optimal way that a magnetic field flows. To balance the flow through the crust, we couple where it's weak and then we get rid of it back to the atmosphere where it's too strong. But here are the opinions of what people think those carvings are. We start matching the stuff with our science. This perspective requires no belief, just an open eye and an open mind, and I got way more to show you.
Terminator is the prequels to the beginning of The Matrix. Sarah Connor is actually Neo's mother. So JC, John Connor's Jesus Christ, goes up to being Neo, one and the same in The Matrix. The Matrix is in the future. The Terminator is the past. It's time travel, past, present, and future time travel. It's the second coming of the Christ, the evolutions of consciousness, man versus the machine. So the machines, the Terminator machines, here that a child is going to be born that's going to terminate them in the future when they oppress man. So see, it's a man versus the machine. It's God's children versus man's children, which was technology.
So man versus nature.
Exactly. So the Terminator has to time travel to the past because they know it's Sarah Connor, and they have to kill her, terminate her, so she won't have the baby. And Kyle Reese, he comes from the future to protect her, and he inadvertently gets her pregnant. And he has to go back to the future. And so it's the Immaculate Conception, because now she's pregnant, and she fell in love with a man, but did it really happen? Did he exist? And then this child, when you see the three Terminators, the boy, and then the man-child, subconsciously, he doesn't know why the Terminator is trying to kill him, until he's hidden out in the city, in the Matrix, the future. When he reaches 30 years of age, the rebellion, reloaded, revolution starts. And the rebels come and they find him because they've been watching him all along. That's what the Guardians and the Sentinels are all about. And so they wake him up to his purpose. They take him to Morpheus to train him to fight the machines. They take him to the Oracle because of the prophecy. So this is the whole epic story. It's an epic.
Someone could please explain to me?
Incredible. When I learned that, it kind of blew my mind. So the connection between Terminator and The Matrix, did you guys know about that? I find it adds a layer of complexity and intensity to that story. Like she said, past, present, future, the second coming of Christ. I know, we always think these are movies and it's science fiction and this and that. Did you guys have any idea of the implications and the connection between these two movies? I find that amazing. Amazing. I don't know if I could get a hold of that book. I don't know if it exists because I think she just wrote this. like she wrote an idea and then they made a script out of it, but I don't know if the book truly exists. I'd like to get my hands on that. So let me know down below if you guys knew about the connection between the Matrix and the Terminator and what you think about the story that she was saying. And let's keep on rocking.
Okay, great. Normally don't make hot coffees, normally make iced coffees, but the weather's getting colder, was feeling a little frisky this morning. I had bought this specifically to make hot coffee. I had not opened it yet. Expiration date is March 2025. Like, we're rocking, right? I go to undo the top and take the thing off and pour it in. Do you see this?
There's a frog in here.
Open this. Look, drink water. It's crazy.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La la.
Guys, why is there letters on my Olive Garden breadstick?
So if LA couldn't get any creepier with all the problems with crime and homeless, I ran into this billboard on this lot. So this is a vacant lot for construction, and it says, "Live life deeper, 144 stories underground. You may never go outside again." It's so creepy. I'm wanting to know if this is real with this construction site right here. West Hollywood, Beverly Hills adjacent, a controlled access community, 24/7 security, residents only amenities, a new standard of sustainable living, but it's all underground. Live life deeper. The world's first and only completely subterranean residences. Terrifying. I feel like it's a horror movie. It's so creepy.
Fossilized. Wow, that's interesting. First of all, do you think it's possible that they're like sort of trying to create chaos above ground and sort of subconsciously say, hey, you want to be safe? Go underground, type of thing? I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know. The idea of living completely underground or having my house underground kind of makes me feel claustrophobic. I really don't have claustrophobia, but I don't know. I just feel like it's not natural for us to be living underground. And second of all, I don't know if you guys noticed that the placement of that guy's eyes was very, very interesting. I found that, I don't know if it's AI or something, but super interesting. First time that I see something like that. So let me know down below. Would you guys like to live underground in a complex like that? Do you think it makes sense? Or are you like me and you like your fresh air and the sun and it's not for you? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking.
Cowboy boot? That is the most insane thing I've read all day, but I am curious, what's the story here? Allegedly, this bad boy was found in a creek in Texas. So these guys, Carl and Don, were like, look, it's the fossilized leg of a cowboy. Well, that's a bit of a leap in logic. Why would they go and do a thing like that? That's because Carl and Don are young Earth creationists. So since fossils run against the grain of what their ideology is, they need to find a way to undermine them. So they use this boot to say, look, fossils can form very quickly, and therefore all of geology is a lie. So many things wrong with this that it's actually incredible. Probably the most important, bone's not fossilized. When bone fossilizes, it turns to stone. This is just normal bone. It's not fossilized at all. They claim that this stone that it's in is 40 million years old, which it isn't. See, this is limestone. It breaks down in water, and then when the water evaporates, it leaves behind the stone again. So maybe the parent material is 40 million years old, but this sure isn't. And then why does nothing happen to the boot? Why did the boot not fossilize? It's just leather. You expect something unique to happen to the boot after 40 million years or some shit? We don't even know if this is human. I mean, that's a huge bone. And finally, if it is, why the fuck are y'all holding on to it? Even if there's a tiny chance this is actually from a person, don't you think it should be in like a forensics lab instead of being used to promote your weird, anti-science ideologies? So I don't know, maybe this is chill for them. If you think this is crazy, you should come check out my video debunking a young Earth creationist textbook. Come check it out, YouTube channel Mini Minute Man.
Here we go. I put this in because I've seen that that picture and that story a few times by people trying to negate the timeline, let's say. And they were saying that that was basically petrified, but when something is petrified, like he said, it changes the composition into something that's more crystalline, the crystalline structure. And so he is right in a way that that's not really proof, because when you think about it, the leather didn't even have time to change. So pushes me to another question. How is it possible that this man's leg and skin got replaced by limestone? I guess that would be the part that I don't really understand. But I just put this in there because sometimes I see it used as proof positive that basically the timeline is off. And, you know, you have to be honest on both sides. So I like to see one side and the other one. And that's why I presented it here. Now let's keep on rocking.
Oh, again, the Philippines was just hit with a massive typhoon. And you know what's interesting about all this? Again, this was another place that they proposed to build smart cities. These 15-minute cities of the future connected to digital IDs and electric cars. And you can't leave. This is all about the one world government, one world control. LA, 15-minute smart cities. Jamaica, 15-minute smart cities. Maui, 15-minute smart cities, all get hit with natural disasters. Now, why is it that every time these future utopias are announced in these places, they all get hit with these natural disasters? Don't you find this quite odd? Are you putting the pieces of the puzzle together like I am and seeing a direct correlation here? A common theme, if you will, wiping out current foundation to build new foundation. First destruction and then reconstruction. What's going to rise from the ashes, guys? Surveillance grids, digital IDs, and centralized control, all under the disguised name of innovation. Now, the real ones can all see through the storm. We know what's really happening behind the closed doors. Our world is being purposely dismantled piece by piece by the psychopath globalists at the top. And the more people that wake up to this, the faster we're going to take these people down and actually build a beautiful new world for ourselves. So stay woke. Peace and love.
This video is from San Francisco.
A stamped brick with ARR, and we know that what used to be there said T, car. It's TCARR. Look at this.
Huh.
You can see that there are still fully intact bricks in what otherwise fully melted. Like that one right there.
Mm-hmm. What is that?
Much of it is melted beyond recognition, but
That's
a
what
lot
it
of
is.
it, like this, is still obviously a wall. So how old is this tree?
Right.
How long ago did this happen?
That's in San Francisco. I gotta go check it out.
Yes, definitely. You
all
need
brick,
to. Get the
and
drone.
It's all melted down like as if it was candle wax hit with a blowtorch.
That is what that looks like, dude.
Rolling down channels.
Holy
Channels of
mackerel.
melted bricks. Like right there. Look at that. Still bricks sitting there, and that's the same kind of brick that this is, that's stamped.
This is the evidence.
It's very interesting. There's a word called meltology where people start looking into all these rocks and mountains, and they start identifying structures that they see as melted. And what's interesting about this one here is that I've heard things about melted brick before, and it's kind of a point of contention because if you want to heat brick sufficiently for it to melt, you're talking about almost 3,000 degrees. Fahrenheit and maybe 1,500 Celsius, which is very, very high heats, even for fire. So it's an anomalous situation when you find melted bricks. And anyways, to connect that, some people say that there was some plasma event or something basically that changed our plane of existence physically. So I don't know if that connects into that or if it comes from a fire, or if it comes from another story. But again, it's just very interesting to see melted brick because the heat required to do that is very, very high. So yeah, that's why I put this in. And let's keep on rocking.
Because there is a case of partial preservation of what was there. You know, because if you didn't find the bricks, you didn't see the little details of bricks in there, somebody would just say, oh, well, wind and water did this over 1 million years, right? They would say, oh, it was 15 billion years caused rocks to look like this. No, it took about probably 10 seconds of like the hottest thing you could possibly imagine, just burning something, and it literally melted like a candle melts. That's
Bro.
what you see there. Like, what happened in our recent past? I think it's very fascinating. When I really got curious about the western part of the United States and like stuff like the Valley of Fire, in my mind, I was thinking, oh, the days of Noah, maybe. I was thinking maybe like sometime around like the days of Jesus, like thousands of years ago. But when you find stamped bricks in there, so that means there was a brick factory that made bricks, right? You know, so obviously I think even like the earliest brick factories were like in the we're told, the mid 19th century. They had factories that made bricks en masse. So when did this thing melt like that?
Elon Musk said something so shocking at this event. The audience must be completely clueless for them to go along with this rather than start heckling and saying, what the Sam damn are you thinking? Listen to this interview or this clip. It's absolutely shocking, and we're going to unpack it.
I think we may be able to give people, if somebody's committed crime, a more humane form of containment of future crime, which is if you say like you now get a free Optimus, and it's just going to follow you around and stop you from doing crime. But other than that, you get to do anything. It's just going to stop you from committing crime. That's really it. You don't have to put people in like prisons and stuff. It's pretty wild to think of the various of all the possibilities, but I think it's clearly the future.
Now, Optimus is that goofy little robot standing next to him. His idea is that criminals will have a robot following them around to prevent them from doing future crime. For one, how is this goofy little thing supposed to stop you from doing crime? But for two, I don't even think he was being serious about this. I think this is predictive programming or conditioning. Get ready for robots to police you. And whether that's in the form of AI policing us, like through our phones, through the internet, AI controlling what we say, what we can't say, getting us in trouble for things we say or think or type or research, etc. Or really conditioning us for like robo-cops. Remember Minority Report? When you would get in trouble for pre-crime, before the crime was committed, you get like sentenced and the cops come after you and whatnot. Minority Report. Now, here's the thing with Elon Musk that no one really wraps their head around, seemingly. Many of you guys probably will, but the vast majority of people have no idea. The guy claims in multiple interviews that AI is the greatest threat to humanity. He then proceeds to make brain implantable microchips, self-driving cars, and his whole thing centered around artificial intelligence. It's like warning you about a forest fire while they're stoking the flames of a campfire next to the forest. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. What's interesting, though, is that he's portrayed as this freedom-fighting dude. Woo! Brain implantable microchips. What don't you understand about that? And the selling point is that it's going to make you superhuman, or it's going to help people who like can't use their arms. But if we put a brain microchip in there, they'll be able to move their arms again. It's going to be good for humanity. No, it will not make you superhuman. Merging with artificial intelligence will make you inhuman. You will no longer be fully human if you merge with AI, which is the plan, the mark of the beast. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more. I'll admit, within the first few seconds of this video, you're going to go, I'm not so sure about that, man. But tell me if you think all of this in totality could be a coincidence, because I'm thinking it's more of a stretch to think this is a stretch. It's clearly happening and it's in your face. Watch this.
The world might actually be run by demons. At almost every major city, there is symbolism for Lucifer. The United Nations headquarters is located at 666 United Nations Plaza, where there is tons of demonic symbolism such as this end times beast. In the Bible, it says 200 fallen angels descended at Mount Hermon, and the UN just happens to have a base there. The craziest part is that at a city called Astana, a city that's been purposely hidden from us, there's a massive pyramid, much like the one on the money that controls our entire world. And inside this pyramid, there's 200 perfectly aligned chairs. It's almost like the 200 angels that fell have a secret base where they make their plans. At this same city, there is another torch that represents Lucifer. This evil symbolism even stretches to CERN, a government research facility which has a statue of Shiva, the destroyer of worlds outside of it.
So the 666 Plaza thing is true. The Mount Hermon thing is true. The Lucifer being the light bearer is true. The 200 chairs That's legit. So that's only the tip of the iceberg. There used to be a website that is now scrubbed from the internet. I cannot find it. If one of you guys is a real techie, find this out for me. There's a website that showed the distances between certain buildings, like the pyramids of Giza to the Basel, Switzerland World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, is exactly like 6,666 kilometers apart. And the One World Trade Center is exactly 666 miles from the Statue of Liberty, whatever, not saying that exact, but it was a website compiling all these shocking distances that happen to line up with 666s. And they're like significant, buildings in the White House and all that. Now, remember also the Washington Monument. Go and convert the height of the Washington Monument from feet to inches and check out that numerical value and tell me, whoopsie daisy coincidence. Something shocking is going on in our world today, guys and girls and everyone else. And we're a part of it. We got born into this power struggle that's happening where it's good versus evil. What side are you on? Probably you're on the same side as me. I mean, it's a big club and we're on in it, right? Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
So what do you guys think about all that symbolism? You think it's possible that it's just a coincidence? Or do you guys think it's a trope? It's like an archetype that they're using to I don't know, steer us or create a certain pattern in our mind? Do you guys think there's a meaning, or do you guys think it's random? Let me know down below. And thank you very much for being here, because I think we've reached the end. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our jobs. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace!
I know what y'all think, but now's the time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah.
The wiggling. Wiggling shows you the depth on a flat screen. This frozen lake ice fishing hole is actually a mat. Wild bonsai tree on a cliff is actually a moss on a pocket tree. But can you stop the wiggling? No.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Check this out. McDonald's says, "Hey, DQ, you want to have a sign war?" And then DQ's like, "We would, but we're too busy making ice cream." And then McDonald's replies back, "That's cute. Our ice cream makes itself." And then DQ comes back with, "You mean it actually works? Shocker." McDonald's got to come back again with, "What's a milkman in pantyhose? A Dairy Queen." And then DQ comes back with, "Why dine with a clown when you can with a queen?" Yeah, that's good. Now, Arvis Bank across the street got to go, "Ice cream machine broken? We have a loan for that." Sounds like a Google ad. And then Sonic, they got to kick in too, and they're like, "We have ice for these burns." And then here comes Domino's with, "Your signs are cheesy, just like our pizza."
Okay, this is kind of blowing my mind. This is an experiment that you can either do with yourself or with somebody else. It's very simple. Either ask the person or yourself to sing at the highest pitch you possibly can. Just go like, ah, but do it as high as you think you physically can. Then either ask them or yourself to imitate the highest pitched singer in the world, and that the person will always come in higher than they just did when they thought they were singing at the highest possible pitch. And this is a technique that apparently works for a lot of things other than singing, but immediately the responses are people saying, "Oh yeah, this totally works." For example, one person said that when they were in choir, the teacher asked them to sing it like you were an opera singer, and that immediately the sound was bigger and better. I bring this up because I once heard somebody tell me that when they're struggling to solve a problem, one thing they do is try to imagine a smarter person and picture what that person would do, and that it usually helps them. That there are invisible barriers to doing certain things, and that you can make those go away by telling yourself that you are imitating someone else. Even if you're asking yourself in some interpersonal situation, what would the world's nicest person do? Or what would the world's most charismatic person do? Although my favorite response is this person saying, when asked how they learned to dance so well, they said they looked at their shadow and moved it like a puppet.
When you begin,
It's pretty interesting, the idea that if you put yourself in the shoes of someone else, you would perform better than if you believe you're yourself. It sort of brings back to that whole idea of confidence and of manifestation and of believing it first, being able to visualize it and then being able to do it, because you're able to visualize the person that in your mind is the best at that action, because obviously it's a reference. So you've seen that person. So you have a mental cue of how it would look, how it would sound, and then all of a sudden you're able to surpass your own limitations. It's very interesting. I wonder what type of other applications this could work on. If you guys have any ideas on what applications it could work on, write it down below. I'm very curious, and let's keep on rocking.
To study history, you begin to realize during the feudal age, when the peasants kind of worked on the land of the feudal kings, they only worked 140 days out of the year. The other 200 days they chilled. So today we work more than the peasants. Most people work more than the peasants used to and have less to show for it. They have no land, they have no house, they have nothing. It's the illusion of slavery. It's the illusion of freedom.
We got the Chrysler building. Look at this thing. 2 years to build. 2 years. Come on, 1929, 1928. And in a surprise move, they hoisted that up at the last second to win world's tallest building. Just a little surprise by the architects. Well, listen, help me out here. Besides being Callus's Man of the Year, Grandpa Bill, the Sorcerer's Stone, which I always say takes these buildings out. Hey, Grandpa Bill, what do you know about African marble? I don't know, they just imported it for the Chrysler building. Really? Donde está Mexico? Grandpa Jeb. What does that mean? I don't speak Spanish. Well, that's where they got the onyx from for the lobby, from Mexico. Georgia? Oh, what do you mean, Georgia? Well, that's where we got the granite from. 1929. Then they snuck the spire on to become world's biggest building. Do you believe these stories? Do you believe this BS? Sound off in the comments if you're smarter than me. Come on. Come on. Make it make sense, Grandpa Bill. This is the front. Of course. Of course they gotta share the building with them. They always got that indention. Oh, you should have went to architect school, Junior. You would have found out what the indention means. I had the best architect teacher in the world. What did they tell you about these things? Why would they do that? Look how dangerous that is. Come on, man. Make it make sense, Chrysler building. Sound off. Am I wrong? 2 years, under 2 years to be built. Make it make sense, Chrysler Building. For all the people that ask, why do I care they lie? This is one of the first liars. J.P. Morgan. Look at this building they built. Billions of dollars. Why do you care about them lying? Because look what they're doing. You don't lie and don't get billion-dollar buildings like this. Come on, J.P. Morgan, make it make sense.
Very interesting because, like you said, you know, the timeline of 2 years is kind of crazy. But the aspect that I'd like to highlight in this one is that, like, my family has a industrial supplier company, and basically, sometimes when you order stuff for a project, it gets delayed, or even the basic, you know, the basic wait time normally is from 8 to 16 weeks, depending on where it's from. And now we're talking about 1929. They're talking about granite from here, onyx from here, stones from here. I mean, just the logistics of the ordering, the receiving, and the shipping of all these items just to coordinate with the building. I mean, nowadays would probably take more than 2 years just assembling all of the items that you need. You know, it's an example, but that's without the building, that's without the conception, that's without any problem that you might face during the construction, that's without the fact that there's winter in New York. Yeah, so 2 years for one of the most iconic buildings ever. Not too sure. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if it's that one or the Empire State that a plane already went into it and was burning for 24 hours and the building is still standing. So it's just a testament to how structurally sound they were, how rigid and strong they were, and, you know, built so quickly with all these items from everywhere. I don't know. The idea doesn't quite make sense. It's sort of like the next video we're about to see is basically just a retelling of the official narrative of a situation, and just the official narrative, once you know, account for all the items that they're bringing up, I mean, it's hard to give it any credence, to be honest. So anyways, let me know if you guys think any different as for the Chrysler Building in New York, if you think that 2 years makes sense with all those sources of items coming from all different places without talking about organizing the labor, getting everything done with winter. Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking. This next piece, not to trigger anyone, it's really just information, and it's one of the most interesting forms of knowledge that I've ever seen, because like I said, it's just a retelling of the official account and it feels like it means something else. Here we go.
On the morning of 19 men armed with box cutters, directed by a man on dialysis in a cave fortress halfway around the world, using a satellite phone and a laptop, directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat-trained pilots on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, snort cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, while in Washington, a pilot who couldn't handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the budget analyst office where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, 10th, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes. The pundits knew within hours. The administration knew within the day.
Who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
And the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap.
That a passport was found blocks from the World Trade Center crash site, if you can believe that.
But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation into the greatest American soil in history. That investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, P-TECH, Sibel Edmonds, OBL and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the CIA, the Bush administration, and as for Bush and Cheney, Well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath, and behind closed doors. It didn't bother to look at who funded the attacks because that question is ultimately of little practical significance. Still, the Commission did brilliantly answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible, although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were
failure of imagination.
Because
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
Except the DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. The SEC destroyed their records on the investigation into the insider trading before, but that's okay because destroying the records of the largest investigation in SEC history is just part of routine record keeping. NIST has classified the data that they used for their model of WT7's collapse, but that's okay because knowing how they made their model of the collapse would jeopardize public safety. The FBI has argued that all material related to their investigation of 9/11 should be kept secret from the public, but that's okay because the FBI probably has nothing to hide. This man never existed, nor is anything he had to say worthy of your attention, and if you say otherwise, you are a paranoid conspiracy theorist and deserve to be shunned by all of humanity. Likewise him, and her, and her, and her, and him. Lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. Then he lived in Abbottabad for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for a decade, releasing video after video with complete impunity and getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he didn't resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked, unarmed man, supposedly the best source of intelligence about those dastardly terrorists on the entire planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This is the story of brought to you by the media which told you the hard truths about
his head could be seen to move violently forward.
And
they took the babies out of incubators.
And
mobile production facilities.
And
the rescue of Jessica Lynch.
If you have any questions about this story, you are a batshit paranoid tinfoil dog and will be reviled by everyone. If you love your country and or freedom, happiness, rainbows, rock and roll, puppy dogs, apple pie, and your grandma, you will never ever express doubts about any part of this story to anyone. Ever. This has been a public service announcement by the Friends of the FBI. Because ignorance is strength.
I'm not going to jump into it because I know it's not an easy topic, but the only thing I'm going to say is that every second of that video has a little link of information, a name, an item, a situation, something that was brought up, and any one of those things is a rabbit hole. It's a very interesting situation. I have no conclusion. I have no opinion. I'm just showing both sides. That's the way I like to operate. So let's keep on rocking.
This is a Roman salute. Now, it's clearly the end salute. Wrong. This is an Asperger's syndrome gesture. This trick is called narrative contingency framing. It's a scientific method used by mass media to manipulate you into believing anything as truth. Open your fridge. You didn't freely choose these foods. Someone framed them as superfoods or low carb or raw paleo. So you bought a narrative, not the food. The same goes for your wardrobe. You bought certain clothes because media framed them as old money or quiet luxury or clean girl aesthetic. Look at this sharp ironing crease in my pants. The media framed it as a symbol of old money because that's how rich people's tailors iron their pants. So I bought them believing they would make me look more classy and elegant. This guy is clearly a murderer, but some extremists frame him as the rebel against the system. And if you scroll through certain corners of TikTok, you'll find women framing him as bad boy thirst trap. Even this video might be my attempt to frame myself as a smart guy worth following. But in the end, the ultimate decision of what the frame is should be yours. Because as Elon Musk said, you are the media now.
Amazing. I really like that message because at the end of the day, I feel like everything has to do with perception and perspective. So you have a prism of perception through which you analyze things. You could call it glasses. So when you stub your toe in the morning and you say, this is going to be a horrible day and this and that, well, then you will find things that support that thought. And if you wake up and you stub your toe and you say, well, the worst of the day has passed and only better things can happen from now on, well, you're going to notice the better things. It's an example, but it's just perspective changes the whole outlook. So I find it interesting to try to start holding accountable the people sharing us information by knowing what a frame is and by seeing the framing that's given to us. One of my easy ways to detect this is when something, let's say political or whatever, seems to give you an emotional response, suspend your emotion and question why that's happening and who would have incentive to create this emotional response and what is the conclusion of your emotional response. So you doubt yourself, you doubt your own mechanisms, and you also doubt the information coming in and their mechanisms, and you identify the psychological manipulation that has been used. And once we start understanding those, then we could start reprogramming our brain and seeing what's coming in as a signal and decide if we get affected or not, rather than always be in reaction. So I don't know if any of that made any sense to you guys. Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
This is not meat jerky. This is not ice. This is not lasagna. But what is it then? This is the raised printing with a ripped off piece on the 50 € bill. But why the wiggling? Wiggling shows you the depth on a flat screen. How cool is that? Only the camera moves during the photo shoot and the subject stays still. This creates a depth effect known as wiggle stereoscopy. This frozen lake ice fishing hole is actually a mask. This wild bonsai tree on a cliff is actually a moss on a poplar tree. You will never guess this one, I promise. But can you stop the wiggling? No, this is MacroLab 3D after all, not MacroLab 2D. But seriously, watch this with no wiggling. MacroLab 3D is the only place to watch microscopic worlds with depth. No AI, no CGI, all real macro photography. Here is another example of raised printing on a Ukrainian 500 banknote. It is really this high, so you can feel it with your finger. No exaggerations. Maybe slow it down a little? No, slow wiggling lessens the effect strength. See the difference? Wiggling is not for everyone. I agree. However, this is the most accessible stereo format, which you can watch on any display, even with one eye. And by the way, what if I tell you that you can watch it in real 3D without the wiggling? If you have a compatible device, then navigate to the playlist section and choose your favorite side-by-side format. My favorite way to watch is using a VR headset in VR cinema. Would you try it?
Wow, that is like mind-blowing. I feel like I just did DMT. How crazy is it to see the micro world, the nano world that's right there in front of you? It's so beautiful. Like this world is like fractals. Things have, you know, a bigger view and a smaller view. And it's so interesting to be there with the smaller view. And this technology of the wiggling, it's actually very interesting because it's true that it does give you the sensation of understanding how the spatial disposition of it is. It's like you understand more what you're looking at in 3D. Really love this technology, and I really like seeing things that we're used to seeing from close and having a complete different perspective on the same item. It completely changes your point of view. You know, if you believe that doctors or scientists or whoever are always on your side, let's say, right, and they give you a recommendation and they tell you drink 6 glasses of milk a day, right? Well, automatically you take it with credibility and you do it because you believe in this whole system, you know? But at the end of the day, what if it's not good and it was for monetary purposes? So it's important for us to be able, this is the best example that I have when it comes to this. Like, if you go to the mechanic and you tell him, fix my car, and you have no idea how it works, yeah, he might overdo it, he might overcharge it. But if you go in and you know how your car works and he tells you, oh, I'm going to do this and do that, and you're like, no, that doesn't make sense because this and because that, he's not going to have that legway. So us being conscious of how things work allow us to manipulate the outcomes and not be taken advantage of when we're delegating towards that system. I don't know if that makes sense. Let's keep on rocking.
If you want to go down a bizarre and frankly gruesome rabbit hole, buckle up. This begins with a news story I saw decades ago about a tug-of-war event, one that went very, very wrong. So wrong that 2 men had their arms ripped off. Now, I was actually in college studying journalism when I saw this news story, and I dismissed it as fake because it has all the hallmarks of a fake story. See, lots of these outrageous fake news stories are set on the other side of the world, in this case in Taipei. And they're always very over-the-top and almost cartoonish in how horrific they are. But this is true. And the details are so much crazier than what that headline even implies. You can go look it up on Snopes, but they have photos of the incident, so be prepared. I mean, they have severed limbs on the ground. It happened in 1997. They had a festival where they did a huge tug-of-war, where there's a rope and 2 teams are pulling against each other. Only 1,600 people participated, presumably about 800 on each side. Now, when you're picturing how such a thing could have happened, you're probably imagining that they looped the rope around their arms or their wrists somehow, and then the force of the pulling pulled their arms off. That is not what happened. The truth is actually weirder. This is what happened. Snapback. When a ship is tied up to the dock, you do not stand behind where the rope is attached. That is called the snapback zone. Because if that rope breaks, it will come whipping back at you hard enough to take your life. And lots of people do lose their lives or limbs this way. So in this tug-of-war contest, they were using rope like this, a 2-inch wide nylon rope. It is estimated that the tug-of-war put about 150,000 pounds of force on the rope, 3 times more than what it could withstand. Within seconds, the rope snapped, and the snapback caused it to whip back and sever 2 men's left arms. As in, their arms were lying on the ground. You can go look at it if you want. They were able to reattach them. But the rabbit hole you can go down is all of the history of incredibly gruesome tug-of-war events gone wrong, because that was not an isolated incident. Children have had their fingers severed this way. There is an entire article about the history of tug-of-war fatalities. And it's such a perfect example of something that looks totally innocuous and fun. And you don't realize how much power is stored up in something until the moment it's finally released.
Being stolen from Louvre is what made the Mona Lisa famous. Nobody knew about the Mona Lisa in 1911. Look, here she was, one of the hundreds of random paintings in Louvre. Then one guy randomly grabbed the Mona Lisa and disappeared in 1911. She was so unimportant that it took 2 days for the Louvre staff to realize she was missing. So who made her important? The media. Newspapers at the time invented clickbait headlines to sell more copies. Finest portrait in the world stolen. The world's greatest portrait. And this face was on front pages for 2 years straight. When they finally found her, suddenly everyone wanted to see the finest portrait in the world. In reality, this is just a basic Renaissance selfie. A rich merchant asked Leonardo to paint his wife, and he did it as a quick side hustle to grab some cash. In his notebooks, Leonardo never mentioned Mona Lisa, not even once. And now, people claim her eyes magically follow you around the room. There's a hidden golden ratio in her smile, and other artistic voodoo magic stuff. This is called the mere exposure effect. People think something is valuable just because it's been in the media long enough. Nobody cared about this necklace or tiara a week ago. But now, I bet H&M and Zara will launch collections based on it. So this proves that you don't become famous by being beautiful. You become beautiful by being famous.
Again, perspective. Isn't it interesting how for us, since we're born, that painting is the most impressive painting in the world just because it's always been. But at the end of the day, things have an origin story. So it's so interesting to see how these things come about. I wonder why it was manipulated that way. Was it to sell more tickets for the Louvre? Did they steal it themselves? I mean, what's the idea behind it? It's very interesting. I just find that, like he was saying earlier, the framing of a story changes everything. And now this one, the exposure. So now understand why you always see the same ads and the same companies and the same thing over and over and over again. Truth is simple. It works. So the more you're exposed to something, the more it becomes a part of your psyche. I mean, we like to think that we're really complicated, but at the end of the day, it feels like these companies, they got us figured out. You know? So maybe we should stop thinking that we're so special and start taking back control of our mechanisms and identify the information coming in and catch it when it's coming in and not just be living in a reactive state. So I don't know if you guys understand the parallel that I'm trying to make, but did you guys know that this is how the Mona Lisa got infamous? I had zero idea. Let me know down below. Let's keep on rocking.
With our crash out of the day, we have man versus robot. I mean, first off, what crime did you commit for the cops to be like, you know what, let's send the robot on them? Is it that bad or are you that dumb? They're like, you know what, let's try some new shit. And I think it's because you that dumb, because you decide you gonna pull out a gun. My boy pull out the strap, and I think he tries to shoot the brain of the robot. I mean, son. And he climbs out the window after the robot shoots some tear gas. And then, watch this. He don't make no run for it. He grabbed the cover, and then the robot's like, hold on, excuse me, Sugar Bob Honey Bunch. You're stuck. Gotcha. I can't even lie, though. I feel you with the cover move. I probably would try to do the same thing. Like, all right, there goes his eyes. But that was just a terrible toss. And then, this got to be terrible to be the first dude ever that got caught by a robot. Like, you get into prison or jail, and what happened? How I go down, bro? You on the run? No, a robot ran over me. What? And in fact, you tried to shoot the robot. Real dickhead activity. I mean, this is egregious work. Felonious decision. And now look at you. On the ground and about to get run over by a robot. Crash out of the day or dickhead of the day, doesn't matter. It's this guy.
And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a laugh, a thought, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding the wave, because we're just getting started. So until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace.
Now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange. Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. But before we jump into it, I wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you that's listening right now. We just hit the 4K subscriber mark, and I am so proud that we could do this together. Thank you so much for being one of the first ones here, and let's just keep on growing. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Okay, so someone sent me this video of King Charles and people fainting in his presence. And at first I thought, people faint. But then I'm like, wait a minute. How many times have people fainted by being in the presence of King Charles? And what is with that? Now, we know about this strange painting and everything. I'm not going to talk too much about that. But all I will say is the age-old explanation for this is that people tend to faint in the presence of demonic or satanic activity. I will say, if you were to just ask someone what kind of vibes this portrait gives off, I don't know that you could say it's love and light. In fact, it looks bloody. And again, we saw what happens when you invert it, duplicate it, and match them up together. What type of coincidence would that be? And what is with the very interesting history of the royal family anyway? And what makes their bloodline enable them, or rather give them the power to rule over others? I'm not sure I'm really buying this whole story. Side note, by the way, we're all familiar with inheritance taxes, where when someone passes in your family, you don't just get all their money. The government gets a big cut. Of course, taxed here, taxed there, and even taxed when you bite it. Well, King Charles is not paying any inheritance tax from the Queen passing because of a law, and they don't want the royal wealth to be salami sliced away. So once again, we have another example of rules for thee, but not for me. How dare you try to get around paying inheritance tax?
One advantage with the airships.
I put this in because I find that we're so used to talking about secret societies and about governments that I think sometimes we overlook the power of the royal family or the crown. Because if you think back at a few years ago when there was the COVID, when you think about it, the Commonwealth countries were the worst ones, were the ones that were on the front of taking people's rights away. So, Australia, England, Canada. So when you think about it, there's kind of a correlation. So I know that it's not something that's very popular, but I'm going to start looking into a bit more the connections between the royal family and what goes on in the world. Do you guys see a link between the royal family? Do you guys think it's overlooked, or do you guys see a lot of that maybe I don't see it? Let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Is the fact that you wouldn't need a runway. They could dock these things, and that's why people start to look at some of these old buildings and some of these towers. Were they meant for docking an airship, and then they would get into the building from the ship? What they try to show you with modern blimps is you have this big old balloon thing, and then you have like this tiny little carriage under it. Most of the structure of the blimp is just where gas is at. And then you have like a tiny little cockpit that everyone rides in. But if you see like the diagrams of these old airships, you could move all in and out of there. You could imagine would be like a floating cruise ship. So as soon as you get on, you kick your feet up, you go get something to eat, and you go hang out and have a cocktail if that's your deal. And then you can kind of hang out and look out the window and see all the cool stuff. It seems like a more elegant, more sophisticated way to travel. I would be all about that life. Yeah, because you imagine if you were just going, okay, we're going to fly across America, go from New York to LA, and you're not in a rush. Because part of the journey is actually, this is fun.
Yeah.
But traveling's not like that today. But we're the advanced ones.
The government of Turkey claims they have found the grave of Noah. This is a normal human thumb bone. Underneath is a giant human thumb bone. This was found right near Mount Ararat in Turkey. People say, one man and 3 boys could not build a boat that big. Oh, you didn't see those boys. Hey, Bubba, bring me that tree, would you? There's a jawbone in a hotel in Turkey on display right now, 6.5 inches across the TMJs. Any one of you could put your head inside and rattle it back and forth inside the jawbone. The legend in Guam is that giant people built the latte stones there. Who is moving these giant rocks anyway? That's a camel in front of it for scale, folks. In Wasaki, Wisconsin, 100 years ago, giant skeletons were found in a burial mound. One of the skulls was 3 times the size of ordinary humans. In Walkertown, Indiana, 8 giants, ranging from 8 to 9 feet long, all wearing heavy copper armor, were found. Through the bungling of the diggers and the disinterest of the museum establishment, the discoveries were scattered and lost. The Smithsonian has been very active in hiding discoveries about giants because it goes against the evolution theory. See, evolution says we started off tiny and we're getting bigger and better and stronger and smarter.
This video is going viral out of Florida right now when unknown people are seen spraying something into the water by airboat. And there's other clips of it in the Everglades as well, and people are wondering what the sand dam's going on. Until a man captured a truck that was going to the department or the depot where they fill up these containers on these boats. A truck was carrying some goods, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation. And if you look closely, you see in the back of this truck on the trailer are some boxes. And if you look closely at the boxes, it's Roundup Custom, which is actually called Diquat. It's a form, it's from Roundup. It's the same company. And it's one of the most toxic chemicals known to man. Now, this guy is exposing, that's the one who captured the video. Turns out they're spraying this to try to get rid of an invasive plant. But the problem is that it also literally destroys almost every other creature in the water, right? So we have fish floating up, we have turtles floating up upside down, rotting. It's totally destructive, but of course it's for your safety, it's for conservation. We're not trying to intentionally poison the food, air, and water supply to destroy the natural world, to rebel against the natural world and against who created this world. No, it's for your safety, you fool. Absolutely insane. You have to do a deep dive onto this stuff. It's called Diquat, and they're spraying it all over the place. Again, because they want you safe. And if you think otherwise, you might be a conspiracy tinfoil hat nutter. Roundup, the same company who made, well, no big deal, a couple different chemical agents during world wars. Let's just say that. Spread the word. We got to wake people up to this. Otherwise, it's a very unfortunate future where our whole situation is, well, polluted significantly, put it that way.
Recently, there's also been many sinkholes that have appeared everywhere. So I don't know if you saw in China, there was a sinkhole, and going back to the hollow earth theory, how in China they found in the sinkhole a forest with trees and species that we would have seen in like 200 years.
Oh, so it opened it up.
Exactly. So look, and there's more. So there's one in Detroit. A guy got his car stuck in a fat sinkhole, like one filled with water. He didn't even know it was there. Lower Nazareth, there was one in a farm field, right? New York, and even places like Turkey and
wait, how is this not on the news? Is this
I don't know. It's not on the news. It's literally on, like, you have to search for it.
Damn.
So there was a ski resort in Russia that had a big one too.
Yeah.
And so I have a theory that since there's all these sinkholes, that means there's evidence of cities and tunnels underground, and that they've expanded so much that the land that we're on right now is sinking into those.
Oh,
and you know why it connects to the aliens? Because those tunnels are for the upcoming alien attack. Like, people have been planning this
to exit
out. But it's been exposing itself. Like, the world has been exposing itself because they're expanding it way
so
too
like
big.
the hollow earth theory, how the advanced civilization is under us?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about why structures in Europe, Asia, and even America share the same distinctive features? Not forgetting that they also seem to be constructed with methods far too advanced for their supposed time periods. It raises the question, is our historical timeline accurate, or has it been completely fabricated to hide something? Or were they all built by the same architect? This is where it gets crazy. There was a colossal empire named Tartaria that was a highly advanced civilization with technology and knowledge far beyond even our current time. They have even been credited with the construction of the Great Wall of China. But it gets even more unsettling. What if the dates on these buildings are wrong? Imagine if that number 1 wasn't a 1 at all. Our history could be off by 1,000 years. The current timeline is a lie. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, they held events called World's Fairs to use as cover-ups to demolish our advanced past. Many recount that these structures were wiped out days after the events. This was evidence of a global civilization, a civilization whose roots could be traced all the way back to ancient Egypt.
And this is really cool. So check this. This is a
I'm not too sure about calling it Tartaria, and I'm not pronouncing myself on what was, especially when I don't know what is right now. But what do you guys think about the fact that in different places around the world, we really do find similar structures, whether it be the megalithic structures or whether it be like what we would call Greco-Roman, which we find some in Japan, we find some all over the place. Do you guys think that it would be possible that at one point there was like a harmony, or that there was a moment where everything was shared, or that the capabilities were more than what we believed, or that, I don't know, like a lost moment in time? Do you guys think that's possible? How do we explain all of these structures, or the World's Fairs, or all of these elements are easy to explain one at a time? But when we take the magnitude of how many of these events and how many of these, for an example, World's Fairs, fires, constructions, the cities being built, the canals being built, the undergrounds, the metros, there's so many, right? So is it possible that at one moment, either we lost our memory, we lost contact, or that there was a moment where everyone was together and that we were building the same type of way everywhere? Let me know down below. I'm just curious. To be honest, I don't really have an opinion. I just find that the timeline that's pronounced to us seems to have some flaws. Apart from that, I'm really not set on anything. So if you guys have any rabbit holes to give me, I'll gladly go down them and include some of the videos in here. So let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Mazda bulb. The old Mazda bulbs would last 120 years. So what GE and the companies did who run the light bulb companies is they took this original bulb, they had engineers reverse engineer it so that they can make the light bulb break down faster so they could sell more light bulbs. Because the original Mazda bulbs would last 120 years. The original incandescents, the Centennial incandescent, you can look this up, it's in California. The Centennial incandescent is also still burning for over 120 years. So your light bulb, when they tell you like, oh, LEDs are going to save the earth and whatever else, we already had the technology. The light bulbs that could last 100 years have already been here. LEDs, most people don't know, were made by IBM and also by Monsanto. So when you're bringing an LED into your home and putting it above your head and doing all that stuff, what you're doing is you're bringing in a bulb that was designed by a computer company and a toxic pesticide company. So you can imagine what that's going to do to your body. It's going to give you brain fog, it's going to give you fatigue, it's going to cause blindness, cataracts, mess with your hair. Kind of makes all sense.
All confirmed UFO types explained from most common to...
I suppose we could say that that's the limitation of what we call capitalism. Because if the goal is to make money, it does make sense that selling you more of the same item because it doesn't last as long would give me more benefits at the end of the day. But it's just sad how we lost the pride of making something that works and that's functional and that's unbreakable. And I find it so sad. Can you imagine the fact that we had 120-year light bulbs and that we decided to change it so that they last 1 year, so that you would buy maybe 1,000 light bulbs in your lifetime instead of buying 10 or 20, let's say. It's a pretty crazy thought. Do you guys think there's any other things that are like that got sort of manipulated so that they last less? If so, let me know down below. Now let's keep on rocking.
Rarest. First up, we got the classic saucer UFOs brought to mainstream attention in the 1940s after the infamous Roswell, New Mexico UFO crash. Back when they were actually called UFOs, you know, unidentified flying objects. For decades, this was the signature UFO style that everyone knew and talked about, but was mostly mocked and downplayed until the government kinda told us they're actually real in 2020. Shaped like a disc with smooth edges, oftentimes glowing and occasionally with a dome top. Cigar-shaped UAPs are elongated cylindrical craft, often tapering at the ends. In recent times, the terminology was officially updated to UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, which was changed once again to unidentified anomalous phenomena when they realized they could also go underwater, no longer making them aerial. What makes cigar UAPs so interesting is their lack of any visible wings, fins, or other appendages typically found on flying craft, and is what really made us realize how impressive the non-visible propulsion systems that power UAPs really are. These have been popping up in our skies more lately, like those orb-shaped UFOs everyone's been talking about, or spherical UAPs, near perfect spheres, typically on the smaller side, seen flying very fast with erratic movements and no visible propulsion system. Can either appear metallic or sometimes slightly glowing, leading people to believe some of these may even be trans-dimensional. Oftentimes spotted around military bases and have even been noted to merge or split into multiple orbs. Large, silent, and most often black or dark in color, triangle UFOs are usually seen with lights either in front or on their sides. One of the most well-documented mass UFO sightings happened in 1990 over Belgium, where hundreds of civilians and police officers reported countless triangle UFOs in the sky. Chevron or boomerang UFOs are similar to the triangle ones but have a more pronounced V shape. They also have lights along their supposed wings and have usually been spotted flying at lower altitudes. Egg-shaped are kinda like our sphere UFOs, somewhat elongated but not quite to the extent of a cigar UAP. These are most commonly cited by the military, one of which they famously refer to as the tic-tac UAP, moving extremely fast and erratically and have been seen to pass through large bodies of water without slowing down, showing off their true capability. Diamond-shaped UAPs are much less common than what we've discussed so far. They typically feature some sort of central light or collection of lights and are often seen rotating, moving, or even morphing in midair. Box-shaped UAPs are sort of like the diamond ones, except feature a more distinct rectangular shape with straight edges and perfect corners. They don't rotate and morph as often as the diamonds, but can occasionally be seen with what appear to be windows and sometimes even glowing. Fireball UAPs are an interesting breed, a rare type of orb, typically orange and violently flickering, giving the appearance of a burning flame. Transcending the notion of being mere objects, the fireball truly is a phenomenon, often seen far away and moving very slowly, occasionally bursting out a pulse or sometimes even appearing green. Speculated to be trans-dimensional, these aren't as common as the rest on most social media platforms. Organic-shaped are most notably portrayed by the infamous jellyfish UAP caught on camera in the Middle East. This one looks like a collection of indistinguishable parts, no concrete form and moving slower than the others but at a steady steady, consistent pace. Has also been noted to go underwater. The organic-shaped UAP is among the rarest, with some reports documenting shape-shifting abilities and sudden drops in temperature.
What if God is actually...
I don't know. I must say that even if I was like Mulder from the X-Files and I would say I want to believe, I have a hard time taking any of that seriously, because how would it be that these beings from another dimension or whatever would be so close to us all the time, but we would just never see them and never come to contact with them? I'm not convinced. I'm really not convinced. So if anyone has any smoking gun proof, please send it to me. Please tag me. Let me know. I'd be very curious to see. But to be honest, until now, everything that's UAP, UFO, I'm having a hard time to go with it. I believe way more in the project with the beams that are blue, that would be used to exert control, you know? But I don't know. You guys let me know down below if you've seen some footage that's convinced you guys, or if you've seen something personally. And yeah, maybe I'll take a look into it and see if I could get convinced. Let's keep on rocking.
Water.
What do you mean?
So, you know how we say God is everything, right? Now, if you, in a sense, like everything around us is what? There's water. There's water in the air that we can't see.
Yeah.
There's water inside you. There's water inside me.
Yeah.
There's water in every single thing that lives. Right?
Yeah.
Now, when there's a lack of water, if you look at a desert, if you look at a wasteland, right?
Yeah.
What is there? Usually death.
Oh.
Death because lack of water.
Yeah.
And it's very hot. Like,
Damn.
hell. And now, check this out. In the Bible,
Yeah.
when Jesus said he was tempted by the devil, where was he?
In the desert?
In the desert.
And he was looking for water.
That's just like a religious theory, but take it
Yeah.
for what it is. That I just heard that on TikTok.
Yeah. So is Dubai where men sell their soul?
Nah.
No. Because what is around Dubai? Just bare desert. What do
desert.
the OnlyFans girls do there? They literally sell this. They eat poop, fam. Bro, that's the most selling your soul for some Bugatti. If I would never eat poop in my life, dog.
Here's how the elite are scamming you into drinking tap water. Check this out.
They selling tap water, y'all.
They
I
are
don't know
indeed.
if nobody told y'all, but they've been selling tap water in the packs of water that we've been buying. Originally discovered because of a town north in Michigan having to fight Nestle for stealing its local water, it has now been revealed that over 64% of bottled water in the U.S. is tap water. Two brands most
of
notably
it.
stood out for contamination: Walmart Sam Choice and Giant Foods Acadia. Other brands found to have tap water include Dasani, Aquafina, Nestle Pure Life, Kirkland, Propel,
They are scamming us.
Essentia, Life Water,
And they know
Smart
it.
Water. And for my own protection, allegedly.
People are just finding out why they definitely should not be making their bed when they first wake up. I am sure by your parents, since you were young, you've all been told the first thing you need to do is make your bed in the morning. But actually, that is one of the worst things you can possibly do. When you've been in bed all night, it's not the cleanest place in the world by the morning, of course. It's going to be filled with bacteria, sweat, and just everything that you've kind of sweated off in the night. Now your bed is basically just infected with a load of bacteria that attracts these guys, dust mites. And yes, unfortunately, there are probably thousands of these in your bed right now. Now, these guys like warm, dark, sweaty, dirty places. Nice. So when you first get out of bed in the morning, that's when they're going to come crawling, because the bacteria is right there for them to scran. If you make your bed when you first wake up, it is freshly dirty, and you are literally trapping them exactly where they want to be. Meaning they're going to be living in there, and your bed's going to be far worse by the time you go back to bed that night. So the best thing you can actually do is leave your bed messy for a little while, like an hour or so. This will expose the mites to sunlight and warmth, which will basically kill them. Then you can go back and make your bed, and it will be perfectly clean for when you go to bed that night.
Y'all, something big is taking place in the Pacific Ring of Fire, and I've been talking about this for quite some time. You know what I'm saying? The Pacific Ring of Fire is like the womb of Earth, okay? And now we have all these earthquakes popping off in the Pacific Ring of Fire. Nobody's talking about it. And now we have Mount Luotobi, the volcano, just erupted for the umpteenth time this year. I believe in July and August, and now we are in October, and yet another eruption. What's happening?
A volcano in Indonesia, Mount Lewatobi-Laki-Laki, erupted today, sending a massive plume of ash as far as 6 miles into the sky. The country's volcanic agency raised an alert to its highest level and evacuated nearby villages. Thick ash blanketed homes and farmland, forcing farmers to halt work. The volcano has been quite active of late, erupting in both July and August.
Okay, this video is going viral right now on Twitter because people can't believe the words coming out of this guy's freaking mouth. This is the godfather of AI, getting a Nobel Peace Prize, but issuing a shocking warning about AI. Some of this doesn't even make sense. Listen to this.
Your Majesties, Your Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, dear laureates, ladies and gentlemen. This year, the Nobel Committees in Physics and Chemistry have recognized the dramatic progress being made in a new form of artificial intelligence that uses artificial neural networks to learn how to solve difficult computational problems. This new form of AI excels at modeling human intuition rather than human reasoning, and it will enable us to create highly intelligent and knowledgeable assistants who will increase productivity in almost all industries. If the benefits of the increased productivity can be shared equally, it will be a wonderful advance for all humanity. Unfortunately, the rapid progress in AI comes with many short-term risks. It has already created divisive echo chambers by offering people content that makes them indignant. It is already being used by authoritarian governments for massive surveillance and by cybercriminals for phishing attacks. In the near future, AI may be used to create terrible new viruses and horrendous lethal weapons that decide by themselves who to kill or maim. All of these short-term risks require urgent and forceful attention from governments and international organizations.
Okay, so we have the same situation with Elon Musk. He talks about how AI is the greatest threat to humanity, and he continues to pioneer AI technology, human implantable brain microchips, and all this. So we got this guy talking to a bunch of seniors about AI, like they really maybe know what's going on. I doubt it. And he's saying, be careful, this will create new viruses and basically destroy humanity. So we're at the part of the movie where it's like, should we shut it down then? Dude, this AI thing is 100% part of the plan to eventually enslave humanity through digital control. The bars of this prison are invisible. They're intended to be invisible because then there's less pushback. You think you're free, we think we're free, but we're in a prison without bars, and it's a very shocking situation, and they're about to ramp up the security with AI, digital ID, and this currencies, digital currencies. But I can tell you this, I have full faith we will win. This is a plot against humanity. Humanity will absolutely prevail. I have 100% faith. I'm not even being positive, like, ooh, I hope we win. It's already done. It is already done. We have already won 100%. Comment for more, for part 2. Follow for more. And let me know your thoughts in the comments below, man. What the same damn is with this?
Mr. Jones and Mr. Krempler were neighbors. They each had $3,000. With his money, Mr. Jones bought himself a $3,000 car. With his money, Mr. Krempler bought himself a new refrigerator, a new range, a new washer, a new dryer, a record player, 2 new television sets, and a brand new Volkswagen. Now Mr. Jones is faced with that age-old problem, keeping up with the Kremplers.
Have you been down the lead paint rabbit hole?
Isn't that crazy? To imagine how much you could do with a few $1,000s back in the days. I know they were paid less, I understand, but I still feel like it's not proportional, you know? And when you compare a house that was like maybe $10,000 less than 100 years ago, and that now we're talking about $650,000. I don't think it's proportional. I think they had it better off back in the days when it comes to the comparison between the buying power and the capability of having like a house and a car and this and that. Because even when you think about it, all the sitcoms from the 90s, well, not all of them, but most of them, or like The Simpsons and stuff like that, the father and the mother, most often not, didn't have that high paying jobs. Often the mother would stay at home and the husband was doing a trivial job, but somehow, you know, he was I don't know, worked at a factory or worked as a mailman or some stuff like that. And somehow would still have a house, you know, a family, have a car. I feel like nowadays it's just not like that anymore. It's not like you could work at McDonald's and have a family and everything's fine and you're gonna have a house. No, you're gonna be paying for rent. You know, it's gonna be way different. Do you guys think times have changed, that the value of money has changed and our buying power has changed as well? Or do you guys think that it's more or less the same? It's just proportional? Let me know down below and let's keep on rocking. I think we're close to the end on this one.
Because it may have been banned for a completely different reason than many think.
Did they really ban lead paint because it was toxic? Or because it blocked their signals? Think about it. For decades, every home was coated in lead paint. Thick, durable, insulating. Then suddenly, governments worldwide decided it was dangerous. But here's what they don't tell you. Lead is a natural shield against radiation and electromagnetic frequencies. In other words, radio waves can't penetrate it. Before the ban, your walls literally acted like armor. No TV signals, no radio frequencies, no wireless anything could pass through. And then, right as wireless communication exploded, radio, television, early radar, the health panic began. Convenient timing, right? They told us it was about safety, but the studies linking lead paint to poisoning? Most came from industrial smelting, not house paint. The numbers never added up. But what did add up was control. Because once the lead came off the walls, the signals went in. Every home became a receiver. Every person became a node in a connected network. Was lead paint banned to protect you or to make sure they could finally reach inside your home?
Okay, so the crazy part about this, by the way, is we had Xfinity, a Wi-Fi company, has a new feature called Wi-Fi Motion. And they can use, if your Wi-Fi is on in your home, you can use it as a motion detecting device to know if someone's in your home when they're not supposed to be, or just detect motion in general. And we know that we're using the one side of the internet or of a Wi-Fi signal, but there's another side to it. There's another door, you could say. We're using the front door. There's a back door to it. And I'm talking the same way with frequencies from cell towers as well. We're talking about a sophisticated surveillance system that is wireless, that can see everything that's going on. Now, what would happen, do you think, if they were spraying on us in the sky nano sensors that interacted with the frequencies? Picture a hologram, a desk, you got a big desk and it's a hologram of a real-time battle. Think of Star Wars when they're watching the battlefield on a hologram, seeing it in real time. Let's just say that was based on something that you can do if you have a bajillion sensors and frequencies blanketing the area. It's surveillance, dude.
You know what? It kind of makes sense, you know, with all the signals that we're sending from the Wi-Fi to the sonar, the AM, the FM, all the military frequencies, the CB, the radios. I think we're oversaturated. So, you know what? Like sometimes I think to myself, like, man, I wish it wasn't wireless. I wish everything I had did have a wire in one way, you know? And I wish I did paint my house with something like lead paint so that I would protect myself. Because at one point, if everyone's signal is passing through you, especially if you live like in a condo or an apartment complex, I mean, you open up your Wi-Fi and you see that your phone is being hit by 40, 50 different signals at the same time. And that's just what you know about. So I don't know. Makes me think of like a microwave or something. Do you guys think the same thing? Do you guys think that maybe we should go back towards wired instead of wireless and try to cut out the frequencies as much as we can? Let me know down below if that's been something that's been part of your awakening. And this is the end of it. Thank you so much for being here. And that's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Keep the convo alive. Like, subscribe, and don't forget to hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace.
But now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up. Making a change from living this strange. Living this change. Making a change from living this change. Yeah.
To see if I get the same result.
From my Abu Dhabi building that was built 15-story in 12 days.
The most evil organizations in the world today are the international.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we'll be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
Andrew, if every interview, every video, every tweet you've ever made was erased from the internet forever, and all you had was 3 minutes, what one truth would you share with the world?
You know, truthfully, amongst all the shit I've seen and all the shit I know, I've only ever pushed one message, and it's the message that I've come to because I believe that since the dawn of time, every single generation has believed the world is ending. We can't pretend that we don't feel like the world is currently ending, because we do. But we can't believe that the people in World War II didn't feel like the world was ending, or the people in the Napoleonic Wars didn't feel like the world was ending. Imagine being in Rome in 2000 BC. Imagine when the barbarians bust through the gates of Rome for the first time. The world is over. The world is ending. The world will never recover. But the world limps forward, and new empires are built, and everything seems to come back, and then it's all destroyed again, and then it comes back. It's the circle of life. So every single generation has believed the world is ending. And it seems that in my simplification of all of these hyper complicated historical events, the only thing that's ever resisted enslavement or built a society worth living in has been bands of brothers, of good men who stick together, who are brave. The reason I push masculinity is not because I'm trying to be the world's biggest tough guy. It's because I actually believe it is the resisting to the enslavement. I think that a bunch of men who say, we're not afraid of you, we don't believe you, make me scared. You can't. I don't care what you say I should do. I don't want to do it. That's only ever been the resistance that's ever existed. It's always been that way. And the reason we're in the trouble we're in today is because this is the first generation in history where there's no warriors. We always had warriors. There's the enemy. Get our guys together. Let's go fight them. Now I can't find anybody to fight. It's just me up here. Everyone with an opinion on the internet doesn't want to fight. They want to turn on me. I'm standing at the front saying, let's go, guys. And they're saying, you're a sellout. Well, what the are you doing? Why aren't you up here? What are you telling the world? What help are you giving? Who are you waking up? How are you shifting the Overton window? You're not risking a thing. I'm risking it all. And you're turning on me. I can find the odd guy here and there. Where's the resistance? So when I'm trying to preach masculinity and saying to guys, look, go to the gym, get strong, resist, don't be afraid, speak what you think. I'm trying to say all these things, trying to inspire some backup, some support. Masculinity is the answer to the trouble we are in. And truthfully, unless we get some balls back, well, then it's over, isn't it? And women can complain, and women can protest, and women can riot, but nobody gets. Because when women complain, it's called an inconvenience. And when men complain, it's called a revolution.
Well, everyone, this has been your guest, Andrew Tate. This is the Jack Neal Podcast.
I gotta say, I was having this conversation recently, and what he was saying in the beginning resonates kind of true to me, because it seems like every generation it's the apocalypse, it's the end of the world, and especially when you spent your whole life believing in the narrative, and you know, you're going through life in automatic mode and just accepting the information that's given to you. Well, when you start waking up and start seeing the inconsistencies and things, it's very easy to have, you know, an extreme view where it's like, well, everyone's out to get me, you know, like they're trying to get me with the food, with the air, with the water. They're controlling the finances. They're controlling everything, the wars, this, that. So it's very easy to come to this realization and be like, oh, you know, it's the end of the world, you know, blah, blah, blah. When, like he said, every single generation has had a bunch of people thinking the same thing. So instead of focusing on that thought of the end of the world, like he said, you know, he's putting it towards masculinity, men and women. But I think like just unity and just realizing what we need and focusing on that and being the positive change, having personal discipline, making better decisions will make us make better decisions as a society. So basically all I'm saying is that it seems like we're a bit fatalist. Like every single generation thinks it's the end when it obviously isn't. So maybe we just drop that idea and start working on the state of the world. Anyways, let's keep on rocking.
নয় যদি এপস্টাইন বিটকয়েন গড়ায় গভীরভাবে জড়িত ছিল কিছুই কি
Bro, we are so cooked. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but Instagram has this new AI translation feature. And I'm just going to give you some, I don't know, I find it hilarious, but look at what they can do. Like, we are seriously cooked. Like, you are not going to be able to tell what's real very soon. And we might be there already. It's hard to say what's real anymore. Am I real? Here's me talking in different languages.
পবিত্র নয় coin nada es sagrado. ¿Queda algo que no haya sido tocado por estos sinvergüenzas? No, es la respuesta. Así que cuando Coinbase solo valía 400 మిలియన్లు ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎప్స్టీన్ అందులో $3 మిలియన్ పెట్టాడు. ఇది ఎప్స్టీన్ ఫైల్స్ లో ఉంది. నాకైతే ఇప్పుడు
There's a school in Switzerland called La Rosie, where billionaires and kings send their children. Their classrooms overlook Lake Geneva. In winter, the whole school moves to Gstaad, their private ski resort. Physical education? Skiing the Alps. They don't learn the rules there. They learn how to write them. Their classes are power, diplomacy, and silence. They're taught how to walk into a room and own it, how to speak less and be listened to more. They're not tested on grades. They're tested on presence, confidence, and connection. Because La Rosie doesn't prepare you for a career. It prepares you for control.
I admire a lot of nationalities, but the Chinese and the Germans, for me, they come top. You know, they are the smartest mind. The smartest people who come from school and university, they are the people who are running China. They don't run technology companies. These guys are so serious. The West do not even know they are so serious. And I'll tell you, the gentleman who I bought from my Abu Dhabi building that was built 15-story in 12 days.
It was fascinating to see 12 days a building was built.
Thanks to the Chinese.
Unbelievable.
like who will anybody believe 15 stories in 12 days? Like unimaginable.
Absolutely.
But this guy is easy for him because he does 30 stories in 30 days. So 15 story in 12 days is like he's just having his coffee. The gentleman, when I went to his house, I saw all the shoes outside the door. Well, I said, wow, that's my house. So he said, I apologize. You know, I said, no, we do the same. So I took my shoes off, and then we went in. And then when we sat on the dining table, guess who's sitting there? His mother. I said, oh my God, I have my mother also sit on the dining table. We are closer to China because of tradition. My respect to the Western culture. I have nothing against it, but we're not the same.
Well,
that's pretty interesting because like he says, we're not the same, and it kind of makes sense because when we go to make a building, it's going to take us 2 years just to pass the permits and to receive the materials. So there's really something about before I start talking about China, I just want to say I do not approve the system that they have there and the rules that they have and the social credit. I'm not condoning it. But there is a difference when you're able to get your people together to do something quickly and efficiently, you know? And I think we've lost that. It's sort of like, you know, I don't know if it's Saudi Arabia or Abu Dhabi, but when they decide that they're building a castle, they're building a castle and everyone is on it and it gets done quickly. Here, they talk about plans, they estimate how much it's going to cost, it doubles the cost, doubles the time, doubles the work, right? So we're really in a different mind state and a different capabilities zone. So I do tip my hat to those societies that are able to get things done, you know? As for us, it seems like it's all red tape and bureaucracy. I don't know if you guys agree or don't. Let me know down below. And let's keep on rocking.
His 36 plus worldwide is not new research. And so we started working with him and our herd of ostriches here. And we were looking at developing the alternative to working with natural to create resilience in their own body and we were very successful. So we already have scientific proof and data that we were able to neutralize, not block them, actually neutralize it. And this is all just through lozenges or nasal sprays. And so that was very exciting. But the lab that we were working with at the time actually got shut down immediately after all of our robust came back in. Frederick Leduc, a lab immune bio back, got shut down and had to sign an NDA and was no longer allowed to talk.
I found this book at the local antique shop yesterday, and it was written in 1926, The Secret World or the Hidden Hand, Unrevealed in History, 100 Historical Mysteries Explained. There's a secret, and they are of the nature of the individuals who are taking over now, the blues, that they are the ones that have been running society because they made a pact with a god. But that's his position. But I want to read to you this very specific, I have to be careful about what, I really was trying to debate whether to put this on the internet at all because it could really get me in trouble. But this particular page, I just want you to see this particular part, talking about proof of the existence of this invisible hidden hand. He says, the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes, i.e., not by kings and ministers. Said not others, but different, which means not the kings, ministers, or other similar men, but absolutely different, possibly even of a different. Who they are must be known first of all, and only then can we control them and establish peace, but not before. You know how I'm always saying, I'm calling them creatures and creeps, and I'm saying they're not human. I don't know what they are. And this has been my biggest reason around this. I ain't unifying because I don't know what these things are. This apparently has been known. And this has nothing to do with religion. I'm talking about like a species of a soul or something that's on this planet. And that's what he's talking about here. Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, perceived the existence of invisible forces, but could not or did not wish to formulate them, and called them imponderabilia, powers which no one could fathom.
In 180 seconds. This is supposedly the body attacking itself. This is an identity crisis. It starts with taking after the thing that bites and stings causes your body to react improperly. Essentially all Lyme disease. Lyme was released from a bio. See? The rest of the world knows Lyme as Borrelia. They are not the same. It is a or abomination. These are all spirit programs. Programs kick in as autocorrectors where will is lost. When these spirit programs are blended and tacked on to vectors that bite and sting, they spread into the human system. Lyme is a spirochete like syphilis, thus it can be transferred through the mouth and sex, and it hides in the Dr. Judy Mikovits said it's just the new Lyme. Many claim that it's a delivery system. They are structured the same. This chimeric spirit program creates a biofilm matrix within you to act like a middleman between you and your body. It was released the same year as Lyme, and Fauci was the head of that program. These programs demand more energy than you would actually need. Programs don't want to kill, and they will go dormant if they have to. Cells are just cells that follow the orders of the program. Many people are chimeras. At least 8% of the collective is personified. Gog and Magog are a chimeric clan. Esau bred with Canaanites. Esau's part Canaanite grandson crossbred with Japheth, aka Chittim. Chittim is part of Gog and Magog, the Chimera clan. This is who took over Europe and the world. These are essentially personified free radicals. They are highly reactive. There has been a collective genetic forced integration with the so there is a collective identity crisis. The steals resources and causes your cells to kill themselves. That is why self-harm is widespread. Codes are being deleted through mutation or silenced. But the collective is reaching a rejection point like a bad organ donation. Everything is being homogenized and stagnating. This always leads to collapse. The environment has to be balanced. When it's not, it's like a cartel that has eliminated all its competition. The chimeric plan is part animal. That's why these so-called are zoonotic. The body is a natural hyperbaric chamber, and the breath is the key to ending the identity crisis. The breath is the spirit. Spiritual immunity brings physical immunity. The breath aligns your true identity and maintains your terrain. The breath will show you which programs need to be updated or deleted. Only a small remnant will endure the coming rejection phase. Don't waste time with people you can't homestead with or make a network of homesteads with. Some sleeper cells will hide in the remnant, so it's important that we make the strongest remnant we can make. It starts with the breath. The true breath signature or algorithm restores the true identity.
Okay, this is absolutely insane. Did you know that Austrian researchers put students in classrooms made of conventional materials, steel, cement walls, etc., and they put students in classrooms with wooden furniture, wooden rooms, natural materials. They measured their heartbeats, okay? And the students in the synthetic, let's call it, classroom with the unnatural materials had on average 8,600 extra heartbeats per day per student on average. Why? Why? It's the difference between real materials and synthetics. They have a different frequency, which apparently they found that your body registers plastic, laminate, and vinyl as a low-grade stressor, even when it looks like wood or marble. So you know, remember those fake desks we had that looked like wooden desks, but it wasn't. That was like a plastic, and it's unfortunate. I mean, what does that do to your body in 10 years when you're in school you're in kindergarten, then grade school, then high school, and it's all synthetic materials. Now, not to mention, this study was done before artificial lights, like they just had light bulbs. Now we have compact fluorescent and LEDs. Not to mention all of the Wi-Fi routers that are in schools now. Like every 20 feet down the hall, there's a freaking Wi-Fi router hanging on the ceiling. That is something else to be discussed. Now, when it comes to our homes, especially if you're building a new home, I mean, dude, you can really make it an organic eco house with some easy, hacks. But what if we're at home surrounded by unnatural materials as well? Then what are we doing? Are we shortening our lifespan by being surrounded by plastic? I mean, think about it. Drywall, Chinese drywall is in pretty much all of our homes. It's toxic dust. It's toxic to breathe in, and it's mold, like it can get moldy. Whereas a hemp house or a cob house or a stone house, there's different houses that are mold resistant, namely hemp. I mean, hemp is basically a tank couldn't drive through. I mean, hemp is extremely durable, mold resistant, fire resistant, and it actually blocks EMFs. Like if you're in a house that's made of hempcrete, and you're down the hall, and there's 2 rooms between you and the Wi-Fi router, you're not going to get cell service. Like that's one of the things people say when they have a hemp house is they don't get very good cell reception, which is good because you don't need cell reception on your brain stem every freaking day. But is that study shocking or what? Frequency, energy, frequency, and vibration. Nikola Tesla knew all about it. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
Very interesting. I haven't seen the study that he's referring to, but imagine if just the objects that surround you, like if we take for granted what he's saying, the objects around you have an effect on your body and its function. Now imagine the air, imagine the food, imagine the water, the drink. Because he's saying when you substitute wood for plastic, let's say, but what happens when you substitute, a real compound from a plant to a synthetic version, right? So, yeah, and like he's saying, you have it at school, you have it at home, you have it at work, you have it in your car. So at the end of the day, are we outside of our element? Are we performing less than optimal? Not only by food, but also by just the materials that we use to build the stuff around us. Such a interesting thought to have. I'm going to look into it a bit more. Let me know what you guys think down below, and let's keep on rocking.
What's the difference between the debt and the debt that African nations own? Because the U.S. debt doesn't keep the U.S. from being one of the leading powers of the world, but then African nations can't make it because of that debt that is strangling them.
What makes African and third world debt different from the American debt? Number one, going to pay its debt. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in dollars. Africa has to earn the U.S. dollars. The only way it can earn the U.S. dollars is not to be for growing its own food and becoming independent and doing something that the does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. In order to have an oversupply of cocoa and other tropical raw materials to keep down the price, they must buy their grain from the or Europe, so that if they do something that we don't like, we can do what tried to do to China in the 60s. We can sanction them. We can say, we're going to starve you. We're going to not export any grain to you. So owing their foreign debt in dollars means that they have to somehow sell something they want, not what they want. I think the most evil organizations in the world today are the international.
Now it's time for everybody's favorite food to microwave, the grape. And you know what? Let me go ahead and cut it almost in half, just to make sure, it heats nice and evenly, Like this. And yeet. Unfortunately, the fragrant smell of roasted grape is hidden by the suffocating nitrogen dioxide fumes, which is the deadly brown gas left in the beaker there. Instead of cutting a grape in half, I just tossed in some unmodified grapes to see if I get the same result. Yup, grapes are haunted. Let's see if the microwave can melt magnesium ribbon, or at least see what kind of plasma it'll make. Not only did it melt and burn in there, but it also managed to show off some of its green spectral colors, which is in contrast to the white you get by simply burning it in air. Aluminum melts at only slightly higher temperatures than magnesium, but for the sake of curiosity, I'm going to toss some foil in there anyway. Alright, here goes nothing. Now that is like an arc furnace. Oh my goodness. Now it's time for something more challenging. Copper needs to be very hot before it melts, so let's see how it holds up in the microwave. Oh yeah, it melted almost instantly. Now this also brings up an important point about the glass. It's actually astonishing how well these Pyrex beakers have held up to the plasma. The same cannot be said about this Pyrex bakeware. The difference is that the beakers are made from borosilicate glass, which has very low thermal expansion. Pyrex bakeware used to be made from this as well, but has since been changed to tempered float glass, and its internal stress patterns are easy to see in a polariscope. This change is unfortunate for home science, but it does make for less dangerous breaks in the kitchen, as it tends to explode into tiny bits as opposed to razor shards.
Hello, my name's Jason. I live at 1776 Boulevard. We're here to talk about tonight.
Excuse me, Jason?
Yeah.
What's your last name and what's your address again?
My last name is Jason We the People, and my address is 1776 Boulevard.
What city?
Freedom City.
Freedom City in what state?
Michigan.
So I know you're making all that up.
Yeah, 100%, because I don't have to tell you anything, because it's my you know what that is?
According to
you need to learn the Fifth Amendment. I don't care about your article. According to Article 6, Clause 2, you're trumped.
According to the rules of this city council, you have to give your name, your proper name and address, or you're not allowed to speak.
So do you think your bylaws, because that's the way it's looking here, you think your little bylaws here, remove me so I can sue out of the city. Do it, because I'll make sure you don't get no data center. Try 42 USC 1983, baby. That's my middle name. You want that name too? Now, back to this Fifth Clause. You can't use no takings clause, Einstein. Guess what? That's for public use. You understand that? You know what public use is? Sure ain't a data center. It's a park, an old folks' home, something like that. It's the Fifth and not that complicated. You should look into it. By the way, how does it feel sitting up there being a Benedict Arnold to all your people out here? Not one person supports this. How about this? Everybody up here's been asking who supports the data center. How about this? Who don't support the data center? Any other questions? Is there any other questions? Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can see this one together. What remedy do you have for the first? You don't got none. So now land. Is there any foreign money involved in this? I'm pretty sure there is. Ain't Whitler in some hot water over that? Also, non-disclosure agreements. Bad news. I want everybody in this room who lives here, it's a FOIA request, every single non-disclosure agreement from any council member, mayor, anybody in this city. You need to FOIA who has one. You won't be able to see what's on it, but you'll be able to see who has one. And then at that time, we got a real conflict of interest, don't we? I think we would. Next thing, who are you having come in here that's putting these underground generators? Oh, you're not. You got these big old power lines going in right now that everybody's talking about. What's that? Yeah, I mean, have we already made our minds up? Huh, seems that way. Well, anyway, here's your people. Have fun.
Kudos to him for raising his voice, but it's pretty crazy. It feels like we've gotten so far from the beginning of this experiment, of this freedom experiment, of, you know, the Constitution and the rules on which we were based, and now everything is so convoluted with policy and rules. And like he's saying, you know, he's like, well, you could have all these rules, but it shouldn't trump my, you know, my Constitution Amendment rights, right? So it's very interesting to listen to him talk, and he brings up a very important point as well. How is it possible to have people representing you and working for you that are allowed to sign non-disclosure agreements with these companies? And then afterwards, they decide on if they get to build or not, but they can't really tell you all the information that they're privy to. So if they're a representation of you and they know something, but they can't tell you, I really don't see like how that can work. I don't know. Let me know down below if you guys could shed some light, and let's keep on rocking.
This guy, tragically, from falling off a balcony.
He was also obsessed with bioengineering. So he had all of these scientists that he would donate money to their charities, and he would have them work on things and stuff. But what I heard, and this is completely unsubstantiated, but I heard it and I thought it was fascinating, was that he also had these same guys, because they were and everything like that. He had them design a novel. That was his, basically, that was his trump card, which is like, I don't go to jail or I release this. And it's like one of these things where if I don't keep entering in a thing every 30 days, I die. In October or November, his switch went off, and that's what introduced into the world until it became what we do today. I don't believe it.
I don't. I'm with you. I don't believe that for a second, but that's a goddamn great.
I love it, and I'm going to spread it as much as I can.
That's crazy.
Are you the... Maybe one of the benefits of me talking to you today is that you'll see that maybe not everything is true that you've heard about me.
April 19th, 1995, a decorated Gulf War combat a truck bomb that he didn't build in a Ryder truck that he didn't rent with the help of a passenger who didn't exist. Having just gotten away with soil to date, the Fort Bragg trained Special Forces sheep drip dropout blended in with the crowd by making his getaway in a car without a license plate and was immediately pulled over. It was the supposed target of the attack, but luckily all of their agents were out of the office that morning. Later that day, the declared,
"We will find the people who did this.
And
when we do, justice will be swift, certain, and severe."
Except for
John Doe number 2. John Doe number 2.
John Doe number 2. Who, never existed. In McVeigh's unprecedented 3.5-week trial, the prosecution didn't show the CCTV footage of him and John Doe number 2 parking the Ryder truck. Didn't explain why 24 separate witnesses mass hallucinated the existence of John Doe number 2. Didn't explain why the Army was storing Ryder trucks at Camp Gruber. And didn't talk to who blew the whistle on the plot. But they did collaborate with us, and they did convict McVeigh as the lone wolf bomber and Terry Nichols as his bomb constructing accomplice. Still, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists, including 300, insist on talking about facts and evidence and refuse to simply believe what they've been told a million times by people in tailored suits with well-coiffed hair. They quote the and the inventor of the neutron bomb, who point out the physical impossibility that the truck bomb did the damage to the building, but that doesn't matter because if there were that day, we would have heard about them.
The second found and diffused. I think he said another bomb.
The Justice Department that a second
has been found.
They then found a third was also larger than the first.
And I see another. So apparently they're going to try to get out that.
The FBI claims to have lost the footage showing McVeigh and John Doe number 2 parking the truck in front of the Murrah building that morning, but that's understandable because the Bureau has a lot of important evidence to store. Terry Nichols insists involved in the plot, but thankfully a judge has saved us the trouble of listening to him by preventing lawyers from deposing him. Truck parked across the street 2 hours before the blast, but that just shows the authorities were prepared for anything. And
other documents obtained by 2020 show that someone called the executive department in Washington and said the Murrah building had been, but this was 24 minutes before the.
But that just shows the public was unusually vigilant that morning. Also,
Apparently, Governor Frank Keating's brother, Mark, had been working on a novel about a stranger still. One of the characters in the novel was named Thomas McVeigh.
but that's probably just a coincidence. McVeigh wrote a letter to his sister where he admitted to being a secret special of the pain in his ass from an army. That's crazy, because if he didn't actually leave the army in 1991, there would be proof of that. McVeigh was not executed on May 16, 2001 as scheduled because
he had failed to turn over thousands of pages of evidence to McVeigh's defense attorneys.
But the execution went ahead on June 11th. In a highly unusual and secret agreement, no autopsy was performed. One witness said he was still breathing, and the prison officials admitted his hearse was a decoy. Then, the case was officially closed. And if you question any part of the story, you are a paranoid wingnut birther truther tenther prepper conspiracy loon who...
It just seems sometimes, especially when you look at these major events, that the more you look closely, the more inconsistencies you can find. And I don't know, it's just very interesting. You know, I wonder if it's just pattern recognition or if there's really something going on. Let me know what you guys think down below. I also want to refer you to the person who made that video. Is actually James Corbett, and he's a great creator. For the past at least 15 years, he's been always present, always talking about everything, always backed up with sources, references, and never speculating, truly saying the facts as they are. Amazing creator. So anyways, thank you so much for rocking until the end. That's a wrap for today, familia. Whether you're tuning in with the sunrise or you're posted up after midnight, I appreciate your time, your energy, your curiosity. And don't forget, this isn't about truth or fiction. This is about perspective. If this sparked a thought, a laugh, a deeper question, then we did our job. So drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the convo alive, like, subscribe, and hit that bell if you're riding a wave, because we're just getting started. Until next time, stay grounded, stay weird, stay critical. I'm Adam Strain, and this has been Adam Strain Reacts. Peace! I don't know what y'all think, but now it's time for us to link up. Really think we on the brink up, making a change from living this strange. Living this strange. Making a change from living this strange.
Yeah. I was sleeping, had to wake up. Why? Every reason I could think of. God, till the day I keep the ink up. In my priority.
What's up, YouTube? Today, we will be looking at disturbing TikToks that'll make you question reality. But before we jump into it, I wanted to send a quick shout out to Jaden Robson, listening up there in Canada. Thank you so much for being a listener. So without further ado, welcome to Adam Strain Reacts. Let's get her done.
It's funny, like even like the story of Isaac Newton. So how did he discover gravity? Well, of course, he was sitting under a tree and an apple hit him on the head. Children, can I explain to you this? He already knew things fell down. Everybody knows things fall to the ground. That is not how he came up with the theory of gravity. The apple is symbolic of the tree. Once again, the tree of knowledge and good and evil. If you actually look up the old Apple logos, the very first ones, it's literally Isaac Newton sitting under the tree. So what did they change that logo to? An apple with a bite out of it. You guys understand what that means? Do you remember when they sold the first Apple computer and it was $666.66? Do you think these are coincidences? Like, no, that is what they're telling you without telling you.
What if I told you the reason you feel temptations for certain things and certain sins is very specific to what you're supposed to do?
Before continuing, I wanted to warn you guys their phones were being spied on. Click on this icon, then more. If you see it, delete it immediately.
So if you have the urge to smoke or damage your lungs, it's because your voice was made to worship. The enemy's trying to silence you that was meant to praise. If you have crippling self-doubt or insecurity, it's because you're meant to lead and inspire. If you weren't dangerous to darkness, it wouldn't try to mute your confidence. If you have constant distraction and procrastination, it's because you carry strategy, vision, and ideas from heaven. The enemy delays you because he can't stop you. Only you can. Now, this one's gonna hit a lot of people.
Okay.
If you have an addiction to lust or pornography, it's because you carry a deep capacity for intimacy, covenant, and healing. Perverting love is how Satan prevents true restoration.
That's true.
Crazy. If you have fear of rejection or abandonment, it's because you carry a spirit of belonging and reconciliation. You were made to gather the outcasts. So he tries to make you feel like one.
Damn.
You have an obsession with appearance or body image. It's because you're meant to reflect God's glory, not the world's standards. So he's going to try to get you to hate your image.
Damn. It's bars though.
If you're drawn to witchcraft, astrology, or manifestation, it's because you have a prophetic gift meant for God's kingdom. The enemy counterfeits your gift to keep you out of alignment. If you struggle with overspending or greed, it's because you're meant to be a kingdom financer. So he wants to keep you broke so you can never bless others.
Follow for more hoop conspiracy theories.
That was a very interesting point of view. It kind of makes me think of, there's a saying that says that when you ask for God for patience, he's going to send you things to test your patience and to create that patience. It just seems like the reverse perspective from the point of view of the devil, but it seems like the same entity or the same pattern where you're going to be tested in the disciplines in which you must excel. So it's very interesting. Do you guys see that parallel within this? Do you guys think it makes sense? Do you see yourself as one of these archetypes? And if so, let me know down below which one. And let's keep on rocking.
It's interesting, if you study history, all of the ancient civilizations, the Babylonians, the Sumerians, the Greeks, they all are the Chinese. They just arose out of nowhere. Poof, there's a civilization. There's no evidence of this stuff they teach in school, of them going from hunters and gatherers and grunts and groans, caveman stuff, becoming civilized and building cities. There's no evidence of that. It's farther back you go, it's all of a sudden, poof, there's the beginning of the Egyptian civilization, the beginning of the Chinese civilization, just like they moved in and built it in less than 100 years. So some strange things have been found in the fossils, as in the ground, that would indicate man used to be really smart. This little airplane, for instance, is in the Smithsonian, I believe. It was found in a grave in Colombia. It's about 1,000 years old. But it's an airplane, quite obviously, with all the features of an airplane. They knew about flight. In Peru, they've got giant stone walls like the one in the picture here. These stone walls are phenomenal. Some of the rocks in there are so huge, we can't even move them today. How did they move that? Who did it and how did they do it? I don't think it's logical to say ancient man was primitive. They must have known something we don't know today.
I think it's just going to get weird.
It's very interesting to see all the inconsistencies in the megalithic structures. But one theory that I heard about those types of walls, like the one that we just saw that he said, how did they move that? Was the idea that they might have like made bags and filled the bags with a geopolymer, which is like basically a cement type of thing. And then through the hardening process and with time, the bag disappears. And so the structure remains the same and everything is stuck together because basically, you know, the rocks had time to settle in and to stick each other. And then as the bags disappear, it sort of creates that rock. Have you guys ever heard of that theory? You guys think it makes sense? Do you guys think there's another explanation? I know that there's always the camp of the ancient aliens. Me personally, I don't really abide to any of that. Do you guys have any ideas on how we came to build these megalithic structures and move those huge rocks? If so, let me know down below if you have any rabbit holes I could go down. And if not, let's keep on rocking.
Weirder and weirder and weirder, and finally it's going to be so weird that people are going to have to talk about how weird it is. I look for the invention of artificial life, the cloning of human beings, possible contact with extraterrestrials, possible human immortality, and at the same time, appalling acts of brutality, genocide, race baiting, homophobia, famine, starvation. The mushroom said to me once, it said, "This is what it's like when a species prepares to depart for the stars. You don't depart for the stars under calm and orderly conditions. It's a fire in a madhouse." And that's what we have, the fire in the madhouse at the end of time. This is what it's like when a species prepares to move on to the next dimension.
The world is not what you have been told. We once had access to free energy, and they've been lying to us ever since. There is significant evidence showing that Nikola Tesla was on course to changing our universe forever. In the early 1900s, Tesla developed a technology called the Wardenclyffe Tower. This was more than just a transmission tower. Tesla designed it so it was able to wirelessly transmit electricity across the globe by harnessing the Earth's natural energy. He was able to power his home and devices without a single wire. But here is where it gets dark. Tesla's invention threatened powerful individuals who controlled the energy market. J.P. Morgan, who initially funded Tesla, pulled the plug on the project when he realized that free energy couldn't be metered or monetized. But it gets even stranger. Tesla's lab mysteriously burnt down, and many of his notes and prototypes disappeared. Tesla's discoveries went beyond just wireless electricity. He hinted at tapping into what he called radiant energy, a limitless source of power derived from the very fabric of space itself, similar to what modern scientists refer to as zero-point energy. Many say that this is also how the Tartarians were able to pull off so many of their technological and architectural feats. Do you think this tower is still in use today?
This is gonna keep you up while you sleep tonight. The hollow moon theory. Our moon really doesn't make sense when you look at the facts. Like, it shouldn't exist. The moon is about 25% of Earth's size, the biggest moon to planet ratio of our entire solar system. Pluto's not a planet, that doesn't count. That's 72 times larger than the expected average moon to planet ratio of our solar system. Moons are just not supposed to be this big relative to their home planet, but sure, maybe we got lucky. Despite this, the moon is only 1% of Earth's mass. 1%, meaning it is way lighter than it's expected to be, and we really don't even know why. Unless, of course, the moon is either extremely porous like a sponge or a hollow shell. When looking at this data, NASA's own Dr. Gordon McDonald even said himself it would seem that the moon is more like a hollow than a homogeneous sphere. But oh, that's just the tip, and we ain't stopping. Our moon's orbit is way closer than that of any of the other over 400 moons in our solar system, and also has a near perfectly circular orbital path. We don't see this on any other planet, which all have moons with wildly eccentric orbits. Our moon also coincidentally appears as the exact same size as the sun in our sky. Despite our sun having a diameter 400 times larger than the moon just so happens to be exactly 400 times closer to us, defying all odds of randomness, but is officially deemed just a cosmic coincidence. The moon also happens to be tidally locked with our planet, meaning its rotational period is the same as its orbital period around the Earth, which is why the same side is always facing us. This one is not so much a coincidence, as tidally locked moons are actually fairly common in our solar system. But it would also be the perfect excuse for the moon to always look the same in our sky, and for us to never see what's on the other side, like an all-seeing eye that never ceases surveillance of our planet. We don't even know for sure how our moon even got there in the first place. The most common explanation is that the early Earth collided with a massive protoplanet called Theia about 4.5 billion years ago, which was thought to be roughly the size of Mars, and the impact caused the resulting debris to coalesce and eventually form the moon. This is known as the giant impact theory. There's also the fission hypothesis, where an early molten Earth was spinning so fast that a part of it got ejected out into space and became the moon. The capture theory, implying the moon just drifted by Earth and was captured by its gravity. And the accretion theory, suggesting that as the early Earth was forming in its accretion disk, a part of that disk clumped together to become the moon. But when studying rock samples from the surface of the moon, we find out that none of these theories quite make any sense, with other NASA scientists like Dr. Robin Brett further quoted as saying, "It seems much easier to explain the non-existent existence of the moon than its existence. Like on Earth, the newest rocks are on the surface, and the deeper we go, the older the rocks get, as we would naturally expect to be the case. On the moon, it's the other way around. Soil samples from the moon confirm that older rocks are on the surface, and they get younger the deeper we go. The only time we ever see this inverse relationship of rock layer depth to rock age on Earth is through human interaction, like drilling, digging holes, and boring tunnels. Did the same thing happen on the moon? If the moon was hollowed out from the inside, this older inner rock would be brought up to the surface, and this observation would make sense. The lunar crust is also thinner on the side of the moon facing the Earth and thicker on the dark side of the moon, and researchers still have no idea why. The moon doesn't have a magnetic field, much the same as other planets' moons, but strangely, moon rock samples are strongly magnetized. Craters on the moon are all virtually the same depth, no matter how big or small they are. On Earth, bigger craters naturally go much deeper than smaller ones, as the impact was greater. Not on the moon, almost like there's a solid layer underneath preventing the crater from going too deep. Moon rocks are also much older than the oldest rocks on Earth by millions of years, blowing the fission hypothesis and accretion theory out of the water. The moon contains traces of uranium-236, a radioactive isotope that doesn't occur naturally on Earth, but rather through the highly complicated scientific process of nuclear fission, something that only an intelligent species is capable of. Zirconium, chromium, and titanium are all relatively rare Earth metals, but are somehow quite abundant on the moon. Those three elements are also some of the most durable and corrosive resistant that we know of, perfect for building a massive structure. And they've even done quantifiable experiments that tell us that's exactly what the moon might be. When Apollo 12 was leaving the moon's orbit, they intentionally dropped their lunar lander down to the surface. When it crashed, seismic measurements showed that the moon reverberated and rang like a bell for an hour. They did not expect this. Only hollow objects are expected to reverb like this, especially with something as small as a lunar lander. During Apollo 13, they tested that again with a much larger object, dropping a spent Saturn V booster rocket that impacted the lunar surface. This time, the moon rang for 3 hours, with vibrations going as deep as 32 kilometers beneath the surface, and even got faster the deeper they got. This doesn't happen on Earth, or even solid objects for that matter, and again is only expected to occur on something hollow.
Beneath Istanbul.
Wow. I know that the moon and the sun are things that we take for granted and that are a bit hard to start to question, but when you look at like the details that he was saying, the fact that it's tidally locked, the distance, the size, and all these things, it's very interesting. It often makes me think of like when they talk about the hollow moon theory, it makes me think a lot about the Truman Show, where they're sitting inside the moon and sort of watching. There's also some theories of people saying that there's watchers, the fallen angels, and they would be in the moon. Personally, I have a hard time with that, but it's very interesting to see how we see it every day, in our sky. We sort of take it for granted, but really when you look at the details, it's really hard to explain away all these little details. Was there anything that we were missing in that list? Let me know down below. The moon is one of the things that amazes me. In this whole rabbit hole conspiracy, I find the moon is something that's very, very interesting to look into because it has theoretically nothing to do with human intervention. So when you're able to see something that doesn't seem to fit, but that is also natural, I find that super interesting. So if anyone has any more information about any anomalies regarding the moon, let me know down below, and let's keep on rocking.
Tunnels stretch for miles. Some connect directly to the Hagia Sophia, others to underground cisterns, chambers, vaults that feel less like cellars and more like cities. We are told they were dug by peasants, by hand, with chisels. Just any random worker carving out perfect arches, domes, aqueducts. But anyone who's seen them knows better. These are not crude caverns. They are palaces in the dark. Smooth walls, symmetry, geometry. And this isn't unique to Istanbul. From Edinburgh to Cappadocia, from Poland to Mexico, underground cities repeat the same pattern. As if a civilization once lived below the surface, and we've been taught to call it myth. In Puebla, Mexico, locals whispered about tunnels. Stories passed down for centuries, only to be mocked as fairy tales, until 2015, when workers accidentally broke through. Suddenly, myth became fact. 10 kilometers of engineered tunnels, some wide enough for carriages, connecting forts and churches. Forgotten so completely, entire generations believed they never existed. Nearby, at Cholula, a hill rises topped by a Catholic church. But scan beneath and you find the largest pyramid on Earth. By volume, a pyramid crowned with a new religion, a cover-up carved into the landscape. So tell me, when a pyramid is called a hill and tunnels are dismissed as legend, what else has been buried, renamed, paved over? Were the tunnels truly forgotten, or were they deliberately erased?
This place is the weirdest place ever. Ever. I will die on that hill. You get there and you think this is the only one of these things. There are 12 perfectly carved buildings that are into the mountain. And just like in India, you cannot make a mistake, and there are none, like it was laser carved, which is ironic because these guys made it. We don't know who originally built it, we don't know where all the rubble from carving this stuff went, and we don't know what tool they used. All we have are clues from other ancient quarries like Japan. The oldest stuff on this planet uses whatever tool that was. The Inca call this style Hananpacha. You can see the stuff on Machu Picchu, and Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Dome of the Rock, the most holy place on Earth, right up the street from the oldest parts of Jordan where Petra is. This makes Petra nearly impossible to accurately date. This building was carved at the same time as this building, allegedly. The place is so heavily eroded, I had to put a line on every man-made cut on this part of the mountain. We don't know what this was. What was that used for? Even at the treasury, how do we know that this is not just a really eroded that? And here's why we don't know. Because under the main part of the treasury, there is a 2-story we don't know under it. Only 15% of this place has been excavated. You can still see the ones that haven't, but did you see the one up here? There's hundreds of these. I haven't even talked about the mysterious stuff. Jordan is an incredible place to visit. I make these videos because the more attention these sites get, the more they excavate. Punch the share button. Tell them we want to dig more.
Descend beneath Europe's churches and cathedrals. What do you find? Bones, thousands of them. Catacombs where human remains are arranged into geometric patterns, floral motifs, even walls of skulls. Official history explains it neatly. A practical way to store bodies when cemeteries overflowed. But pause. Does that explain the artistry, the deliberate design, the way skulls form archways and ribs frame altars? Or is there something ritualistic here, something we're not meant to understand? The dead aren't just buried under the old world, they support it. They become part of its architecture. Why? What were these people remembering or honoring when they built monuments on top of fields of bone?
2 miles below Antarctica. Of course, we don't really know that much about Antarctica. It's a little bit strange, a little bit creepy. We know about the pyramid, like this is 100% true, and that strange like island similar to the island. Now, this is Lake Vostok. Great picture, I know. It's a hidden lake in Antarctica. In 2024, researchers were searching this lake. I mean, it was actually frozen